So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is the final part of the story, Reborn in Naruto with my girlfriend. If you guys enjoy this what if and want more, comment down below to let me know. The comments on videos really help me out a lot. They motivate me to upload more frequently, so please do comment down below. Before I start, please do support for more awesome contents and leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And share this video with your friends and also check out the descriptions and check out the playlists. With that out of the way, let's start. 3 days after the destruction of the Sans base on the third battlefield, Mikasa and Tetsaya appeared inside their tent on the second battlefield. The shadow clone left by Tetsaya disappeared. Tetsaya didn't get any useful memory from his clone, which made him facepalm. No matter what he ordered the clone to do, it was still his clone. How can it work harder than the original? Tetsaya called one of his subordinates, the vice commander of the 2nd Division, to ask what happened during the time they were training Hikari. A lot happened in the past 3 days. After the destruction of Sans base on the third battlefield, the Sans suffered a lot of losses. They even deployed a new Cage tier shinobi, along with forces that were meant to protect the village during the war on the third battlefield. Their purpose was to stop Tsukumo from interfering with other battlefields. The same thing Hiruzen is doing with the first battlefield. After the death of more than 800 Sans shinobi in Mikasa's attack, around 300 of them were captured from the third battlefield, while the others managed to retreat. Along with the capture of Hyo and Aoi, the Sans momentum was halted for a long time. Tetsaya and Mikasa were looking at the new edition of Bingo book that came out yesterday. Name: Uchiha Mikasa, the strongest fire release user. Age: 11. Affiliation: Konoha. Threat: Cage. Rank: SS. Goal: Elimination. Abilities: Fire Release, Wind Release, Sharingan. Reward: 50 million Ryo. Mikasa's rank was now SS. This rank signifies that one has the strength to destroy armies alone, they excel in mass destruction. This rank is mostly reserved for the group of Jinchuriki. Currently, the only SS rank apart from the group of Jinchuriki are the 3rd Kazekage, along with Inoki. Although Hiruzen and the 3rd Raikage can rival them, they can't use wide-range ninjutsu like them. As for the 3rd Mizukage, his strength was a mystery to most people since he never participated in an actual battle against a Cage. Mikasa also got the title of the strongest fire release user, along with the destroyer. The former title once belonged to Uchiha Madara before the establishment of Konoha. This title signified that Mikasa has surpassed Madara in fire release. When Tetsaya and Mikasa heard this, they laughed. Surpassed Madara? If they were to fight Madara, they'd be no better than the 5 Cage who fought him during the 4th Shinobi War. They have little chance against Madara, at least for now. The only advantage they have is the Flying Thunder God, along with Mikasa's Mangekyou abilities. But Madara's Mangekyou abilities are the biggest wild card for them, not to mention his Rinnegan. Although these were just rumors, when Inoki heard them, he almost passed out. Mikasa and Tetsaya left a deep impression on him. The Stone Village planned on attacking the Leaf at a critical moment but was stopped by the traumatized Inoki. As for the title of Destroyer, it was given by Konoha shinobi after they saw the remains of the Sans base. In the past 18 days, the Sand lost around 1900 shinobi, while 300 of them were captured. But the biggest loss was the capture of Hyo and Aoi. As for the Leaf, they lost around 1500 shinobi, while 200 of them were captured. For some reason, the bodies of the Uchiha clan members were disappearing one by one. Although the change wasn't noticeable, Tetsaya and Mikasa concluded that it was Black Zetsu, along with some rude Anbu who sneaked inside the deployed forces. Zetsu was probably collecting eyes for Madara to use after the donates his Rinnegan to Nagato. They couldn't care less about the Kagaya Simper, the one-eyed freak, so they just ignored it. After the reports were done, the vice commander left. Tetsaya had already given the guy full authority over the base, so he wasn't worried. Shukaku's Jinchuriki is moving towards our base. And this chakra? The 3rd Kazekage is with him as well. Tetsaya said as a smile appeared on his face. After hearing this, Mikasa also focused on her natural perception to check out what was going on. Unlike him, she needs more focus when it comes to natural perception. Probably because her affinity with natural energy was lower than him. It looks like they want to end this war after giving Konoha a big surprise. Mikasa said. It'll take them about 4 to 5 days to reach this place. Let's wait for them. No one can blame us since we didn't know that Shukaku will appear out of nowhere. Tetsaya said as he leaned back on his chair. What are we gonna do in the meantime? Mikasa asked, she was thinking about fighting Tetsaya before anything else. Store chakra in the strength of 100 seal. Our chakra reserves are above that of a human, but they still can't match Shukaku, this is our best bet right now. Tetsaya said. Although they can store chakra that rivals Shukaku inside the strength of 100 seal, it's not their natural reserves. They still need to refill it every now and then. That's true. Mikasa replied. Can you use Susanoo? Tetsuya suddenly asked. I can. On that note, I figured out something nice when I awakened my Mangekyou. Mikasa said with a grin. Tetsuya didn't ask anymore, he knew that even if he asked, he won't get an answer. While the two of them were having fun, in a mine located somewhere inside the mountain's graveyard, an old man with long white hair was sitting while listening to the reports of his trusted subordinate. His eyes were purple with a circular pattern inside them. If anyone saw them, they'll realize that it was one of the three great Taijutsu. The Rinnegan. It's wonderful that I created you, Black Zetsu. The old man said while looking at Black Zetsu. Thank you, Madara-sama. Black Zetsu said as he bowed. Madara wasn't able to see the sneer he had on his face. Madara closed his eyes, thinking about something. After a while, he opened them again before he asked Black Zetsu. Are you sure they can sense you? I am, Madara-sama. Those two have an unnaturally high affinity with natural energy. Black Zetsu said. He had been observing Mikasa and Tetsuya for a while. He was aware that they were able to sense him, but he was still shameless enough to stalk them from time to time. He could sense that those two were always absorbing bits of natural energy. He thought that it was some kind of mutation since they haven't learned Sage Mode or anything that uses natural energy. The strongest fire release user, huh? Madara thought as a small smile appeared on his face. This title brought back some memories of him training fire release alongside his younger brother, Izuna. But that smile disappeared as soon as it appeared. First the flying thunder god and now this. Madara said as he looked at Black Zetsu before he continued, keep an eye on them, just knowing their location is fine. I'll visit them soon. He said before closing his eyes again. He started absorbing vitality from the demonic statue of the outer path that was behind him to strengthen his body. Black Zetsu looked at Madara before his eyes turned towards the demonic statue of the outer path. He then bowed to Madara again and said, understood, Madara-sama. Before disappearing. Deep underground in the Leaf Village, a similar conversation was going on between Danzo and the Root Anbu in front of him. They are too dangerous to stay alive. We need to deal with them before anything happens to the village. Danzo said as he looked at the photos of Tetsuya and Mikasa. Prepare countermeasures against them. Every person they are close to in the village, their family members, childhood friends. I need this information within this week. Danzo continued. He knew that an ambush wouldn't work against someone who can use the Flying Thunder God. So he decided to go with the most plausible method. Yes, Danzo-sama. The Root Anbu said before he disappeared. And so, 5 days passed. Looks like they're about to make a move. Tetsuya said with a relaxed smile. Their strategy is pretty good. The Jinchuriki attacks our base, while the Kazekage takes charge on the battlefield. Mikasa said while looking at her long and well-groomed nails with a smile. If someone saw them, they'll never guess that she was a shinobi. The first one to attack will be the Kazekage. From what he knows, the 2nd division of Konoha only has one cage tier. Even if there was another cage tier, stopping Shukaku in a desert is troublesome. Tetsuya said. I don't plan on ruining their fun anyway. Mikasa said. She wasn't planning on stepping in until Shukaku had destroyed almost half of the 2nd division's base. Well, do whatever you want. Tetsuya shrugged. He kissed Mikasa on her cheek before disappearing. Mikasa looked in the direction where Shukaku's Jinchuriki was hiding under the sand before turning away, no longer paying attention to it. Tetsuya appeared near the center of the battlefield as he looked around. His hand moved as he caught the kunai that was coming for his head. He didn't even look at the one who just tried to kill him before throwing the kunai back with some lightning chakra added to it. He sensed Yado's location before enhancing his speed with chakra as he disappeared. Very well. Charge with the current momentum until further orders. The 3rd Kazekage, Yado, said to the Sand Jonin in front of him. Yes, Kazekage-sama. The Jonin said before he disappeared. Yado looked around, there were several corpses scattered around here and there. Most of them belonged to the Leaf. He planned on secretly helping the Sand's forces before drawing out the Cage Tier, who was in charge of the Leaf 2nd Division, so that Banpuku can attack the 2nd Division's base easily. The result of the 2nd battlefield will decide who wins this war, so he was extremely cautious. Should I Before Yado could complete his sentence, he felt a shiver run down his spine, he clapped his hands together. Iron Sand Dome. Iron Sand moved as it created a dome around Yado, protecting him. It's not enough. Earth release. Earth escape. Yado thought as he didn't stop making hand signs before he disappeared in the ground. Uam. An explosion loud enough to alert the whole 2nd battlefield rang out as the Iron Sand Dome created by Yado was destroyed as if it was made of mud. TCH. He escaped. Tetsuya clicked his tongue as he looked at the hammer made out of blood in front of him. The hammer's head was bigger than a normal house and its weight was more than 10 tons. Although he did this on a whim, it still wasn't nice having your enemy escape from a surprise attack. Although it wasn't comparable to Kirin, it was still a good attack. It's been a while, Yado. Tetsuya said as he looked at an empty place. Just as he finished his words, the third Kazuki-age emerged from the sand, looking at him with a slight frown. Your hiding skills are as good as ever. Yado wasn't amused with such a wild greeting. It's just you're not a good censor. Tetsuya said with a bright smile. This brat. Veins popped out on Yado's forehead. He isn't a good censor. He's one of the best censors after Tobarama's death. He knew that Tetsuya was pissing him off on purpose, but that didn't do much good. However, his anger wasn't because of Tetsuya suddenly attacking him or because of the joke that he pulled just now. Do you have any idea how much my work increased because you destroyed half of the sand village? He said, trying his best not to attack. Indeed, ever since Tetsuya destroyed half of his village, his workload tripled in an instant. Some people even blamed him for the destruction of the village, which almost started a coup within the sand village. They said that if he could protect the people, why not the village? Which caused him much trouble. I don't know what you're talking about. It's clear that this is the first time we've met. Tetsuya said while shaking his head in denial. Huh? Yado was dumbfounded by this statement. Didn't he just say it's been a while like he was greeting an old friend? How can someone so young be so shameless? Forget about taking responsibility, he won't even acknowledge that it was him who attacked the sand. Seeing the annoying smile on Tetsuya's face, Yado gave up. The hammer in Tetsuya's hand turned into blood again as it disappeared. By now, a lot of shinobi from both the leaf and the sand have gathered around them. But they still kept a good amount of distance from the two of them. Tetsuya summoned two blood swords from his inventory as he condensed Rikiri on both of them. Yado also summoned all the iron sand he had hidden underground. Yado also noticed that the clouds were starting to change at a rate visible. He remembered when Tetsuya used Kirin against him, so he decided to go all out from the very start, unlike last time. Tetsuya smiled while looking at Yado before he disappeared. The Kazuki-age saw Tetsuya disappear before he moved his hand. Iron wall. The wall made of iron sand was created behind the Kazuki-age. Tetsuya appeared behind him, directly slicing the wall in two as if it was made of butter. He has grown a lot. Yado thought before he used body flicker to disappear. If it was in the past, this wall would have been able to block Tetsuya's sword. He waved his hand again before the remaining wall crumbled and attacked Tetsuya again, turning into spikes. Tetsuya was surprised by this but was still able to dodge pretty easily. His iron sand isn't affected by my lightning release at all. He thought. The last time he fought against Yado, his lightning release was able to immobilize a part of Yado's iron sand for a short period. Looks like you countered my advantage against you. Tetsuya said with a smile. Indeed, if he was the only one who improved since their last fight, he would have been disappointed in Yado. Tetsuya activated the Eye of Insight as he tossed both of his swords back inside the inventory. Against an opponent like Yado, swords won't work unless his strength exceeds that of his opponent. Rikiri. Tetsuya condensed Rikiri on his right arm while he enhanced his speed using chakra before charging toward Yado again. As he was about to approach Yado, countless small spikes were aimed at him from Yado's feet before he retreated. His speed will reach the same level as the third Raikage in a year or so. Not to mention he can teleport. Yado thought as he looked at Tetsuya. He knew that this battle was to his disadvantage, so he created a platform made of iron sand below his feet as it started floating mid-air with him standing on top of it. All the iron sand in the area condensed into 3 human-sized balls floating in front of Yado. Iron Sand World Method. Threefold. Spears started appearing from the 3 balls of iron sand, they appeared randomly as they covered all the ground above Tetsuya. Holy crap. Don't tell me he was holding back so much when he fought me last time. Tetsuya thought as he looked at the ridiculous attack Yado was preparing. Ninja art creation rebirth strength of 100 technique. But it's still not enough. There's no reaction from the Kurama clan's Kekkei Genkai. Tetsuya was slightly disappointed as he thought this. He guessed that a battle against Yado will be able to speed up the awakening process, but his guess was most likely wrong. Looks like I have to wait for it to awaken naturally. He pushed the depressing thoughts to the back of his head before focusing on the iron spears that were covering more than 3 kilometers of the sky above his head. He knew that his 3 Tomo Eye of Insight won't be able to keep up with the Iron World method. Even though Mikasa's sharingan evolved into the mangyeko, he can only borrow the 3 Tomo version because of the quest they failed. He focused on his natural perception as Yado waved his hand, all the spears were aimed at the ground at a very high speed, their path was random, making it harder to dodge. Tetsuya was able to dodge it without much trouble, unlike last time when he almost got an extra hole. After the attack was done, Tetsuya looked at Yado before he summoned 10 kunai. One of them was a flying thunder god kunai, but it was no different from an ordinary one. Although Yado knew he can teleport, he didn't know about the flying thunder god marks on the kunai. Everything is fine in a war. Tetsuya aimed all the kunai towards the floating Kazukiage as he summoned his blood sword again. Yado looked at the bunch of kunai flying towards him. He didn't understand why Tetsuya would use such a thing. There were no explosive tags attached to the kunai. There's no way a cage wouldn't be able to dodge some kunai aimed at them. He even checked for hidden chakra threads, but there weren't any. Yado was paying close attention to Tetsuya as all the kunai went past him. As one of the kunai was near his body, Tetsuya suddenly disappeared. No, he teleported. Yado didn't waste any time as he leaned toward his left. He raised his right hand to protect his neck. Yado screamed as he felt a sharp pain in his right hand. He looked at his right hand, only to see that there was nothing below his elbow. He looked at Tetsuya who was next to him, looking at him with a mocking smile. Yado's pain tolerance was below that of an average cage because of his fighting style. Unlike the Raikage, who tanks all of the attacks with his body, Yado used his iron sand to do the work for him. Tetsuya teleported back to his original position as he looked at Yado with the same smile. Although he was planning to go for Yado's neck, he still managed to dodge it. The people who were watching from a distance weren't able to see clearly, but they heard the Kazukiage's scream just now. The Kazukiage lost his arm. A Hyuga clan member shouted as he looked at the scene with his byakugan. Those who heard this were dumbfounded. How long has it been since a cage was injured this badly? You damn brat. Yado said as he gritted his teeth. Before he could say anything more, his eyes widened in shock as he created a rough sword from his iron sand before cutting his right arm off completely. His eyes were red as he covered the wound with iron sand to stop the bleeding. TCH. He noticed. Tetsuya clicked his tongue as Yado realized the little trick he pulled after cutting half of his hand. He injected some of his blood, along with his chakra inside Yado's body, when he chopped his arm off. He planned to control Yado's body and have him kill all the shinobi who were watching them fight. Tetsuya also placed a flying thunder god mark on Yado's arm, planning to kill him even if he manages to remove his chakra from his arm. But he never thought that Yado would be this merciless when dealing with his own body. Yado realized that Tetsuya injected his chakra inside his arm. If he wasn't injured, he could have easily removed it, but due to the pain, his chakra control right now was a mess. He knew about Tetsuya's ability to control blood, which made him even more merciless when dealing with his chakra. He directly chopped off the part affected by Tetsuya's chakra. Even the iron sand platform below Yado's feet was moving irregularly. Retreat. Yado shouted while looking at the place where the sand shinobi were gathered. He knew that fighting anymore is pointless. Even if he was stronger than Tetsuya, he still lost an arm just like that. Who knows what will happen if he stayed anymore. Yado knew that retreating at this point will be similar to a death sentence for Bunpyuku, Shukaku's Jinchuriki. Unlike Hyo and Aori, there was no way Konoha would risk capturing a Jinchuriki. As for taking Shukaku away, they already have the 9 tails, why would they even bother with the 1 tail? Not to mention Shukaku can only fight in deserts properly. As the sand shinobi started to retreat, the leaf shinobi were trying to chase after them. Don't chase after them. Tetsuya said, his voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. But commander, we can kill. Are you disobeying orders? Tetsuya directly interrupted the leaf jonin before he turned towards the group of retreating sand shinobi. There were at least 500 of them. Do you think I'll just let you go? He thought before he waved his hand. 300 blood kunai appeared floating in the air, all of them had explosive tags attached to them. Tetsuya smiled as he pointed his finger toward the retreating sand shinobi as all the kunai started moving towards them at high speed. Iron wall. Yado noticed the incoming kunai as he created a wall big enough to cover all the retreating shinobi. But alas, the kunai just avoided the wall since they were being controlled by Tetsuya. Although it gave him a bit of a headache, it wasn't that hard to control 300 kunai at once, as long as the movements are simple. Boom. A non-stop series of explosions rang for more than 5 minutes, as more than 300 sand shinobi were killed just like that. If Tetsuya wanted to kill them, it wouldn't be that hard. He only bothered to do this because he felt weird that Mikasa's rank in the bingo book was above him. This much should be enough to gain SS rank. If it isn't, he can always pay the sand village a visit. Tetsuya knew that the 2nd Division's base was most likely being attacked by Shukaku at the moment. There were around 900 people inside the base, not to mention the medical team along with the injured. Tsunade was at the 3rd battlefield to assist Tsukumo, so he wasn't worried about that. Clean up the battlefield and return to the base. If there's any base left to return. Tetsuya completed the sentence in his mind. I am out of chakra so I won't be able to help. He said, deactivating his creation rebirth and the Ketsuriken before taking a seat over some corpses that were piled up perfectly for him to sit on. Of course, the out of chakra part was a lie. Now what am I supposed to do with this? Tetsuya thought as he looked at the dark clouds. The Kirin he was preparing was now done, but the target was gone. He never expected the battle to be over so soon. He even prepared multiple Kirin this time. While this was happening, the 2nd Division's base was in chaos. Not long ago, they received the news about Tetsuya fighting against the Kazekage. The vice commander planned on leading a squad for assistance, but all of a sudden, Shukaku appeared out of nowhere before it started destroying the base. By now, more than half of the base was destroyed, along with the deaths of more than 500 shinobi. Several shinobi were surrounding Shukaku, trying their best to do some damage, but it was useless. No matter how much damage they do, it'll just regenerate with the help of sand surrounding it. Mikasa was watching the scene from far away, thinking about what to do. Should I extract Shukaku from that old man? Or kill both of them and wait for Shukaku to respawn and then capture it? Maybe both. Forget it. I'll think about it when the time comes. She decided. She teleported near the group of shinobi surrounding Shukaku. Retreat. She said before disappearing again. Although the least shinobi were reluctant, they still had to follow her orders. Even though Mikasa didn't have an official position on the 2nd Division's base, her authority wasn't any less than Tetsuya. Not to mention he wasn't there at the moment. Mikasa appeared in front of Shukaku as she was about to punch him. Shukaku saw the little girl in front of him but didn't pay attention to her. How could this little human's punch affect him? Noticing his reaction, a smile appeared on Mikasa's face as she decided to mess with this big dog. She decided that she'll definitely leave some trauma on this big dog. Ninja art creation rebirth strength of 100 technique. Mikasa activated her sharingan as her hair turned white, along with some red patterns appearing on the left side of her body. The 70 meters tall tailed beast, who killed more than 500 shinobi within hours, was now flying backwards like a rag doll. Seeing this, all of the shinobi that were struggling against Shukaku a moment ago almost passed out. Mikasa looked at her right arm, or what used to be her right arm. Most of her right hand's muscles exploded because she enhanced her strength to a level where her body couldn't hold on. Even if her body is being enhanced by natural energy, she is still 11. As she was thinking about this, her arm healed completely. But the bloodstains on her right sleeve were still there. Shukaku finally stopped after flying for more than 3 kilometers. The hole in his belly started to heal as he looked at Mikasa with some fear. If Mikasa hadn't purposefully avoided where the Jinchuriki was, they both would be dead right now. Mikasa enhanced her speed with chakra before she disappeared. Before Shukaku could even blink, Mikasa was standing right in front of him. "Who are you? You dare hit my esteemed self?" Shukaku shouted while looking at Mikasa. He decided to kill this brat. And that's his real personality. You can check the wiki. Young Master Shukaku is the heir of the 6 Paths Immortal sect. Huh? For a dog, you sure know how to talk. Mikasa said with an amused smile while thinking, no wonder that tailed beasts are getting clapped now and then. Except for the huge amounts of chakra reserves, this guy is nothing but a boulder. Human. How dare you? Shukaku shouted before he inhaled a lot of air from his mouth before he pounded on his stomach. Wind release. Drilling air bullet. The cannonball made of wind escaped his mouth. The wind, highly compressed and imbued with chakra, traveled in a straight line. Seeing this, Mikasa smiled slightly before a fireball escaped her mouth. It was a blue-colored fireball, the same size as Shukaku's wind cannonball. The color of the flame was because of the little natural energy she added to the technique. High release. Great fireball technique. The two attacks cancelled each other out with a small explosion. Surprisingly, the sand below the explosion didn't move. Mikasa guessed that Shukaku was preparing a surprise attack against her. Looks like it's not completely stupid. But it needs to learn a lesson. Mikasa thought as a great idea appeared in her head. Is that all you can do? What a disappointment of a tailed beast. No wonder it said that except for the 9 tails, every other tailed beast is weak. Mikasa said while shaking her head. She deliberately mentioned Kurama, knowing that Shukaku had a grudge against him. Don't compare me to that fox, human. The great me is just getting started. Shukaku said as he raised his arms. Sand prison seal. Shukaku said as the sand around Mikasa started to move before trapping her inside a pyramid as a bunch of weird writings appeared on it. Ha. Human, where is your arrogance now? What happened to all the tailed beasts being weak? Shukaku laughed like a maniac. Rumble rumble. The ground around the pyramid vibrated as Shukaku's laughter disappeared. A dark blue-colored skeleton hand came out of the pyramid, crumbling it. Not long after, another hand appeared along with a skeleton head. Susanoo? Shukaku thought as he panicked. Uam. The Susanoo moved its hands as all the sand around it dispersed. Between its ribsage, Mikasa was standing with a smile on her face. I won't get used to this feeling, no matter how many times I use it. She thought. All the cells within her body were hurting. Although the pain wasn't much, it was still there. With her pain tolerance, this kind of thing was more annoying than painful. But still, if it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to escape. She thought. Inside the seal, she wasn't able to move her body or mold her chakra properly. Well, she was too lazy to actually try. No wonder Madara used Susanoo to break the seal created by Gaara and Shukaku. Let's recreate a classic scene. Mikasa said as she summoned a dozen explosive tags that were enhanced by natural energy before looking at Shukaku with a smile. A smile that'll leave the poor tailed beast traumatized. Mikasa closed her mangyeko as the Susanoo disappeared. She knew that it'll create a lot of trouble for her and Tetsuya after her clan hears about this, but who cares? She has the solution for everything inside her inventory, explosive tags. She enhanced her speed using chakra before charging at Shukaku. As she appeared in front of Shukaku, he prepared himself for the punch that never came. Mikasa teleported behind Shukaku before sticking the dozen explosive tags below his tail and teleporting away. System, record whatever I see from now on. Mikasa ordered. Yes host. Boom. Aye. Due to the enhancement of natural energy, the explosive tags were able to hurt Shukaku. If someone saw this scene, they'll see something that no one would believe is possible. A tailed beast was shouting in agony while holding his ass, which was crumbling as it turned into sand. They could also see a little girl standing not too far away from the tailed beast, laughing so hard that her eyes were getting moist. This is hilarious. Hahaha. Mikasa said while looking at Shukaku's ass leaving his body as it turned into sand. Human. How dare you play dirty. Shukaku wasn't able to complete what he was about to say, because. Uam. Another explosion came from the tailed beast's sacred grounds as it shouted in agony and humiliation. Human. Stop this. Uam. I'll forgive you if. Uam. You still have a chance to. Uam. Hey. Stop. I have a deal too. Uam. Shukaku opened his mouth again but. Uam. Let me say some. Uam. Stop this. Place. Uam. Please. No. Uam. Madam, please I beg. Uam. Please forgive my past. Uam. I am sorry. Please stop. I can't take it anymore. Shukaku's face said that he was about to cry as he looked at Mikasa with a pleading expression. Should have used more explosive tags. Mikasa cursed internally, but there was no medicine for regrets. She had a lot of fun bullying Shukaku. The people who were looking at this scene all had different kinds of reactions. Some were worried, some were dumbfounded and some passed out. A tailed beast, a weapon for war was reduced to such a state where it was begging for Mikasa to stop. If Kurama was here, he'd probably die laughing. Shukaku protected his Jinchuriki throughout the series of explosions. He had a good relationship with his current Jinchuriki, Benpyuku. Mikasa decided to finish what she planned on doing as she summoned a blood sword from her inventory. She enhanced the sword with wind chakra before teleporting behind Shukaku, directly slicing off his only tail. Aye. Shukaku screamed in pain once again as he rolled on the ground with his ridiculously big body. Mikasa stored the tail inside her inventory before she looked at Shukaku again. After losing his tail, he wasn't able to maintain his body as he turned back into a human. The Jinchuriki, Benpyuku, was looking at Mikasa as if she was some kind of demon. Mikasa didn't bother with him, directly killing him. System, stop the recording. Mikasa said inside her head. Yes, host. Tetsuya Pav. Ayan-san, we are hungry. Mikasa grumbled as she leaned back on the chair. You're the only one who's hungry. I thought, rolling my eyes. How can she eat so much and maintain it so well? Is this some only privilege? After hearing this, Ayan smiled and said, Mikasa, if you eat too much, you'll get fat. Mikasa started complaining again, she was really comfortable around Ayan for some reason. Ayan took a seat next to the sleeping Kakashi. Yeah, I've never seen him awake since the day he arrived in the village. Are you sure he isn't dead? We've been freeloading at Tsukumo's house for 10 days straight. After dealing with Shukaku, Mikasa handed the Jinchuriki's corpse to the vice commander of the 2nd Division before she left the place. Ayan didn't mind us staying, saying that it's better to have company rather than worrying about Tsukumo on her own. Every other day, Mito-sensei would drop by along with Kushina. The village was busy cleaning the mess while we just said that we were tired after fighting the Kazekage and the Jinchuriki. Rumors about Mikasa's mangyeko were going around before the Hokage issued a gag order so that it won't create panic among civilians. Although they don't know what the mangyeko sharingan is, they still know who Uchiha Madara is. Someone with the same ability as him appeared, how can they remain calm? That's just how feared Madara was, even the council was in turmoil. Akito called us over today to have a chat with him when Fukum returns from the battlefield. He would have done it sooner, but Fukum was busy investigating the missing corpses that belonged to the Uchiha clan. He should be back soon. There has been a lot of rude Anbu sneaking around here lately. Danzo is probably after Mikasa's Manjicum. Or does he want to confirm its abilities? I wonder. Mikasa, Tsuya, I am here. A loud shout suddenly came, snapping me out of my internal monologue. A girl with bright red hair and violet eyes barged inside the room before assaulting Mikasa with a tight hug. For a moment, I thought Mikoto was using transformation jutsu. Kushina, how can you be so free all the time? Don't say that. I've already finished my training in Fuinjutsu along with my clan's secret techniques. Mito-sama said that I can come and play with you guys anytime I want. Kushina replied with a happy smile, finally letting go of Mikasa. At this rate, she might end up with a trauma from hugs. Kushina got along with Mikasa quite well, at least from her point of view. Probably because Mikasa was the only girl her age that she ever talked to. She never met Minato in this timeline. For some reason, Minato has been training non-stop with Jiraiya. Where's Mito-sensei? I asked. Normally, she'll come along with Kushina. She said that she was busy with some stuff about the clan. Kushina answered as I nodded. Kushina looked at me with a smile before saying, let's play. As she dragged us outside the house. Outside the house, we saw Mikoto running toward us. As Mikasa prepared herself for another unwanted hug that never came, Mikoto stopped in front of us as she said, "Father is calling you back home. The clan leader is also back." Her face was rather ugly, unlike her usual cheerful self. Fukum probably rushed over as fast as he could after dealing with the investigation. She probably thinks that Mikasa awakening her Manjicum is dangerous for her. I thought. Even if she was a Siskin, Mikoto cared about Mikasa a lot. Kushina's grip around my hand tightened before she complained, but we were about to go and play together. Mikasa leaned toward Kushina's ear before whispering something. Kushina's mood brightened the moment she heard her before yelling, "Really?" Mikasa nodded with a smile. I wonder what she told her. "So, did you really awaken the Manjicum Sharingan?" Mikasa's father, Akito, asked with a serious expression. Mikasa didn't bother answering, directly opening her Manjicum for everyone to see. Everyone inside the room was shocked, especially Mikasa's mother, Misaka. The look on her face displayed how sad she was about Mikasa's Manjicum. Akito was the same. They probably thought that Mikasa lost something very important that awakened her Manjicum at such a young age. Even Fukum's expression was that of pity. But they didn't ask about it, knowing that it wasn't something that they can change either way. Misaka hesitated while looking at her daughter before she finally asked, "Are you alright? I am being treated like air." I thought, wondering if I should have stayed at Tsukumo's house instead. "I am fine, mother," Mikasa said while looking at Misaka. She had a slight smile on her face. I doubt she considers them her real family, but at least she is happy that they care about her. I thought as a smile appeared on my face. Fukum sighed, "What do you plan to do now? Although the Hokage isn't wary of you, the same cannot be said for the other council members." "We plan on leaving the village for some time." I finally said something. "Where to?" Misaka was the one who asked. Mikasa smiled at her mother's question but didn't answer. "She can't just say we're going to the past." "How long will it be?" Akito asked. "A year or two." Mikasa replied with a smile. Hearing this, Akito sighed before saying, "Just be careful. Even if you're strong, never let your guard down. Dude, don't raise such an obvious flag. Don't worry. If something like that happens, we'll just teleport away," Mikasa said with a smile. Akito had an expression saying, "You just ignored what I said." "We'll get going then," Mikasa said before grabbing me before teleporting. "So you want us to escort Tsunade-sensei to the Sand Village for negotiations?" "Yes. Not to mention that we won the war, and with their Jinchuriki's corpse in our hands along with Hio and Aoi, we'll be able to make a profitable deal with them. And it was the Kazekage who proposed this idea, so it won't be a problem for us to send someone as strong as you." Hade answered my question. "Fine. Can we leave right now?" Mikasa said. Surprisingly, the Hokage didn't mention anything about Mikasa's Manjicum. Hade nodded, "Sure. Let's go, Tsunade-sensei," I said while grabbing Tsunade's arm before we teleported. We reappeared near the Sand's main entrance. I could have teleported us inside the Sand Village, but this is an official visit. Unlike the friendly visit we did some time ago. "I can't get used to this feeling no matter what," Tsunade said, massaging her forehead. At least she didn't directly throw up after teleporting. Getting inside the village wasn't hard. The Kazekage had already prepared people to receive us. As for him playing dirty, that's impossible. As long as he doesn't want to lead his village in a battle to death, he won't do something so stupid. And sending Tsunade over also expressed Konoha's willingness for these negotiations. After all, her status within the village wasn't low. We were directly led to the Kazekage's office. There were a lot of people present here. The third Kazakage, Yado, sitting with him were Chio and Ebism, along with Pakura and Rasa standing behind them. Rasa looked similar to his son, Gaara. I could tell that Pakura was doing her best to not smile at me and Mikasa. Tsunade took the initiative to greet the other party. It's nice to meet you, Kazakage-sama. Although we have the upper hand in these negotiations, we can't just disrespect another Kage in a formal meeting. Well, I can. Likewise, Tsunade-san. The Kazakage replied. Although they greeted each other politely, their tone was very bland. I looked around the room before my eyes met Yado's. A smile appeared on my face as I looked at his right arm, which was made of iron sand before saying, such fine chakra control, as expected of the Kazakage. I almost thought that it was a real arm. Chio, Ebism and Rasa frowned after listening to me mocking Yado with a smile on my face. Yado just sighed and waved his hand. No one here will think you're mute if you don't speak. My expression changed into one of shock and grief before saying, and here I thought we were friends. Yado's mouth twitched, but he ignored my sarcasm as the meeting started. The negotiations went smoothly. The Leaf demanded the Sand to release those they've captured in exchange for those captured by the Leaf. As for releasing Hio and Aori, the demand was an S-rank jutsu, along with 2 A-rank jutsus. Since they were Chio's relatives, the Kazakage agreed with a bleeding heart. As for the Jinchuriki's corpse, it was worth a lot. A peace treaty for 2 years along with 20 million ryo. 10% of which will belong to Mikasa since she was the one who killed him. If the Jinchuriki's corpse was examined by the Leaf, it'll reveal a lot of Sand secrets. That's why it was used to ensure peace between the 2 villages for the time being. We'll release those who were captured by tomorrow. In the meantime, Pakura will host you. The Kazakage said. Yado looked somewhat better after the peace treaty was signed. Tsunade had the authority to sign the treaty so it didn't take long. Pakura, lead them to their rooms. Ibizo said while looking at Pakura. Pakura nodded before guiding us. While we were moving, I heard Pakura's voice inside my head. Take me with you when you go back. It's quite boring here. Why does it sound like something I'll say? I thought. Just create some permanent clones when you leave. You remember how I taught you, right? Yes, my Lord. I rolled my eyes hearing her. Wondering where the cute girl I saved was. My influence can't be that bad, right? Pakura switched with her clone before Mikasa teleported her inside our house. The day went by without much trouble. Teleporting everyone who was captured was a pain, so we told them that there's a limit to how many people we can teleport except for ourselves. The same excuse we use every time we don't want to do something. I just teleported some Jonin along with some Anbu to escort the people to the Leaf. As for those Sand shinobi captured by the Leaf, it's not my problem. We teleported back inside the Hokage's office along with Tsunade after we were done with the Sand. What's with the depressed looks? Did something happen? Tsunade asked as we reappeared inside the Hokage's office. Payade and Hiruzen looked at us before the latter said, it's about a new mission. We think it's a trap. And you just refuse it when you think it's a trap. Payade shook his head before saying, it's a mission directly from the Fire Daemon, even the payment was done in advance. Refusing now will be nothing less than slapping him in the face. That's why we've been waiting for you guys to come back. Just tell us where the Daemon lives, we'll take care of the assassination ourselves. As I finished my words, both Payade and Hiruzen almost fell from their chairs while looking at me as if I was mad. On the other hand, Tsunade just giggled. Payade recovered from the shock and said with a sigh, don't ever joke about something like that again. He said with a serious face. I wasn't joking, you know. So what do we need to do? Mikasa asked. You two are going on this mission. Since you have the Flying Thunder God, you guys can just come back whenever you want. Hiruzen explained as he tossed a scroll over to us. He was getting more and more casual around us. We were here to ask for a long vacation and you're giving us more work instead. I said while shaking my head. You can take a vacation after this mission if you want. You'll also receive your rewards for your contribution to this war in front of the whole village. The prize distribution ceremony? Yes. We refuse. Okay, what? There is no need for something so troublesome. Just extend our vacation and we have a deal. I said before disappearing along with Mikasa. Let's get this mission over with. I said while opening the scroll Hiruzen gave me. It was an S-rank mission. It was a mission to capture a rogue who stole something important from Daemon. His last location recorded was near the village hidden in the waterfall. The strange thing was the mission's rank. It wasn't a mission worthy of S rank, not to mention the payment Daemon made. We had a Flying Thunder God mark not too far away from that place, so we just teleported there. It only took us 2 days to gather information about the Rouge from the hidden waterfall village. Although it was a hidden village, its strength wasn't anything special. In the Anime, they had the 7 tails, but it wasn't here at the moment, infiltrating it was a piece of cake. As we walked in the forest, we came across an open area within the forest. It should be the place. I said while looking around. As we were walking forward while holding hands, I stopped. All of my senses were suddenly screaming out for danger. Mikasa was probably the same as me. The first thing that came to mind was naturally the Flying Thunder God. Huh? The Flying Thunder God isn't working. I thought as I felt a chill run down my spine. Ding. The first S-rank quest triggered. It can be completed in the following ways. A. Survive the battle. B. Kill the enemy. C. Escape. The rewards will be decided on how the quest is completed. Both of us let go of each other before turning around. There was an old man with long, white hair standing at a distance of 15 to 20 meters from us. We weren't able to sense him even when he was so close to us. Only when he entered the radius of 20 meters around us. His eyes were purple, something I thought I won't see before the second Shinobi War. The Rinnegan. Both of us looked at the man in front of us. I activated my Ketsuriken while Mikasa activated her Mangekyou Sharingan instinctively. Looking at the old man in front of us, a crazy smile appeared on our faces. Uchiha Madara. Third person POV. Don't bother. You won't be able to escape with the Flying Thunder God. Madara said while looking at Tetsaya and Mikasa. To his surprise, those two weren't scared. They were smiling like crazy. You were the one who killed Tobirama. Tetsaya said as he realized how someone who could teleport ended up dead while acting as a decoy. Indeed. Madara didn't deny it. After the death of his brother, he had studied the Flying Thunder God for years before he came up with a barrier to block the user from teleporting. For the sole reason of killing Tobirama. He looked at Mikasa's Mangekyou for a brief second before turning. Although it was impressive to awaken it at such a young age, she'll go blind eventually. Madara planned to use her eyes as a replacement after giving his Rinnegan to that kid called Nagato. As for using them as pawns. Madara could tell at a glance that these two won't yield to someone, not even him. In the meantime, Tetsaya started preparing Kirin as he received a message from Mikasa. Chat room. Mikasa, I can use short-range teleportation that I developed myself, but it'll take my mental strength rather than chakra. Chakra-based teleportation techniques are blocked by the barrier. Tetsaya, how many times can you do it? Mikasa, a single short-range teleportation. I can probably teleport us back home, but it'll need some time. Tetsaya, how long will it take? Mikasa, who knows? Since we are here, let's have fun. Tetsaya, yeah. Just be careful, you're at a disadvantage since most of your attacks can be absorbed by the Rinnegan. Mikasa, I know. Ninja Art Creation Rebirth Strength of 100 technique. Both of them activated their creation rebirth. Madara raised an eyebrow at the sudden transformation. Looks like he didn't research our background all that much. Then why did he even come here? Tetsaya thought after watching Madara's reaction to their creation rebirth transformation. In the end, he blamed it all on that stalker, Black Zetsu. Rikiri. Tetsaya condensed Rikiri on his right hand before he enhanced his speed using chakra and disappeared. He directly charged at Madara. He wasn't expecting his attack to have even the slightest damage because the other party can just almighty push him. As he was about to reach Madara's neck, he saw that Madara's eyes moved slightly, looking at him. Good speed. That was what Tetsaya heard before he felt Madara grabbing his arm and slamming him to the ground. Although your speed is good, you lack experience in the battle against stronger opponents. Madara said before throwing Tetsaya away like a rag doll. The latter landed on his feet as his injuries were already healed. Such fast regeneration. Madara thought as he looked at Tetsaya. He never thought anyone except Hashirama was capable of something like this. Is it because of that weird transformation? While this was going on, Mikasa aimed 4 blood spears made by Tetsaya at Madara from each direction. Each one of them was enhanced by wind, lightning, fire and earth nature chakra, along with several explosive tags. Raising both his arms in front of him, a slight smile appeared on Madara's face. Almighty push. All 4 spears were pushed back as they crashed several kilometers away from the battlefield. An explosion came from each direction, destroying several trees in the process. Madara looked at Mikasa before saying, although that attack was good, it doesn't matter if he wasn't able to complete his sentence because he was interrupted by a sudden voice. Old man, who do you think you are? Tetsuya's voice came from above. He was holding a blood sword in his hands with Rikiri enhancing it. Such fine teamwork. Madara thought as he looked at Tetsuya. He realized that the attack made by Mikasa was nothing but a decoy. He didn't know why, but his instincts told him to not let his guard down. His Rinnegan disappeared before he activated his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan before a humanoid Susanoo appeared around him. It didn't have any legs, only the upper body was present. He used his Susanoo because his almighty push was on cooldown. Iron. Tetsuya aimed Kirin at his sword, increasing its speed and destructive power. Even with creation rebirth, he wouldn't normally do something like this. Even if he won't die, it still hurts like hell. Just as Kieran hit his sword, his whole body was covered in wounds that were healing at a rate visible. But they were reappearing at a rate even faster than that. His sword came in contact with Madara's humanoid Susanoo, cutting it as if it was made of paper, before cutting Madara's body perfectly in half, with his left eye rotating at a high speed. Or at least, that's how Tetsuya remembered it. Well, that was surprising. Madara said as he gripped Tetsuya's neck, making it difficult for him to breathe. Tetsuya wasn't able to resist because most of his internal organs were burned completely. His regeneration wasn't able to keep up with the damage Kieran did to him. You can rewind time. Tetsuya muttered with a shocked expression. He suddenly remembered that Madara was able to reverse the path of Hashirama's demon wind shuriken, so that's how he did it. Hearing this, Madara was surprised. Even Hashirama wasn't able to tell when he used this ability against him. I need to finish this quickly. The vitality from the demonic statue isn't enough anymore. He thought. Mikasa was surprised by this development, but when she saw that Madara was injecting his chakra into Tetsuya's body, making it difficult for the latter to heal, she snapped. She enhanced her speed with chakra before charging toward Madara, who was inside his humanoid Susanoo. Madara looked at her before his eyes changed into the Rinnegan again. He tried using Genjutsu on Tetsuya, but it didn't work, his resistance to Genjutsu was too high even for him. Madara raised his hand towards Mikasa, just as he was about to make a move, she disappeared. How was she able to teleport inside? He wasn't able to complete his thought as he heard a voice behind him. What do you think you're doing? Mikasa said as she enhanced her physical strength to its limit, kicking Madara's back with her right leg. But to her surprise, there was an invisible wall between her and Madara, which absorbed most of her kick's power. But it still managed to push Madara out of his Susanoo with the sheer amount of shockwave created from the attack. Limbo. Mikasa thought as she grabbed Tetsuya. She looked at her right leg, there was almost nothing left below her knee except for bones. Although she wanted to scream, her pride was getting in the way. Thanks. Tetsuya said as he got up. His injuries were almost healed since Madara wasn't there to hinder his regeneration. He shouldn't be able to rewind time for now. I doubt this kind of ability can be used continuously. Mikasa said, starting at Madara who just got up after being thrown like a rag doll. At the rate you two are regenerating, I doubt you'll live a long life even if you survive today. Madara said while looking at Mikasa and Tetsuya vigilantly. Although they were strong, it wasn't enough for him to be on guard against them. What made him vigilant was their reckless fighting style. Be it Tetsuya's lightning attack or Mikasa's kick, they were moves that people without regeneration couldn't do. Not to mention the decrease in lifespan, the pain caused by such a fighting style may lead to madness. No wonder Black Zetsu told me that they don't value human lives. Forget about others, they don't even value their own lives. It was the first time Madara encountered such an opponent. They are insane. That was Madara's true evaluation. Can you deal with him alone? Mikasa asked, ignoring Madara. Her eyes were fixed on an empty spot next to Madara. I can. His ability took me by surprise. Tetsuya said if it weren't for Mikasa, he would have had a hard time freeing himself. I'll deal with his limbo then. Mikasa said before her right mangyeko sharingan started rotating at a high speed. How will before Tetsuya could say anything, he saw Mikasa's figure blur before she disappeared. Even Madara was surprised by this. He saw that Mikasa was in the same invisible world as his limbo was. But unlike him, who uses a shadow, she entered the world with her physical body. Chat room. Mikasa, it's my mangyeko ability. It's called Mine Isekai. It can transport me into the same invisible world as Madara's limbo. Now, even normal ninjutsu and physical attacks will hurt that damn shadow. Tetsuya, how many shadows are there? Mikasa, only one. Tetsuya, looks like there's no cure for old age. Mikasa, I doubt I can maintain this for long since it's my first time using this, but it should be enough to play with the shadow until it disappears. Be careful while dealing with the real one. Tetsuya, okay. Mikasa didn't say anything more, leaving the place directly. Madara's shadow followed her. He knew that it'd be pointless unless he could create more shadows. So it's better to keep her busy while he deals with Tetsuya. Let's play a little dirty. Tetsuya thought as a smile appeared on his face. He raised his right hand in front of him. Rasengan. Creating a Rasengan in his hand, he enhanced his speed with chakra before disappearing. Madara turned slightly as he saw Tetsuya attacking him with a ball of chakra from his left. He just raised his arm and the ball of chakra disappeared before touching his skin. But the Tetsuya wasn't able to finish his words before Madara sent him flying with a kick in his stomach. Madara looked at Tetsuya, who was getting up from the ground before saying, such a technique is useless against me. Tetsuya didn't mind him and raised his hand again. Wind release. Rasen Shuriken. Seeing the new jutsu, Madara raised an eyebrow. Just how many S-rank jutsu does this kid know? He thought while looking at the Fma Shuriken-like jutsu in Tetsuya's hand. Tetsuya disappeared as he charged toward Madara. Unlike Naruto, he wasn't afraid of the consequences of using Rasen Shuriken in close range because of Creation Rebirth. Although Madara was surprised by such a destructive jutsu, he wasn't worried. He raised his hand before the Rasen Shuriken disappeared in thin air. "Damn it," Tetsuya said as he stepped back. "Give up, kid, you can't beat me. I admit that the two of you are very talented, you might surpass both me and Hashirama when you grow up. It's a pity you weren't born in the Warring States period," Madara said while shaking his head. His words were genuine, if these two were born in the same era as him, it's possible that there would be no shinobi villages today. Much less a peaceful world. Tetsuya didn't answer him, while it boosted his ego after being praised by one of his favorite characters, he knew that his achievements weren't truly his. Shadow Clone Jutsu. He created a shadow clone before both of them created a Rasengan in their hands. It was bigger than an ordinary Rasengan. Seeing this, Madara sighed. Everyone acts desperate when they are cornered against a much stronger opponent. Unlike before, both Tetsuya and his clone didn't barge in, they used the ball of chakra like a throwing object. As Madara was about to raise his hand, he saw that the two Rasengan just vanished. So even he can make aim. Madara wasn't able to complete his thoughts as he felt a sharp pain around his heart and face. Vanishing Rasengan. Seeing this, Tetsuya sneered before enhancing his speed with chakra, he appeared behind Madara as the latter was flying towards him from the two Rasengan. He kicked Madara's chest with enough force to break some bones. Madara wasn't able to react before he flew several meters like a rag doll. Tetsuya was very satisfied with this. "Why are you back?" Tetsuya suddenly said, his gaze was still on Madara who was trying to get up. "How did you realize that I was back?" A shocked voice came as Mikasa's figure materialized in front of Tetsuya. He just shrugged his shoulders after hearing her question and pointed towards Madara. Madara crouched as he placed his right hand on the ground. For some reason, Tetsuya was having a bad feeling about this sudden development. Summoning Jutsu. Jed Masm. A giant earthen-colored hand appeared from inside the ground behind Madara. Followed by another hand before several spike-like protrusions came out of the ground, revealing Jed Masm's back. A roar that came directly from the depths of hell resounded as the demonic statue fully surfaced. The demonic statue was a giant earthen-colored humanoid entity with a mummified appearance, a body shape similar to a robe, and several spike-like protrusions on its back. Its height was well over 150 meters. It wore a blindfold that completely covered its eyes, but that didn't change the fact that it was very intimidating. "Yeah. I need a vacation." Tetsuya felt like beating Hiruzen up so bad that no one would recognize him. The statue lowered its head while Madara jumped on top of it. Madara looked down at Tetsuya and Mikasa before asking, "What will you do now, brats?" Tetsuya sighed after hearing this. "Can you hold that thing down while protecting the both of us?" Mikasa asked while looking at the demonic statue. "I won't have much chakra left after that, Creation Rebirth might not work. Even my strength of 100 seal is at 10%. How much chakra do you have?" Tetsuya answered. His constant regeneration along with the different jutsus he used took a lot of chakra. Mostly the regeneration. "Well, I can only use it once and teleport us out. I'll be on the same boat as you," Mikasa said with a grin. Hearing this, Tetsuya wanted to roll his eyes. She definitely slacked off when he said to refill their strength of 100 seal during the war. "What are you about to do?" Tetsuya asked. "Just prepare the best defense you can," Mikasa said. Tetsuya activated the black strength of 100 seal which was on his left hand. Although his Creation Rebirth was still active, the black markings on his body disappeared. Even his eyes were back to normal, but his Ketsuriken was still active. "This is gonna hurt like hell," Tetsuya muttered before he closed his eyes and started merging the chakra and the natural energy from both of his seals. Adding yin-yang release to the mix, he opened his eyes. His hair turned white along with his skin getting pale, as well as black cracks appeared under his right eye which follows down to his arm. Furthermore, his eyes have also changed to silver with white slit pupils. It was a transformation similar to Astral Trinity. Sage Mode. It was a self-created Sage Mode by Tetsuya. Although half-assed, the enhancements it brings aren't bad. He planned on perfecting it after learning the Sage Mode from the group of animals. It was a Sage Mode he created only for himself, but it was still incomplete. His body was constantly being damaged from the inside. If it wasn't for Creation Rebirth, he would have passed out the moment he used it. Coupled with his already low chakra reserves, it won't last more than 5 minutes. "System, spit out every drop of blood that I've stored inside my inventory," Tetsuya said in his mind as thousands of gallons of blood started coming out of thin air, surprising Madara. Even with his Rinnegan, Madara wasn't able to see where Tetsuya summoned so much blood from. A dozen chains made of blood rushed toward the demonic statue. The chains were as thick as the demonic statue's arms. Madara moved his hands as the demonic statue grabbed 5 of the chains, but the other 7 circled it before pinning it to the ground. It roared while moving with all its might, breaking 3 of the 7 chains that were binding him. But to its disappointment, the chains just regenerated. Tetsuya was already feeling like he will pass out the moment he relaxed. Madara looked at the demonic statue before turning toward the 2 mad lads. Even with all this, you won't win. Mikasa summoned her Susanoo before she created a hand seal, and her Susanoo did the same. Looking at this scene, Tetsuya understood what she was about to do. He just smiled as he prepared to defend them. Mikasa looked at Madara, who was standing above the demonic statue's head, looking down on them, before saying, "You know what, old man? Fuck you. Tengai Shinsei." Hearing that name, for the first time since the fight began, Madara panicked. Just as he was about to look up, the sky went dark as if something was covering the whole forest they were in. He looked above, a meteorite big enough to cover the whole forest was falling on top of them. Are those brats insane? He wanted to scream out loud. Even he wasn't confident that he could survive after using this technique on his own. He looked at Tetsuya and Mikasa again, but to his surprise, they were surrounded by a dome made of blood as it rotated at a high speed with some spikes on top of it. It was getting thicker every second. Seeing the situation, Madara took out a storage scroll before a bottle appeared in his hands. The bottle was filled with a green liquid with 2 eyeballs floating inside. Inside the dome, both Tetsuya and Mikasa were in a bad shape. A shockwave big enough to affect the whole land of fire along with half of the land of earth came as the meteorite crashed down. The moment it touched the blood dome created by Tetsuya, he puked a large amount of blood as his eyes almost popped out. Mikasa teleported both of them inside their house the moment blood dome collapsed and the whole forest was destroyed in the aftermath. Mikasa and Tetsuya appeared inside their room. Both of them were a bloody mess. They didn't have enough chakra to even regenerate. They both were back to their normal appearance, they weren't even able to activate their own Dojutsu, let alone creation rebirth. I really want to fight him at his peak. Tetsuya said, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth and eyes. You do realize that we'll die if this goes on, right? Mikasa replied, she wanted to roll her eyes, but didn't have the strength to move. We've already died once, what are you scared of? My threesome. Mikasa murmured in a sad voice. It's a pity that her dream never came true. Don't worry, backup is on its way. Tetsuya said, pretending that he didn't hear her. That's good. Mikasa said before she passed out. Since Tetsuya said so, she'll believe him. Bakurapov. And that's your loss. I heard Hikari's voice as I felt a kunai next to my neck. Hikari-san, are you sure that you're not an S-rank shinobi as well? I said, trying to feel somewhat relieved about my loss. Hikari removed the kunai from my neck before she started walking toward the tree at a distance from us while saying, it's just that your fighting style is wrong. How? I was surprised by such an answer and asked curiously. If my fighting style was wrong, why would Tetsuya teach me that? Hikari took a seat next to the tree before explaining it to me. Your approach towards your Kekkei Genkai is wrong. It's good to have a fighting style centered around your Kekkei Genkai, but being too dependent on it is a problem. The moment I counter your Scorch release, you're at a disadvantage. Remember, no matter how strong your Kekkei Genkai is, it's just a weapon. Hikari said. I thought about what she said and it made sense. I see. Then what do you suggest? I am not saying that you should ignore your Kekkei Genkai or something like that. There are a lot of things you can do, but you need to figure them out yourself. Hikari said with a smile. Then what about your fighting style? I asked something that I've been curious about for a long time. Ever since we started training, Hikari never used her ice release against me in a spar, which was quite frustrating for me. My fighting style is based on using chakra in the most effective way possible. My Kekkei Genkai requires a lot of chakra, but my reserves aren't enough to keep up with it. So I use other means to weaken my opponent before finishing them off with my ice release. Hikari explained. I see. But your chakra reserves are increasing with the seal Tetsuya put on you, right? I asked. I was the one in charge of watching over Hikari's training to increase her chakra reserves. It'll still take around half a year before my reserves enter the cage level. Hikari replied. Is that so? I said as I created a Rasengan with my right hand, trying to add my Scorch release nature to it. I tried for around 3 minutes before the Rasengan disappeared. I sighed in disappointment, wondering if it's even possible to mix my Kekkei Genkai with this jutsu. I decided to worry about it some other time before taking a seat next to Hikari. I wonder what they are doing. I muttered while looking at the clouds. They should be back soon. I don't think a mission would take them more than a couple of days. Hikari said as she leaned back on the tree. I know that. Bakura-san, you like Master, don't you? Hikari asked something that surprised me. I do. I didn't deny it since it's pretty obvious from the way I behave around him. But I wasn't able to hide the slight blush on my cheeks. I wonder if he knows. Then why don't you confess your feelings to him? Are you afraid that master will reject you? Hikari asked. Why are you so interested in my love life? Why are you still calling him master? Tetsuya said that you can call him normally when they are not around, didn't he? I asked. Hikari always calls Tetsuya and Mikasa in such a manner, even when they're not around. Sakura-san, you're avoiding my question. Hikari said while glaring at me. And you're avoiding my question. I thought as I sighed. Yeah, I am afraid he'll reject me. Like seriously, what can I do for him that Mikasa can't? And I don't want to ruin my friendship with Mikasa either. I said, somewhat depressed. Honestly, I wasn't even sure how I felt about Tetsuya or Mikasa at one point. Although I am quite mature for my age, it wasn't easy to accept seeing the people I trust the most killing innocents like it was nothing. The scene I saw in Roran was still fresh in my mind. But after a few days, the feelings I had for Tetsuya and Mikasa suppressed the sympathy I felt for those people of Roran. Because at the end of the day, it was Tetsuya who saved my life along with Mikasa, who took care of me like a big sister. No matter what they do, I'll always support them. So what do you plan to do? Hikari asked again. Get stronger so that I can help them. But I can't just barge into dangerous situations thinking that I'll somehow get stronger. That'll just bother them. I said, wanting to crawl into a hole and never come back. You're overthinking this, you know. Hikari said while shaking her head. What do you mean? I asked, somewhat hopeful. Hikari's face suddenly turned pale as a look of panic appeared on it. It was the first time I saw her in such a state. Are you alright? I wasn't able to complete my question before Hikari got up and started running towards Tetsuya and Mikasa's house. I suddenly had a bad feeling before I started running after her. Aya. Hikari's scream came from Tetsuya and Mikasa's room. I took a kunai in my right hand just in case. But the moment I entered the room, it felt like someone pulled the soul out of my body. Thud. The kunai in my hand fell directly on the floor as I looked at Tetsuya and Mikasa lying on the floor, half dead. They were both covered in wounds all over their bodies, and both of them had blood dripping from their eyes. I started walking toward them without knowing that I was crying. Getting on my knees right next to Tetsuya, I looked at him and Mikasa without saying a word. For me, they were strong, so strong that I considered them invincible. Seeing them like this, I wasn't sure what to say. Ask them if they're alright. They clearly aren't. Help them. How? I am not a medical ninja. Yeah, medical ninja. As I was about to get up, I felt Tetsuya's hand wiping my tears. I looked at his face, he smiled slightly before saying, don't act as if we'll die. Hikari, can you go and grab Tsunade-sensei for us? Oh, and be sure to change your appearance. Without a word, Hikari used body flicker to disappear. But hearing his words, I snapped. Don't act as if you'll die. How am I supposed to act when I see the guy I like lying half dead on the floor? What am I supposed to do when the only person I consider a big sister is lying unconscious with injuries that a normal jonin wouldn't survive? My vision was extremely blurry because of the tears continuously flowing out of my eyes. I know you guys don't value your life that much. I can't change that, but I value your life more than my own. I said as I lowered my head again. Was that a confession? I heard Tetsuya's voice, he was slightly surprised. Realizing what I just said, I wanted to bury myself somewhere in the desert. Okay, we'll talk about that later. Give me some of your chakra. Make sure to circulate it through my body without changing the output. Tetsuya said. I did what he told me to do. It wasn't the time to be embarrassed about something I said. I placed my hands on his chest, transferring small amounts of my chakra inside his body. He placed his right hand on Mikasa's stomach as I kept transferring my chakra into his body. I didn't ask what he was doing. In this kind of situation, I was useless. All I can do now is follow his instructions and do my best to not mess up. I kept adjusting the amounts of chakra according to Tetsuya's instructions. It was hard for me because chakra control isn't my best quality. Although it can be considered one of the best among normal jonin, it was still lacking when compared to Hikari and the others. After around 15 minutes, Tetsuya removed his hand from Mikasa's stomach before looking at me with a smile. Our condition is now stable. Even if Tsunade-sensei doesn't arrive for a day or two, there won't be a problem. Thank you. I knew he was trying to comfort me, but I was still happy after hearing that. But that happiness disappeared when I heard Mikasa's playful voice. I heard something interesting when I was asleep. I wonder if that's true. My body stiffened the moment I heard Mikasa. Mikasa, before I could say anything, she started laughing. You finally worked up the courage to confess. I almost thought that you liked me rather than him. Hearing her, Tetsuya also chuckled. Yeah. I take that back. They're both the worst. I rolled my eyes. But still, they're better like this than being half dead. How long will it take for you to completely recover? I asked, changing the topic. It'll take around a day or two. But to refill the strength of 100 seal, it'll take at least 2 months. Mikasa said. I see. Then let's have a chat about how you ended up half dead. I said with a very kind smile. Mikasa's mouth twitched while looking at me. Oh, Tsunade-sensei is here. Change your appearance now. Mikasa said, clearly trying to change the topic. There's no escape for you guys. I thought before changing my appearance and adjusting my chakra level. After training for so long with Tetsaya and Mikasa, I can use the same chakra hiding technique that they use, which requires natural energy. Unlike Hikari, who needs the seal to do it. After that, a beautiful woman with blonde hair entered the room. She was Tsunade Senju, followed by Hikari. She didn't waste any time before she started healing Tetsaya and Mikasa with teary eyes. Although their condition was stable now, the wounds on their bodies were still gruesome. I was kinda feeling bad for her, so I decided to scold them more when I had the chance. But my eyes were fixed on her massive bust. I never thought that someone could rival Hikari in beauty and bust like Tsunade. I noticed that Mikasa was looking at me with a look of understanding. We placed both of them on the bed. After that, when Tsunade calmed down somewhat, Tetsaya and Mikasa guided her on how to share her creation rebirth with someone else. It took Tsunade an hour to do it properly before she healed them completely. By this time, the room was filled with guests. I knew about them since they were all people Mikasa said to be careful around. Hikari was fine since her acting skills were leagues above mine. There was the Hokage, the Jonin commander, Tetsuya's father, Mikasa's parents, along with her sister Mikoto, Dan Kato, Jiraiya, Fukumichiha, Sakumo, along with a white-haired lady and another man with pale skin and long black hair whom I didn't recognize. They asked about my identity at first, but Mikasa had already prepared a fake identity for me, so it wasn't much trouble. After all, who would bother with a kid who is a civilian? It might have been suspicious of how a civilian got close to Tetsuya and Mikasa, but I doubt they'll think too much about it. Tsunade said to let Mikasa and Tetsuya sleep. Even if she healed their physical injuries, they were both mentally exhausted from using their taijutsu too much. She chased away most of the people, even their parents. Although their parents were unwilling, Tsunade wasn't in any mood to chat with them. The ones who were allowed to stay were me, Mikoto, and Hikari. Mikoto was stubbornly refusing to go back, saying that she was worried about them. Tsunade just sighed and didn't bother with her anymore. I was sitting next to Tetsuya while Mikoto was sitting on the other side of the bed, next to Mikasa. For some reason, she was giving me a resentful gaze. What's with the face saying that I owe her money? I thought. But since she was Mikasa's sister, I couldn't say anything. Don't tell me she's jealous because I am sitting next to Tetsuya. My mouth twitched thinking about it. Mito Uzumaki also dropped by along with Kushina. For some reason, both Mikasa and Tetsuya told me to avoid Mito if possible, but I wasn't able to avoid her after she entered the room. The moment her eyes landed on me, she started talking to me. But unlike what I thought, she was very nice to me. I got along with Kushina and Mikoto just fine. Although the latter was somewhat jealous. At least act like you're the oldest among the three of us. I thought while looking at Mikoto. The whole day passed with Mikasa and Tetsuya sleeping peacefully. The only ones who remained were me, Mikoto, Kushina and Tsunade. Hikari was out preparing food for everyone. Kushina was sleeping between Tetsuya and Mikasa, while Tsunade was sitting on the chair while reading a scroll. Unlike the four of us, Tsunade was awake the whole time, checking up on Mikasa and Tetsuya every 10 to 15 minutes. Even I had to admit that she cared a lot about Mikasa and Tetsuya. With a yawn, Mikasa rubbed her eyes while getting up. She looked around the room before her eyes landed on the sleeping Tetsuya. She smiled slightly before turning towards me. How long did I sleep? She asked. I could feel Mikoto's gaze burning my very soul. A day. I replied while Mikasa nodded. Care to explain what happened? Tsunade asked. She was clearly angry. I even doubted that she'll destroy the house if the explanation didn't satisfy her. Well, we walked right into a trap. There were more than 200 peak jonin, along with 3 cage tier shinobi. Mikasa said while shaking her head. I didn't know why, but I had a feeling that what she said just now was only half true. You could have teleported away. Tsunade countered without any delay. We weren't able to. There was a barrier blocking any teleportation techniques. Destroying the barrier was very troublesome, we almost died. Block teleportation. Tsunade was surprised after hearing this before she murmured, who was it? I don't know. All of them were wearing masks, and their techniques were different from ours. They used things made out of metal to attack us with chakra. Hold on. She's clearly talking about the land of sky that Tetsuya told me about. But why would they send people after them? I thought before I finally realized she's pinning the blame on them for nothing. That's the first time I've heard something like this. Tsunade said with a thoughtful expression before she continued, but considering your personalities, you won't barge into traps. Why did you go there? It was the Hokage's order. He said that this mission was a trap, so he just gave it to us, saying that we'll be able to escape with the Flying Thunder God. Mikasa said with a pitiful expression. There's no way that the Mikasa I know will make that face. I was resisting the urge to roll my eyes at her acting skills. Even Mikoto was surprised after seeing her sister like this. Sarutobi-sensei. Don't worry, I'll talk to him. Tsunade said with a very kind smile. Looks like Konoha will lose the Hokage soon. I thought, somewhat scared of the beautiful blonde. While the three of us were talking, Tsuchiya and Kushina also woke up. The first thing Kushina did was hug the two of them. I was kinda jealous when she hugged Tsuchiya. Mikoto was looking the same as me. Mikasa, what about the thing you promised me? Since you guys are injured, it's fine to drop the plan if you want. Kushina said with a rather sad expression. I wonder what they're up to. Don't worry about it. A promise is a promise. Mikasa said, making Kushina smile again. After escaping from Kushina, Tsuchiya looked at me with a smile, let's talk about that later. I understood what he was talking about so I nodded, trying my best not to blush. I wasn't in a hurry to talk about it since I could guess what his answer would be. And it's not like we're short on time, we are still 11, so what's the rush? Honestly, I planned to confess after some years, but today's situation was really unpredictable. But after seeing their response to my sudden confession, I was happy that I made such a mistake. While everyone was talking, Tsuchiya's eyes suddenly widened as a look of shock appeared on his face. The shocked expression quickly disappeared before he smiled as if something really good happened. What's up? Mikasa asked, looking at him with a look saying, don't tell me you're a retard now. I awakened another Kekkei Genkai. He said with a wide smile. Huh? Mikoto and Tsunade had the same reaction. It wasn't unreasonable, someone having two Kekkei Genkai was unheard of. If Tsuchiya and Mikasa didn't tell me in advance, I would be surprised too. I wonder why he's telling that in front of Tsunade and Mikoto. He trusts them that much. I thought. Mikasa Pav. What do you mean awakened another Kekkei Genkai? Tsunade asked, coming out of her initial shock. I mean exactly what I said. Tsuchiya replied with a smile. What's your Kekkei Genkai? Kushina asked as she charged toward Tsuchiya, her face was just a centimeter away from his. She needs to learn what personal space is. I thought. She realized how close she was before moving away from him. It's nothing special. It just enhances my genjutsu. Tsuchiya said as the room around us started to change. The walls disappeared, replaced by a scene I was very familiar with. It was the edge of a floating island, an island big enough for 500,000 people to inhabit. No matter where you look, you'll see how beautiful the world truly is. Standing 45,000 feet above the ground, the air was fresh and cold. Looking down, there was a big waterfall circled by the forest. Everyone except me and Tsuchiya were looking around with a mesmerized expression. They were having some trouble breathing properly because of the sudden change in altitude, but they were still looking around. It was so real that even I thought we were back in our original world. There was a thin layer of green mist everywhere on the surface. It wasn't visible because of the surrounding forest. That green mist was the worst nightmare for espers like us. Most of us espers were nothing more than a machine, without any will of their own. Those who survived would end up as psychopaths, murderers or masochists. All because of this green mist. Of course, there were kids like me who survived while having a real personality, but that green mist was still as traumatizing as ever. Area 7. The place where we lived our entire life. I thought as my eyes landed on a spot not far away from us before a single tear escaped my right eye. It was the place where I first met Tsuchiya and the place where we committed suicide. I looked at Tsuchiya while rubbing my right eye, he was smiling at me. Thinking about it now, we never use our old names no matter what. Not like it matters anyway. Chat room. Mikasa, are you being sentimental right now? Tsuchiya, not really. I just wanted to show them something beautiful, and this scene is the second most beautiful thing I can remember. Mikasa, what's the first then? Tsuchiya, the destruction of Area 7 of course. Mikasa, right. But still, don't tell me that's all your Kekkei Genkai can do. Tsuchiya, of course not. Just read the name and you'll understand how broken it actually is. Honestly, using it for genjutsu is nothing but a waste. I closed the chat room, curious about what kind of ability it was. Status. I said in my mind before two holograms appeared in front of me. Mikasa Uchiha host. Chakra above cage level. Skills expand. New, I Black Lightning, I, space, E, self-attained. Talents expand. Elemental affinities collapse. I Fire 80%. I Water 58%. B Air at 53%. If Wind 71%. B Lightning 51%. By Yin Yang, 95% while using Mangyeko 55% 49%. Natural Energy 53%. Kekkei Genkai. I mangyeko sharingan. I exploding human technique. Inventory. 5 empty slots. Shop. Tetsuya Shiba. Takra above cage level. Skills expand. New, Ice Age mode. Talents expand. Elemental affinities collapse. I fire 66%. I water 66%. The earth 66%. If wind 66%. V lightning 76%. By yin yang 100% while using creation of all things 59%. Natural energy 65%. Hekkei Genkai. I, the Ketsurikan. I creation of all things incomplete. The Sharingan 3 Tomo Eye of Insight. My eyes widened in surprise when I looked at his status. 100% yin release. Even my mangyeko only increased it to 95%, although my abilities weren't specifically Jinjutsu related. This is indeed surprising. I guess that only Tsukiyomi and Kodomatsukami can increase the user's yin release to 99%, but this. Not to mention the ability is creation of all things. The technique Hogoromo used to create the tailed beasts. How broken was that ability? But why is it incomplete? I'll explain things to you later. They're recovering from the shocking scene. I looked around after reading that message. Tsunade, Mikoto and Pakura were now looking at us while Kushina was still running around. Thud. With a loud bang, Kushina bumped into the invisible wall of our room before falling. I was too lazy to get up from the bed, so I used chakra threads to help her get up. We're still in our room just in case you forgot. Tetsuya said, clearly enjoying the scene. Tsunade healed the bump on Kushina's forehead while Tetsuya cancelled his Jinjutsu. That's my Kekkei Genkai. He said. Tsunade was asking questions about Tetsuya's Kekkei Genkai while Kushina and Mikoto were asking about the place they just saw. Can we see it again? Mikoto asked. Kushina and Pakura were supporting her from behind. What's with the strange teamwork? I thought. Only if you keep it a secret from others. Okay. Tetsuya said as Mikoto and Kushina nodded. Okay. That's enough. Be careful to not expose this Kekkei Genkai right now. This kind of Jinjutsu will be considered very dangerous even by the village higher-ups. Tsunade said while looking at Tetsuya. I'll be careful. He said with a smile, making Tsunade sigh. She knew that he wasn't listening to her so she gave up. After a while, Hikari entered the room. She was happy after noticing that we were fine now. She deserves a reward. I thought. Did I miss something? She asked, noticing the weird atmosphere. It's nothing. Tetsuya said. Teleport me inside the Hokage's office. Tsunade ordered before extending her right hand toward me. Are you going to talk about our vacation? Tetsuya asked. Yeah. Tsunade replied. Then ask the Hokage if there's another mission for us to do. I said with a serious expression. Why do you think there's another mission for you too? Tsunade asked, raising an eyebrow. We have been doing missions non-stop even before this. Tetsuya said with an innocent and honest expression. Yeah. Do it. Beat that old man. I encouraged Tsunade, who was getting angry every time Tetsuya and I opened our mouths. Don't worry, there won't be any mission for you guys anytime soon. Tsunade said with a smile. I grabbed her hand before teleporting her. Enjoying Hiruzen's misfortune. After that, I teleported the reluctant Kushina and Mikoto to the Uzumaki and the Uchiha compound respectively. Now that everything was done, let's finish the deal. Pakura and Hikari transformed back into their original appearances. Before anyone could say anything, Pakura moved towards Tetsuya, who was sitting on the edge of our bed, before standing right in front of him. Before he could ask anything, Pakura said, I like you. Before hugging him, Tetsuya didn't say anything, hugging her back. I gave Pakura a thumbs up, making her blush more violently. She wasn't able to stand the embarrassment anymore before she ran away. Is she courageous or shy? I thought, wondering. It's not like we lack time so there's no need to hurry. Should I go after Pakura-san? Hikari asked, looking at the scene with great interest. Don't make it sound like she's running away from us. I thought before replying, yeah. And ask her about what you missed just now. Yes mistress. Hikari left without any delay. She was good at reading the mood. Tetsuya grabbed my hand before teleporting the both of us to an island. Now tell me about your Kekkei Genkai. I asked. First tell me about your mangyeko abilities. He replied with a smile. Right eye mine eye sekai, left eye tengai shinsei. Both of them combine to create a Jinjutsu called Kubiko. Similar to Tsukiyomi, it'll show the target different situations where their loved ones are getting killed until they mentally break. I explained without thinking too much about it. It's not like it'll work against him either way. What's up with the third ability? Tetsuya asked, somewhat surprised. I thought about it as well. In the anime, the maximum number of abilities a mangyeko could have was 2, 1 in each eye. Probably because I don't have any bloodline limiters. I replied. But still, all of them line up with your personality pretty well. He said with a smile. I ignored the sarcasm hidden in his words. Indeed, they were all related to my personality somehow. My isekai represented the time before I met Tetsuya. The only wish I had at that time was to disappear from the world. Tengai Shinsei represented my desire to destroy Area 7. As for Kubiko, I don't know. Probably because of my sadistic side. What about your creation of all things? I asked. It's the same ability as Hogoromo since the system named it that way. As for why it's incomplete, it's only the yin side of Hogoromo's ability. The original ability was yin-yang release, while mine is just yin relays. He said with a thoughtful expression. That means you can only create inanimate objects. I replied, understanding how his ability worked. I can create anything that isn't alive as long as I have enough energy. But having too much yin release will lead to problems. That's where my wish comes in. He said. You mean that supposed demon? I asked. In the anime, this Kekkei Genkai created a second personality within its user, which was the real user of this ability. Exactly. That second personality was the end product of having too much yin release. He said as he smiled. Since I don't have that, it's broken as hell. As long as I have enough energy, I can create anything that isn't alive. He waved his hand before a fish-shaped object made out of metal appeared behind him, floating midair. It wasn't summoned from his inventory, it was created out of nowhere. It was a freaking nuke. A real nuke. Seeing that thing, my mouth twitched before I said, how many can you create? Do at most with my own chakra. This ability requires a lot of chakra. But I don't plan on using it like this anyway. He said with a wide grin, the nuke behind him disappeared. He's definitely up to no good. I thought. The last time he grinned like that was when he told me the plan which led to the destruction of Area 7. How do you plan on using it? I asked, curious about what he was up to. I plan on creating some abilities. Since I can create anything that isn't alive as long as I have enough energy, creating abilities shouldn't be a problem. What he said wasn't wrong. Creating abilities with the creation of all things should be possible, since Izanagi was an ability derived from it. But still, what kind of ability is worth creating in front of the creation of all things? What abilities are you talking about? I asked. You'll realize when we get to Rikmyaku. He replied without thinking about it too much. Now that I think about it, where's our reward? He said with a puzzled expression. System, what about our reward from the last quest? I said. System error. Ding. The quest rewards could not be distributed. S-rank quest wasn't a part of the trial phase. Please upgrade the system by completing the hidden quest. Current progress at half. What the hell? Tetsuya muttered. The trial phase. No wonder the system felt useless. I said. We always thought that the system was kind of useless when it came to quests and stuff. Be it the rewards or failure conditions. I wonder what the hidden quest is. Tetsuya said. Whatever it is, we've already completed half of it. I replied. There's no point in thinking about something like that. Yeah. Let's start with our plans for Roran soon. Tetsuya replied before we both teleported directly inside Roran. Tetsuya Pav. The first thing we did after visiting Roran was information gathering. After some work, we found that S-Ramu was able to control the situation after our first visit by claiming that we were nothing more than a bunch of thieves. Any information regarding us was bought by the royal family of Roran at a high price. Should we destroy another portion of this country? Mikasa asked. I pondered for a moment before saying, no, I need some time to prepare something. It'll troublesome if things got out of hand while using the Rikmyaku. Even with our chakra manipulation talent, taking over such a large amount of chakra at once will be troublesome. What we were about to do wasn't something simple like controlling puppets or strengthening one's body, so it'll be difficult. Mikasa looked at me with a smile before asking, what are you making? Some seals to make our work easier. Let's leave this place to our clones. I said before we both created a single shadow clone. The clones were ordered to take it slow and create chaos inside Roran while hiding, slowly increasing the range of their attacks. The reason was simple, to give us some time to prepare. Sticking the seal that'll allow them to absorb natural energy and sustain themselves as long as the original wasn't dead, we left after handing over some 500 explosive tags. Although they were our clones, they didn't have any knowledge regarding the system or our past life. We weren't worried about the system error that happened not too long ago. It wasn't something we could control either way. In the end, I concluded that it was related to the thing that Rob said before reincarnating us, so he'll probably notify us in some way. As we appeared inside our house again, Mikasa asked, how long will it take you to create those seals? Probably 4 months. I replied after thinking about it. The seals I am creating are way too complex, even for me. Mikasa was slightly surprised by my answer and asked again, what kind of seals are you making? I just smiled at her without answering. She rolled her eyes at me before saying, forget it. I'll prepare what I need as well. Let me borrow your creation of all things for a while when we're at the Rikmayaku. Sure. I replied with a smile. Although she used the word borrow, it wasn't a system function she was talking about. It was more like giving control of my ability over to her for a short period. This way, she'll be able to create her space-related ability while I create my abilities. If it wasn't for the massive amount of chakra provided by the Rikmayaku, using the creation of all things like this would have been impossible. And so, 4 months passed. What are you thinking about? Pakura asked as she leaned back on my chest while sitting on my lap. In the past 4 months, my relationship with her improved a lot. We were currently on an isolated island. I came here for my experiments with the seal I was creating. As for Pakura, she came here to survive after accidentally burning Mikasa's research work. Mikasa also drops by whenever she's free from her research. Bakari returned to the Hidden Mist after hearing that we'll be gone for a while. She planned on staying until the war was over anyway. She was starting to miss her brother, and it was about time that she told the Mizukage that he was somehow cured. As for how Hikari will convince the Mizukage about her brother being cured, she just said that she'll handle everything herself. Mikasa also gave her a permanent shadow clone, along with 15,000 explosive tags, in case she messed things up. What are you trying to do? Destroy the Hidden Mist? I thought. Ignoring the fact that Tsunade almost destroyed the Hokage's office, nothing big happened inside Konoha. We also got a vacation thanks to Tsunade's request threat. I rested my head on Pakura's right shoulder before answering, nothing. She moved her head, rubbing her cheek against mine while asking, when are we gonna start our plans for Roran? As soon as the mass production is over. I said while turning towards my 12 clones working on 12 different seals. The one I created was the biggest one that'll be used as the center. After creating the seal, I realized how terrifying Fuinjutsu can be in this world. No wonder the Uzumaki clan was exterminated. The country of Roran was established with the source of Rikmayaku as its center. Except for the seal I created, each seal had a number written on it, from 1 to 12, in Roman letters. The seal I created will be placed on the Rikmayaku, while the 12 seals created by my clones will be placed around Roran, creating a circle, or a clock to be precise. It was my last resort in case the source of Rikmayaku wasn't enough. Hey, the Queen of Roran just requested help from the Hidden Sand Village. We'll be leaving tomorrow. I heard Mikasa's voice inside my head, snapping me out of my inner monologue. It was her clone that was replacing Pakura in the Hidden Sand. Although Pakura left her clone inside the sand, it wasn't strong enough so we switched it with Mikasa's clone instead. I'll bring Pakura there in a few minutes. I replied before turning towards Pakura. The Queen of Roran requested help from the Sand Village, you should go back. I said while patting her head. When will you guys come? Pakura asked as she got up. It'll take a week before they're done. I replied while looking at my hard-working clones. Pakura tilted her head in confusion before asking, can't you just create more clones? I can create more clones, but that won't speed up the process. It's complicated. Even if I joined them, it won't help. I said. Although it sounds like an excuse, it's the truth. All 12 seals must be created at the same time. So even if I joined them, I'll have to match the speed of my clones. I tried using creation of all things to create them, but it didn't work. The creation of all things works on the principle of equivalent exchange. The stronger something is, the more energy it'll take to create it. Considering the strength of this seal, it was impossible to create it with my current chakra reserves. I grabbed Pakura's hand before we teleported inside her house. We were greeted by Mikasa's clone standing there. The clone transferred some memories inside Pakura's head before disappearing. Our clones will contact you after you reach Roran. The plan is simple, just hand over the criminals you captured after a lot of hard work while gathering information about the Rikmayaku. I said the last part as slowly as possible, hoping that she'll understand. Our clones have already prepared the criminals who were behind the terrorist attacks inside Roran. Bakura rolled her eyes at my bad sense of humor before replying, yes, boss. I'll get going then. I said as she moved to give me a little kiss on my cheek. Take care. She said with a smile. I smiled back at her before disappearing. Appearing inside our house, I was greeted by something I never expected to see in my lifetime. Our room was on fire. What the hell are you doing? I asked Mikasa, who was lying on the ground, buried in documents. Except for the documents around her, everything else was burning. While I was creating the seal, Mikasa was busy studying what she knew about space from our past life, along with Tobirama's research notes. Although space-related abilities were rare in our past life, it wasn't unheard of. Sleeping. I heard Mikasa's muffled voice. I sighed as a scroll appeared in front of me, floating midair. Not long after, a sealing formula appeared on the scroll with a blank space left in its center. Fire sealing method. All of the flames inside our room were sucked in by the blank space at the center of the fire sealing method. Using creation of all things, creating a B rank seal like this wasn't much trouble. The end product of this seal wasn't something strong, so the energy required in creating it wasn't much. While I was at it, I also repaired the whole room. Since it was just basic furniture and some burn marks, a single thought was enough to repair them all. I walked toward the pile of documents before dragging Mikasa out of it. Placing her on the bed, I rested her head on my lap. There were dark circles under her eyes. "Are you done?" I asked, massaging her head. "More or less. What about you?" she answered, rubbing her eyes. "It'll take a week." "What ability do you plan on creating?" she asked, not expecting a reply. I smiled before answering, "The first plan is to upgrade the Kitsurikan." "Upgrade?" she asked, doubtful. "Yeah. It can control liquids with high iron concentration. Blood just happens to be one of them. I'll change it into something that can specifically control blood." I was about to continue before Mikasa interrupted me. "That would just decrease your options," she commented. "At least hear me out before jumping to conclusions," I thought, rolling my eyes. "It'll be something like sucking the vitality out of someone and using it to heal my wounds or replenishing my energy. And the original looks like crap, I'll change it into something decent," I said. After encountering Madara, I decided not to trust the creation rebirth too much. The same goes for the creation of all things. No matter how good the ability is, if there's no energy to use, it'll be useless. "I see, it does look like crap. Then what's your second plan?" Hearing that, I replied with a smile, "To create an angel." She looked at me for some time before realizing what I was about to create. She asked with a grin, "Isn't that a little too op for this world?" "Not really." I just shrugged at her words and asked, "What about you?" "The ability to cut space," she said. "Something like creating a portal?" I thought, wondering why she would create something so simple. I was about to ask her what she was talking about before noticing that she fell asleep. I didn't bother her, just letting her sleep while I massaged her head. Her expression was constantly changing while she was asleep. I wonder what kind of dream she's having. After a whole day, Mikasa woke up. She looked at me without saying anything. I was confused before she got up and hugged me. Although it was a hug, it felt like she was holding on to something that'll soon disappear. "I won't disappear," I said, hugging her back. "I had a bad dream," she mumbled. I patted her back, trying to calm her down. "Let's stay here for a while." And so, another week passed. "So what did you find out?" Mikasa asked while looking at Pakura. We were currently inside the room that Ramu provided Pakura while she was in Roran. "Nothing much." Ramu was quite wary of me, especially when it came to the Rikmyaku. But her daughter was a different case. Pakura replied with a smile before she continued, "The Rikmyaku will open up in 3 days. It's a sort of ritual that happens every year, that was the main reason Ramu asked for the Hidden Sands' help." "I see," I muttered. Ramu was probably worried about the fact that anyone could control the power of Rikmyaku as long as the seal is opened. I thought. It was a secret that the royal family only controlled the seal on the Rikmyaku rather than its power. "Oh, right. Her daughter said that the Rikmyaku won't open if the person opening it is under Jinjutsu," Pakura said. "So that means blackmailing Ramu with her daughter's life is a valid option, yes?" Mikasa said while looking at Pakura. Pakura's mouth twitched after hearing what Mikasa said before asking, "Why does it sound like you're speaking from experience?" Mikasa smiled at her before asking, "When are you guys leaving?" "We'll be leaving in an hour since Ramu has already informed the Kazekage about our success," Pakura replied. She hesitated for a moment before asking, "You guys will be fine, right?" "We'll be fine. Just take care of yourself," I replied with a smile. After chatting for an hour, Pakura left. Since we were free until the day Rikmyaku opens, we decided to prepare everything in advance. We both started placing the seals created by my clones around Roran. It took us 2 days to place all 12 seals. Placing the seal was simple enough, but creating a sealing barrier around it was troublesome. Even the slightest disturbance during the process could ruin the whole plan. Each barrier was strong enough to take more than 2 hits from a caged tier without a scratch. After that, we sneaked inside the source of Rikmyaku, setting up the seal I created. There were guards outside the hall, but there was no one inside, making our work easier. "Don't let anyone disturb me," I said before Mikasa disappeared. But the thought, a barrier appeared around me, blocking all sounds. I opened the sealing scroll before placing it on the source of Rikmyaku. Not long after, the scroll disappeared as the sealing formula started to appear on the ground. "This is gonna hurt," I thought, realizing that the royal family's seal wasn't just being strengthened by the source of Rikmayaku, but it was merging with it. The only choice was to forcefully open a path and implant my seal with the creation of all things. After 3 hours of hard work, I was drenched in sweat. Shit. My head hurts. I thought, rubbing my forehead as I fell to the ground. Using the creation of all things to forcefully implant the seal was definitely a bad idea. It only took half of my chakra reserves while using the creation of all things this time because the source of Rikmayaku was still sealed, but the control it required was way too much, even for me. If it wasn't for my talent, this would have been impossible to begin with. Shadow Clone Jutsu. I created 12 shadow clones before moving to the center of the sealing formula and placing my hands on the ground. Not long after, the clones did the same as the sealing formula started glowing purple before disappearing. I felt that all the 12 seals were now connected to this one before removing the sound barrier along with my shadow clones. Nom nom nom. I turned around only to find Mikasa eating a bag of potato chips along with a glass of orange juice. Noticing my gaze, she nodded before raising the glass of orange juice towards me and saying, "Good work." Before drinking it. "It'll be considered a prank if I stick some explosive tags on her while she's asleep, right? After all, every couple fights once in a while." I thought, wondering if 15 explosive tags were enough or not. We both heard the sound of footsteps before disappearing. Appearing on the roof, I noticed that Ramu entered the hall along with a little girl with long red hair. "She should be Ra. The next queen of Roran," I muttered. "If it Roran survives." Mikasa continued. "Seriously?" I thought while looking at her. Ramu and Ra entered the hall. After watching for a while, we realized that it wasn't actually a ritual, but Ra's training. "Something feels weird." Ramu muttered as she opened the source of Rikmayaku. "Let's go." I said before Mikasa disappeared, teleporting behind the mother and daughter duo. She knocked them out. "We'll read their memories later," Mikasa said before the unconscious duo disappeared. I turned towards the source of Rikmayaku as I felt something familiar within it. I took an apple out of my inventory before some purple chakra came out of the Rikmayaku, covering the apple. I watched as the apple started to age at a rate visible. In 3 seconds, it crumbled into dust. "Did you feel it?" I asked Mikasa. "Nothing much, but it was similar to what I felt back then," Mikasa said. "So her talent in time is similar to my talent in space," I thought. Trying to recreate the same type of energy I felt from the source of Rikmayaku. Ding. Hidden quest complete. Hidden quest unlock your authorities. 2 halves. Reward system update. A meeting with the Rob. The seeds of outer god. But the F before I could finish my words, I felt my consciousness leaving my body. Although I tried my best to resist, it was futile. I opened my eyes, seeing that Mikasa was waking up next to me. I looked around. It was a room one would expect from a hardcore introvert. Dim lighting, a television, a lot of games, most of them being 18 and a gaming console. I looked around curiously since they were all things I saw in an anime or manga. In our time, things like these were more or less extinct because the technology in our time was too advanced. No one bothered to recreate old technology like this. We weren't able to see them even after our reincarnation, since technology in the Naruto world isn't at that level yet. Mikasa was in the same situation as me. We were snapped out of our thoughts when we heard an amused voice behind us say, "It's been a while, mortals." Yeah. It was the voice of that neat Rob. Mikasa Pav. The ability to cut space. I replied to Tetsuya's question before falling asleep. "Ina. What's up with the noise?" "Miss Elena, please wake up. Madam Phage will scold me again." This voice. Stella. I tried to open my eyes, but it was futile. Realizing that I wasn't in control of my body, I gave up. My eyes slowly opened on their own before looking toward the blonde maid. She was a fairly beautiful lady in her early 20s. She looked like she was about to cry while looking at me. This has to be some bad joke. I thought. Realizing that I'll have to see everything again with no control, my mood was anything but good. There was a yellow glow around Stella, it was my Esper power. No, more like the symptoms of awakening. The only thing I could do at that moment was seeing how someone was feeling. And Mikasa is watching her past life in FPP. Whatever is written with will be said by her previous self. And the internal monologue along with whatever she thinks with will be her current SELF the FMC. "I told you not to call me that. Just call me Ellie." Hearing my voice, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It wasn't the voice that belonged to the character Mikasa Ackerman, it was my voice. Or rather, the voice that once belonged to me. "I can't do that," Stella replied, shaking her head. "You'll turn into a hag at this rate," I said, sticking my tongue out. Stella ignored my comment before leaving the room. I walked out of my bed, standing in front of the mirror. A young girl with pale skin and long black hair. She looked around the age of 10, her eyes were of different colors, one red and the other one blue. Yeah, that was me. Open my cupboard. I said before the mirror in front of me disappeared, replaced by my luxurious cupboard. I looked at the paper slip laying in the corner of my cupboard before opening it. Ellie, no matter what happens, never reveal your Esper powers. And remember, big sis will always love you. The best sister in the world, Ileana, was what the note said. I am sorry, Ileana. I forgot about your warning and that you loved me. I thought as I remembered the scene where I killed my sister, along with my maid Stella. The latter called me a monster, while Ileana was silent as I ripped her body apart piece by piece, looking at me with pity and regret. There was no hate or fear in her eyes. Sorry, Ellie. I wasn't able to protect you. These were her last words before she injected the antidote inside my body, making me pass out immediately. I wonder why big sis said that. Maybe she thinks that I'm too weak to help her. No, I'll definitely be of some help after my awakening. I muttered while looking at the note. I placed the note back before running over to eat breakfast. Good morning, Ellie. A beautiful woman in her late 20s greeted me. She had long black hair, her facial features were similar to mine. The only difference was her blue eyes. The glow around her was red, which I mistook for love when I was young. Good morning, mother. Where's father? I said before hugging my mother. He is working for your sister. My mother no, Phage replied. Working for Ileana. Oh. She mistook experimenting on Ileana with working for Ileana. I thought, wanting to torture Phage all over again. As for my father. I don't care about him much. The one who killed him was Tetsuya. Mother, when can I meet Ileana again? I asked. Ileana left after her awakening. Most of the Espers awaken around the age of 15. Ileana was the same, she was 5 years older than me. Phage pondered before replying, she's working hard for the sake of humanity right now. You can't see her for the time being. Eh? Then I'll become an Esper so that I can help her. I said before I started punching the air randomly. Yes, you will. Phage giggled before patting my head, I was smiling like an idiot. The red glow around her increased a bit. Mother, can I go out? I asked with a rather pleading look. Bleh. I puked internally after looking at my previous self. The only time Phage was pleasing to my eyes was when she was pleading for her life as I tortured her for 3 days straight. Just be careful. If anyone asks about your identity, just show them your badge. Phage said. Getting her approval, I directly ran towards the window before jumping out. Yeah, a 12-year-old girl can jump out of a 40-story building without any fear. Haste. I said before a metallic platform appeared below my feet, stabilizing me in midair. It was the common mode of transport used in Area 7, granting non-Espers the ability to fly. It worked on the same principle as the whole Area 7, anti-gravity. The model I used was one of the best out there. It was said that an Esper with the ability to control gravity created it. Of course, that was a lie. To normal people, Espers were heroes, those who sacrificed themselves to save someone else. As for the truth. What do you think was the first thing humans did after people started awakening as Espers a millennium ago? They created ways to surpass them and used them as test subjects, developing technology that should be impossible for humans to come up with on their own. Or how could humans develop so much in just 1,000 years? After traveling for about 15 minutes, I reached the edge of Area 7. This was a spot I found when I was 8. There was no guards on the edges of Area 7, giving people the idea of freedom. But in reality, anyone who tries to leave without permission would be killed without any time to explain by the security system. That kid is strange. There is no glow around him. I muttered while looking at the kid sitting on the ground at a distance. He was around the same age as me. Black hair along with black eyes, he was looking down at the green mist surrounding the forest. At that time, I had no idea what the green mist was. Looking at the kid in front of me, I thought that I wasn't able to read him. But I didn't realize that there was nothing to read about him. I want to go home. I thought. I walked up to him before poking his cheek with my finger. Hey, who are you? This is my secret place. Level 0 Esper, Arthur. He replied without even looking at me. Level 0? The one who successfully passed the EA's creation project? I shouted, utterly shocked. The EA, also known as Esper Academy, was the place that took care of all Espers, along with their families without any charge. The creation project was first started 70 years ago to create Espers artificially. But this reason was only a cover, the thing they wanted to create wasn't an Esper, it was something else. They experimented on countless kids, even those who were in their mother's womb. After 70 years of this madness, a kid with Esper powers was born Arthur. Yeah, it was Tetsuya. That was what happened, but to the people, it was a project that was started to help those in need, giving them money for testing some medicines, along with different exercise routines and some tests. After annoying Arthur for half an hour, I said, must be fun, having all that power from the moment you were born. At that time, I didn't realize how much wrong I was. People always said that both I and Arthur have similar personalities, going as far as saying that we could easily pass as twins. But it wasn't that our personalities were the same. He never had a personality in the first place. His personality was mostly inspired by my own, along with the things he learned from anime and manga. There was no him in the first place. At this moment, all of his actions, along with the things he talked about, were drilled inside of his head. From the moment he was born, his life was nothing but an experiment. Since he was the only one who survived the creation project, the research they did on normal espers was nothing compared to him. They recorded everything about him, be it his happy life as a kid loved by everyone, the time when he killed each of his friends and the director that took care of him since he was a child, and the mental breakdown he had after that. But still, no matter which him it is, he'll always be the same for me. Thinking about it now, the character development he had is insane. After some time, Arthur left. I looked at his back before turning around and leaving. Instead of using my haste, I decided to run all the way. Tripping over a stone, I fell flat on the ground. Just wake me up already. The last thing I want is to see that guy again. I thought, annoyed. Are you alright? A kind voice came from behind me before I felt two arms lifting me. After crying for some time, I looked at the man who helped me. Thank you. I said. You should be careful. He said with a smile while I nodded. The glow around him was yellow, which signified care. After seeing that color, I was much nicer to the man because he was so caring towards a stranger like me. I need to kill some people to fix my mood now, great. I thought while looking at the man. The man who ruined everything in our lives. He was the ultimate goal of EA's creation project. The strongest esper to ever exist. Even with my current strength, I wouldn't stand a chance against him. The first level 0 esper, Doomsday. At that time, I had no idea about the miserable life waiting ahead for me. But still, it was fun in its own way. After all, he was right next to me the whole time. I wouldn't mind reliving that hell if it's with him. Vitsayapov. We turned around after hearing the neat Rob's amused voice, but what we saw was surprising, to say the least. A young man, around the age of 16, was sitting cross-legged on a chair, looking at us while drinking canned beer. He had black hair and red eyes, but his face was pretty average. He was wearing an ahiga hoodie along with white shorts. The textbook definition of a weeb. I thought. What's with the funny jedip? I asked while looking at the textbook definition of a weeb. VFFFFFT. He choked on his beer after hearing my question. I created a wall of glass using creation of all things in front of me and Mikasa to protect us from the weird Rob juices flying toward us. You guys can see me? Like, the real me? The Rob asked in disbelief. The zero respect we had for the guy who reincarnated us was getting even worse. If you are talking about the embodiment of disappointment, then yes. Mikasa replied while shaking her head. Oh, yeah. You guys unlocked your authorities, no wonder you can see me. The Rob said, scratching the back of his head. So what's up with the authorities stuff? Mikasa asked. It'll take a while, so have a seat. The Rob said as two chairs appeared in front of him. We didn't think much before taking a seat, there was a weird sense of familiarity coming from this guy. After taking a seat, the Rob looked at us with a smile before saying, so let me reintroduce myself. I am the one with authority over chaos, the outer god of chaos. It's a pleasure to meet you. As for my name, just call me like you used to. So, you're a Chinibyo? I asked while Mikasa nodded. The guy in front of us was a disgrace to the Rob faction. I am being serious, you bastards. At least be grateful for all the things I've done for you. The Rob replied while glaring at us. Yeah, even if you could obliterate us from existence, someone wearing an ahiga hoodie isn't scary. I thought. What exactly have you done for us? As far as reincarnating us goes, you must have your motives, right? I asked. Hey. Even if that's true, I protected you from dying more than once in that world. The Rob said. Huh? When? Mikasa asked, surprised. Do you think that there are no consequences for your actions just because you know how the plot works? The Rob said in a dissatisfied tone. Then how did you save us? I asked while looking at the Rob. You were almost selected as a vessel for Isiki to plant his Kama seal on. Do you think you could have resisted that guy even with the creation of all things? He replied while looking at me. Holy shit. That would have been disastrous. I screamed internally while thanking the plot armor sitting in front of me. The Rob sighed before saying, let's get down to business. You must have an idea of what's going on by now, right? His authority is time while my authority is space. There's something similar to your authority over chaos. As for the familiar feeling coming from you, it should be related to this authority. Mikasa said. Yeah. Just in case, that feeling of familiarity isn't one-sided. If you have any questions, ask them before I start explaining things to you. The Rob said with a smile. Then what about this authority we have? As far as I know, there are a lot of people who can control space and time. Mikasa asked. In simple terms, you guys are unmatched when it comes to controlling space and time respectively, potentially since you both are quite weak right now. Although your powers can be stopped by those who are stronger than you, the reverse can also happen. For example, the Rob smiled at us before he snapped his fingers. I felt something weird for a moment, but that feeling disappeared almost instantly. Huh? You just stopped time? I asked after noticing that Mikasa was frozen in place without any movement. Yeah. Even though I stopped time, you're still moving. That's the power of your authority. No power related to time can harm you, it doesn't matter how strong it is. Of course, your authority isn't invincible. If you stop time as you are right now, it won't affect me in the slightest. Forget about me, anyone who can use time better than you will be able to resist with some difficulty. That's where the difference in strength between us comes into play. The same goes for her authority over space. The Rob answered. I noticed that Mikasa was able to move again before she nodded. I guess Sakura's authority was uselessness. Mikasa muttered. Even the Rob laughed at her comment. How can we improve our authorities? I asked. There are two ways. 1. Devour other authorities. 2. Devour worlds. The Rob replied with a mischievous smile. Then why didn't you devour our authorities? Mikasa asked. Indeed, devouring our authority should have been easy for him. His smile widened after hearing her question before he said, my authority is chaos that existed even before the creation of anything, that includes both space and time. It's arguably the strongest authority out there. As for why I didn't devour your authorities, it's because your authorities are too weak and your case is quite special. Before you, there was only one person who was born as a mortal with an authority of his own. And that was you? I asked. Yeah. You two can be considered to be the closest I have to a family, I know that sounds cringe, but that's true. God, I want to puke. And that's the reason why we are here, discussing how to mess with the multiverse. He said with an evil smile. We're discussing what exactly? Both me and Mikasa said at the same time. It's been a while since we were shocked by something that wasn't related to Doomsday. This guy has some personality problems. I mentally noted while looking at the Rob. I'll keep it simple. Outer gods like me can only increase their authority by devouring worlds because devouring another outer is very difficult. Not to mention the amount of damage a fight between outers would cause. The Rob smiled before continuing, but devouring worlds isn't simple either because outers can't attack the world directly. Why? You'll know when the time comes. Because of that reason, the outers started messing with the people living in those worlds, giving them powers that they shouldn't possess. Like us? I said. If that was the case, we were definitely in big trouble. Not exactly. You see, the world you're currently in is under my full control. No other outer or world can mess with it. They don't know what's happening inside. He replied. Then what do you want from us? Mikasa asked. Even if your authorities are too weak for me to devour, there are others who'd love to devour them. The only reason you survived in your past life was that you never unlocked your authority. And with that, any thoughts we had about leaving this mess were gone. As for what I want, it's pretty simple. The worlds are collecting people from all over the multiverse to form a group of protectors. They'll be tasked with dealing with those pests that are siding with the outer gods. He finally answered the question. A dimensional chat group. Do you want us to fight against them? I asked. Of course not. I want you to infiltrate that group. Don't worry about getting in since I'll be taking care of that. I've also prepared a nice surprise for you. The Rob answered with a grin. And do what exactly? I asked, ignoring the surprise he was talking about. Just go with the flow. If there's work for you, I'll let you know. Until then, you can travel through different worlds and do whatever you want. Just remember that I won't be able to protect you if something happens. He said. Wait. If we can travel to different worlds then before I could finish my thought, the Rob interrupted me. Hold your horses, you greedy bastards. You can't devour worlds with your current strength. You'll end up dead in no time. And you can't travel to other worlds as you're now. He saw through us. Mikasa said while clicking her tongue. But still, we can at least do that. It's not that bad. I said, comforting Mikasa. She nodded after hearing me, wiping the non-existent tears off her eyes. What are you guys talking about? The Rob asked, confused. Are things we would do if we ended up in an anime multiverse list which we created a moment ago. Mikasa said while sobbing. Okay, that's overdramatic. I thought. And what's on this list? The Rob asked. The first is donating green hats to those unworthy harem protagonists. Of course, we'll only go after top-tier waifus. Since you gave us such a chance, we'll give you a special privilege. tell us, Rob," Mikasa said with a smile as Rob's face began to change. He was serious now. "Which protagonist would to like us to cuck?" Rob snapped his finger before a long list appeared in his hands as he said, "I underestimated you guys, you are indeed the chosen ones. I'll try to add another surprise for you guys." His tone was oozing with respect. "Yeah, he definitely hates those harem protagonists," I thought, looking at the list. After an hour of discussing this matter, we moved on to the less important stuff. "Are we too weak to travel through worlds?" I asked. "No. Your authority isn't hidden right now. If you take a single step out of my domain, that is the Naruto world, you'll be targeted by both the worlds and outers." "That's scary," I said. "Then how did you survive?" Mikasa asked while looking at the Rob. "Luck." The Rob shrugged before saying, "Oh. Others can gain a certain amount of authority throughout their lives. In this case, unlike us, they're nurtured by their world." "Protagonists?" I asked. "More or less. Or an important character in the plot." "One more question. Can't you strengthen our authorities?" Mikasa asked. The Rob shook his head before answering, "That's something I can't do. Well, chaos is arguably the strongest authority, time and space aren't weak. There are barely any authorities that can rival those two. Strengthening something like that is practically impossible. The best you can do right now is increase them on your own until you're strong enough to devour worlds." "How many worlds did you devour?" I asked. "Who knows? Lost count after 30. He replied before another can of beer appeared in front of him. "Anyway, that's your overall situation. The chat group will start in some 5 or 6 years. Until then, you can't increase your strength or train in anything," the Rob said before gulping down his beer. "Why?" both of us asked at the same time. "In this kind of situation, wouldn't it be better for us to increase our strength as much as possible?" "I'll be upgrading your mortal bodies so that they can hide your authorities outside of my domain. Normally, something like this would take at least 15 years, but since we are short on time, there will be some complications. If your authorities were weaker, that would have been a lot easier and less time-consuming. On that note, you will be nerfed while traveling through the worlds to keep the balance in place. But suppressing your authority is impossible, so you don't have to worry about that. Just use them carefully," the Rob answered in a tired tone. And finally a time skip and a lot of lemons after that. "Why didn't you do it after reincarnating us?" Mikasa asked. "I can only do that after you've unlocked your authorities," the Rob answered. "At least wait until we're done with Roran," I said. "That's fine by me, just make it quick." "Oh, right. That thing you're messing with is a fragment of that world source. So don't do something you're not supposed to," he said. "No wonder it grants the user infinite chakra," I thought. "Since we're done here, I'll be sending you guys back since I have some actual work to do," the Rob said. "Yeah. Like playing unholy relationship with my tsundear sister or my yandeer stepmother and her daughter. I need a copy of the former," I said while looking at the bunch of games lying around. The Rob's mouth twitched after hearing me before he waved his hand. "Don't forget about the list," he said before the view in front of our eyes changed. We were back in Roran. "At least let me borrow it for a while," I grumbled. "I forgot to ask that guy which side we are on." "The outers or the worlds," Mikasa said. "He's probably playing with both sides. There's nothing we can do about it right now." I said what I thought was the most plausible explanation. "Yeah. Anyway, let's get to work," Mikasa said while looking at the source of the Rikmyaku. "Mikasa Pav." Tetsuya looked at the source of Rikmyaku before he sighed. I was curious about what happened so I asked, "What's up? Is there a change in plans?" He nodded before answering, "The Rob said not to do something that we aren't supposed to." Although he said that casually, it was a warning for me. "What were you planning?" I asked again. "I already told you. An angel that controls time from the Toru world," he replied. My mouth twitched after hearing his answer, thinking about those absurd angels that could destroy the world just by existing. The angel I thought he was talking about was different. "And how were you planning on creating something like that? As far as I know, it should be impossible to create something like that from your creation of all things." Tetsuya shook his head before saying, "Angels from the Toru world have no free will of their own, so creating them should be possible with passable sacrifices." "And the sacrifice was the source of Rikmyaku." I completed his sentence as he nodded. "Not just the source of Rikmyaku. I also planned on sacrificing myself. Or a part of me, at least," he said with a smile. I narrowed my eyes before asking, "Elaborate." "As I said earlier, the angels from Toru world have no free will of their own, but they still have a conscience. Don't you think they are like me? Or the me from the past?" he answered with a smile. "So you planned on sacrificing that part of yours? The memories, suffering, and the brainwashing that was done on you before we met?" I said, understanding what he was about to do. Yeah, such a sacrifice was necessary since I can't just create living things out of nowhere. I was about to ask for your permission before the Rob summoned us. He said, shrugging his shoulders. Forget it. I said, shaking my head. There's no way I would ever agree to that. I thought. No matter which part of him it is, all of them are equally precious to me. I didn't doubt his words about asking me for permission. Decisions like these are always made when both of us agree to them. After a minute of silence, I said, since that's not possible right now, why not create another angel related to time? Which one? Tetsuya asked, confused. Zafkiel. I said with a smile. Tetsuya pondered for a minute before nodding, let's go with that. I'll change some things so that it'll suit me better. Ninja art creation rebirth strength of 100 technique. We both activated our creation rebirth before sitting cross-legged over the source of Rikmyaku. Let's go. Just remember that the creation of all things works on the principle of equivalent exchange. If the ability is too powerful for us to handle, we'll end up dead while creating it. Tetsuya said with a serious expression. So we either weaken the ability itself or add certain drawbacks that'll disappear as we grow stronger. I replied, thinking about the limitations I should put on my ability. Yeah. Tetsuya said before raising his right hand towards me. I grabbed his hand with my left hand, interlocking our fingers before closing my eyes. I raised my right hand before a knife appeared inside my palm. I opened my eyes, looking at the knife. So this is creation of all things, huh? It's convenient. It's a pity that I can't recreate this ability. I said, shaking my head. Tetsuya rolled his eyes before saying, just tell me whenever you want to use it. I know. I said with a smile before the knife in my hand disappeared without a trace. So convenient. I thought. Suddenly, my eyes widened in surprise before an idea appeared inside my brain. Can this ability remove people's clothes? Wait, no. Broaden your horizons. Escape humanity. It should be able to create dog tail butt plug along with a dog ears headband. No. I am thinking in the wrong direction. It should be able to make someone wear them without even noticing. I thought, imagining Hikari with a tail and dog ears. What's with that sadistic smile? You want a beating? Tetsuya asked, somewhat confused. Hey. The only time I enjoy a beating is in the bed when I am under you, be grateful. I retorted internally before pulling Tetsuya by his hand. Placing my mouth near his ear, I whispered my master plan to him. I never realized that the creation of all things could be used like this. As expected from the smartest brain on our team. He said with admiration. Why does it feel like he's insulting me? I wondered. My thoughts came to a stop as a notification popped up in front of us. Ding. The almighty Rob has joined the chat room. Readjusting the username. Ding. The neat Rob has joined the chat room. The neat Rob. Hey boss, what the fuck is wrong with this system? Both of us looked at the chat room, blinking. The more we know him, the worse his image gets in our minds. I thought. Tetsuya. What the hell are you doing? The neat Rob. Oh, yeah. I got you guys inside the dimensional chat group. Mikasa. That was quick. The neat Rob. Not really. Time flows differently in the universe I created. It's been 7 years since we last met, at least for me. This guy has zero self-awareness. I said while shaking my head. No matter how strong our authorities are, we are still humans. But he treats us like we're his childhood friends or something. Tetsuya. You could have just upgraded our mortal bodies inside your universe. The neat Rob. That's not possible, you'll find out eventually. Just know that you'll end up dead the moment you enter my universe. What's wrong with this guy? Tetsuya muttered. The neat Rob. Yeah, finally got that Sundere's sister to confess, now it's time to ahem. The reason I am here is to ask you guys something. He played that game for 7 years straight. The level of dedication. Mikasa. What's up? The neat Rob. I can change one of your usernames within the dimensional chat group. Tell me the name and its owner. Do you want to change your username? Tetsuya asked while looking at me. It doesn't matter what it is either way. I said before an evil smile appeared on my face as I continued, but I have another idea. After listening to my plan, a smile appeared on Tetsuya's face and he agreed without any delay. Tetsuya. Mikasa's username will be the Divine Prophet since she's better at manipulating people than I am. The neat Rob. PFFFFFT. Tetsuya's mouth twitched before he said, that guy probably choked on his beer again. The neat Rob. You guys are planning to fuck the other members over without even knowing who they are. Mikasa. What's the big deal? It won't be a problem if a prophet suddenly gets a revelation about a future event that just happens to be in our favor. And since it's a username given by the chat room, no one will doubt it. If others know the future like us, then we'll switch plans. Tetsuya. Nods. You seriously did that? I said while looking at Tetsuya. He didn't even react after hearing my words. Tetsuya nods. His sense of humor is getting worse. I thought, rolling my eyes. Neat Rob. You guys are seriously playing Among Us on a dimensional level, huh? Mikasa. Tetsuya. Neat Rob. That's enough. How long do you guys plan on playing around near the fragment of that world source? Mikasa. It's been an hour since we met you. What do you want us to do? Tetsuya. Nods. Neat Rob. Fine, I have better things to do. Little brother is coming, might Sunday istr. Neat Rob has left the chat room. After a minute of silence, I said, let's start working on our abilities. Tetsuya nodded after hearing me, ignoring the Neat Rob completely. Yeah. After we're done with this, let's speedrun through our plans since we can't train for some years. Tetsuya said. Sounds like a time skip, huh? I thought. I grabbed Tetsuya's hand before we both closed our eyes, focusing on our abilities. This time, we extracted a large amount of chakra from the source of Rikmyaku, large enough to cause us physical damage. The amount of chakra Mukade used was practically nothing compared to the amount we are using. But the damage that we were receiving wasn't that much, so our creation rebirth was more or less keeping up with the damage. And so, 3 hours passed. I opened my eyes, looking around. I noticed that Tetsuya was looking at me with a smile on his face, his clothes were drenched in blood, similar to mine. It wasn't surprising that he was done before me. Although I have more theoretical and practical knowledge, when it comes to the computing power of the brain, he is leagues above me. We should change. I said as I used creation of all things to change our clothes. I could have used the inventory, but that won't clean the blood stains on our bodies. I have a gift for you. I said with a smile before tossing a silver ring over to him. What's this? He asked, confused. I grinned before answering, plot armor. Tetsuya raised an eyebrow before saying, system. A hologram appeared in between us. The ring blessed by space. Rank E. Type defense. The ring is enchanted with a one-time space authority. If the wearer is in life-threatening danger, the ring will destroy itself, creating a black hole that'll destroy everything within 50 kilometers with the wearer as its center. That includes all life, matter, time and other concepts. Beings with a much higher level of power can avoid being exterminated. That's one hell of a gift. But isn't the rank too low? Tetsuya asked with a smile before putting it on his left ring finger. That's definitely not the reaction I wanted, but at least he's happy. I thought, satisfied with the result of my hard work. It wasn't easy to create this thing even with the source of Rikmyaku. My ability was more or less done within an hour, the remaining time was used in creating the ring for Tetsuya. As for the rank of the item, we decided to ask the system about it. The item is very weak when compared to other things which are blessed by someone's authority. So that's how it is. I said. Well, let's start the last phase of our plan. Tetsuya said before getting up. He started walking towards the center of the source of Rikmyaku, or the seal he placed on it. Are you sure about this? Unlike Area 7, we have no grudge against the people of Roran. I asked, feeling somewhat complicated. We never had a grudge with the people of Area 7, to begin with. Tetsuya said with a smile before continuing, now that I think about it, even if we hate Doomsday to the bone, we can't deny the fact that we're a lot like him. Probably even worse than him. I shrugged my shoulders at his comparison. Indeed, the only reason we destroyed Area 7 was that Doomsday created it. We could have easily killed everyone who wronged us throughout our lives after his death, be it the researchers who experimented on us or those who betrayed us and killed our allies, since Tetsuya was the strongest Esper after Doomsday. But we decided to kill the last hope of humanity's survival, Area 7, along with every person living on it, Esper or not. In a twisted way, Doomsday could be regarded as humanity's savior. If it wasn't for him, humanity would have collapsed a millennium ago when Espers started appearing. Do we regret our choices? No. For us, killing someone weaker than us isn't something we would ever regret. Of course, no matter how bad our life was, it doesn't give us the right to kill someone without any reason. If someone stronger tries to kill us for all that we have done, the best we could do is retaliate or run away. We can't justify our actions or blame them on our past. After all, isn't that how life works? There is no place for regrets, the only thing you can do is move forward. You too must remember, even if someone hurts you, it doesn't give you the right to hurt someone else. No matter what you guys decide, make sure to never forget who you are. I remembered the smile that my sister had when she said those words to me and Tetsuya. Who we are, huh? I wonder how she'll react after knowing what we did to Area 7. The place she died for. Maybe she'll be disappointed. Hate me. Call me a monster like Stella did. I thought, wondering. At this moment, I had totally forgotten that the thing Ileana fought for wasn't Area 7, it was me. Not like it matters anymore. You should leave. This'll affect you too. Tetsuya said, snapping me out of my inner monologue. I waved my right hand in a cutting motion as a slit portal appeared in front of me. It was big enough for only one person to enter at a time. "That's your ability?" Tetsuya asked, somewhat disappointed. "Of course not. Just do what you are doing, I'll leave soon," I said, rolling my eyes. "Fine," Tetsuya said before standing right above the source of Rikmayaku. His left eye turned golden as a clock appeared inside it. The clock hands were moving at a high speed, but they were moving anti-clockwise, symbolizing that he was about to absorb time from others. Zafkiel. I watched as a large clock with Roman numerals manifested behind Tetsuya. It was fairly similar to Kurumi's Zafkiel, the only difference being the clock hands. Unlike Kurumi's, which manifest as an arcade pistol and musket, Tetsuya's were normal clock hands. All 12 Roman numerals on Zafkiel were dull and grey, indicating that Tetsuya lacked time to use any of those abilities. "Can't you use your own time?" I asked. "I tried but I can't. Probably because we're ageless," he answered, somewhat confused. He continued, "I wonder how the Rob was able to affect me like this, since I am immune to any ability related to time. Maybe because it isn't harmful to you?" I concluded before saying, "Well, I'll be waiting for you above." As I entered the portal in front of me, I appeared 5 kilometers above Roran, floating mid-air. Looking down, the Roman numerals on all of the 12 seals that we placed around Roran began to light up golden. Not long after that, a barrier appeared around the country of Roran, blocking any chance that the people had to escape their fate. 2 clock hands came out of the source of Rikmayaku, both of them resting at Shi. I knew that it would take some time for him to finish, so I decided to play with my new ability. "System," I said in my mind before a hologram appeared in front of me. "Spatial slicing, full potential. The user can slice through the fabrics of the third-dimensional space, splitting apart the fabric of reality. Any physical matter or energy caught within the severed spatial area will be cut. The attack can also leave behind a dimensional line, which will cause anything that comes into contact with it to be cut as well. Alternately, the dimensional line can serve as a makeshift portal to alternate locations and dimensions. Since this is a spatial attack that distorts the fabrics of reality, there is no physical defense against it. The blades can appear very quickly, with no lag between the attack and damage. There's no way I can use this with my current strength. Show me what I can do right now." I wanted to punch the hologram in front of me. Spatial slicing. Can separate space around the user from a single thing. Be it time, gravity, friction or any other authority, as long as the said authority isn't far stronger than the host. The ranger is 5 centimeters. And create portals to any location that the user has been to. The portals can only be created from the host's right hand. Can't break the barriers between dimensions yet. I sighed after reading about my abilities. Even if my actual ability is strong enough to slice worlds apart, I can't use it. It's not something like Kurama that would come and kill the enemy when I am pissed. I can't use the actual ability until I am strong enough, no matter what. Third-person POV. Tetsuya looked at Mikasa as she disappeared inside the portal before his expression returned to normal. Thud. He heard the sound of something falling behind him before he turned around. It was a white ragdoll cat. The cat's skin was crumbling, probably because of some disease. There was no fur on it. Such a weak life force. No wonder I missed it, he thought. He would have noticed it if he wasn't busy with Zafkiel, but he didn't since animals naturally had less life force compared to humans. Not to mention that this cat was about to die. Tetsuya looked at the silver ring in his left hand before he smiled. Let's give her a nice gift, he thought. Tetsuya walked up to the cat before picking it up and returning to his original position. He placed the cat near him before he crouched down, placing his hands on the source of Rikmayaku and extracted a large amount of chakra from it. All of the chakra that he extracted started merging with his shadow. He took a deep breath before saying, "City of Devouring Time." His shadow started spreading at a very high speed as it engulfed the whole royal castle in a second before moving forward, trying to engulf the whole country of Roran. After an hour, all of Roran was covered in darkness and people were gathering around the corners of the country, unable to escape because of the invisible barrier. Children were crying, trying to find their parents, while the adults were running in all directions without any knowledge of how many people have died from being stepped on by them. Their only source of light was the 12 seals that Tetsuya placed around Roran. Many of the citizens were praying, wishing that a god would come and save them, but alas, life isn't so wonderful now, is it? The only one who heard their cries was Mikasa, who was busy playing with her new abilities. Shit, that was close. I almost created a black hole by mistake, Mikasa said as she wiped her forehead. Even if space-related abilities can't harm her, which sane person wants to go inside a black hole? Inside the source of Rikmayaku, Tetsuya was gasping for air as he was drenched in sweat. This is way more difficult than creating Zafkiel. At this rate, I can only absorb 2 hours worth of time from a single person. How inefficient is that? Tetsuya thought, annoyed. If he was strong enough, he could easily convert his energy into time using his authority. That would have been way more efficient than absorbing time from other people. Tetsuya coughed a little before saying, let's just roll with it. Time flies seal. As his words fell, the clock that was created throughout the country of Roran reacted. The clock hands that were resting at she started moving anti-clockwise. The same was happening with Tetsuya's left eye. Every human inside Roran, regardless of age or gender, started aging at a rate visible before turning into dust, leaving nothing but clothes behind. Within 15 minutes, the cries and pleas of the citizens of Roran were no more. The country was silent, dead silent. Literally. Tetsuya removed his hands from the source of Rikmyaku and said with a smile, the population of Roran was a little over 1 million. Considering that I was able to consume 2 hours worth of time from each person, it's good enough for now. He now had around 230 years' worth of time. Most of the Roman numerals on Zafkiel were now black, indicating that they were now usable. Tetsuya looked at the still dying cat before picking it up and placing it over the source of Rikmyaku. My creation of all things isn't able to create living things, but what if the subject is already living? He thought. He can create a physical body from his ability, but it lacks a soul and consciousness. So editing something that's already alive should be possible with a lot of energy. He thought about creating artificial intelligence, but it wasn't successful. The best it could do was follow the already given commands, unlike the robots in his previous life. He placed his right hand on the cat before the clock in his left eye started moving clockwise, indicating that he was using the time he had stored. At the same time, he placed his left hand on the source of Rikmyaku, using its chakra. After an hour of hard work, Tetsuya looked at the now healthy cat, sleeping next to him. Unlike its half-dead state, it looked more alive right now. In all honesty, it was kind of cute. I wonder if she'll like it. Tetsuya thought. He remembered that Mikasa once told him that she liked animals a lot when they first met. At that time, he wasn't paying much attention to her, so it was hard to remember. MEOW Tetsuya looked at the cat as she opened her eyes. She now had golden eyes thanks to what he did to her. The cat walked up to him before rubbing her head with his thigh. He picked her up before teleporting to Mikasa's location. Noticing that he was mid-air, he activated his new ability, blood control, to fly. Unlike before, he didn't need to activate the Ketsuriken to manipulate blood. Although the Dojutsu was still there, it was practically useless. What's up with the cat? Mikasa asked while looking at the cat. It's a gift for you. Give her a drop of your blood. Tetsuya replied with a smile before passing the cat over to Mikasa. She did what he told her before a clock-shaped mark appeared on her left hand, just below her wrist. Along with Hikari's slave mark, she was looking more and more like a delinquent. It'll disappear after a minute. Tetsuya said with a chuckle. He could have erased Hikari's slave mark while having the seal, but that would have hurt Hikari's feelings, considering how big of a pervert she is. System. Mikasa said in her mind as a hologram appeared in front of her. The bond blessed by time. Name. Rank E. Type bond, non-fighter. Master Mikasa. The cat is blessed with a certain amount of time authority. The master of this bond can control the amount of time stored within it. It grants the user the ability to manipulate time for 10 minutes. The user can choose to stop, reverse, forward, delete, and slow down time for 10 minutes. Unlike normal time abilities, reversing time, in this case, will also reverse someone's death. The same goes for deleting a certain period, all the parallel timelines will be deleted after that point, something that can only be done by having authority over time. Beings with a much higher level of power can avoid the effects. Mikasa was surprised by how overpowered this cat was, but her attention was on something completely different. Cute. She thought while looking at the cat in her hands before petting her. What should we name her? Tetsuya asked. So it's a female, huh? Mikasa thought before answering, how about Ellie? Your nickname? Yeah. Mikasa said with a happy smile. Looks like she's happy with the gift. Tetsuya thought, ignoring her weird naming sense as he smiled while looking at her before they both disappeared. Third person Pav. Everyone inside of Roran disappeared. The Kazakiyage muttered in pure disbelief. 1 million people disappeared in thin air. How is something like that even possible? He thought, trying his best to avoid reality. But alas, the now empty country of Roran in front of his eyes didn't help much. The Kazakiyage left the village hidden in the sand after getting an emergency request from the Sand Daimyo. He was skeptical about the request since it's practically impossible for 1 million people to just disappear like that. He even doubted that it was the daimyo plotting against the sand. But when he reached the country of Roran, his whole world crumbled. Are you sure there wasn't anything weird going on during your stay in this country? The Kazakiyage asked, turning towards Pakura. And no, everything was alright. Pakura answered in a shaky voice. At first, she thought that the destruction Mikasa and Tetsuya talked about was related to physical damage. She never thought that it would be this horrifying. The whole country was fine, there was no damage done, even the money and food supplies were in place. Honestly, I am kinda scared of them. Pakura thought, trying to calm down. Pakura-san, is that really true? Hikari asked. Pakura suddenly contacted her through the communication seal, explaining the unbelievable thing that happened within the country of Roran. It is. Pakura's voice rang inside Hikari's head. Thank you for informing me, Pakura-san. Hikari ended the link after saying that. After that, she fell onto the bed behind her body going limp. They seriously killed 1,000,000 people. Hikari thought, looking at her left hand. It was the same hand she placed the slave seal on. Although there was no mark on like Mikasa's or Tetsuya's hand, Hikari still felt a faint connection to her owners. She didn't notice that her crotch was already getting wet. They'll probably kill me too once they're done with me. After all, that's the kind of people they are. Hikari thought as a regretful smile appeared on her face. In all those years, she really took a big liking to both Tetsuya and Mikasa, even Pakura. Not to mention every time they trained her. Thinking of her training, Hikari shivered before she got up. Coupled with the horror she experienced after hearing what her master and mistress did to Roran, she was now completely wet. I am really hopeless. Hikari thought, looking at her wet pajamas before her right hand made its way toward her wet panties, along with her left hand grabbing her left boob as she thought about the time when her master trained her. Mistress. Not there. Master. Harder, please. More. It's a pity Tetsuya and Mikasa weren't here to help their servant in her difficult times. And they don't deserve Hikari. Angry virgin noises. Similar scenes were happening all around the world. Similar to the Kazuki age, of course, not Hikari for obvious reasons. People were shocked, horrified and scared beyond belief. In this kind of situation, there wasn't anything they could do. They can't find a legit reason for this calamity, nor can they blame this on someone. In the end, this incident was given the name of God's wrath. The people began to say that the county of Roran angered the gods or something. After all, if there is nothing humans could do in a situation, they turned toward God, hoping for an answer. While the whole world was in turmoil, Mikasa and Tetsuya were busy throwing their new abilities here and there. To them, it wasn't that much of a big deal. They knew that in the future, they'll be playing on a much larger scale. Bing. The neat Rob has joined the chat room. The neat Rob, hey. I am about to start upgrading your mortal bodies now, so don't play around too much. And don't use your authorities during the upgrade. Looking at the notification in front of them, the black kunai in Tetsuya's hand disappeared. Mikasa also stopped her right hand, which was in a chopping motion. Tetsuya, hey, can you upgrade our brains to their former processing power? The neat Rob, why? As far as I can remember, you stopped more than 97% of your brain from working because your body wasn't able to keep up with the flow of information. Tetsuya, don't say that. It brings back painful memories. What's up with that request? Mikasa's mouth twitched after hearing Tetsuya's request, remembering the hellish pain he went through to forcibly shut down most of his brain, bringing it down to a normal Esper's level. Even if the EA's creation project gave him power, it wasn't without a price. Unlike normal Espers, whose bodies were accustomed to bearing the weight of their powers, Tetsuya's wasn't. That was the reason he wasn't able to exert his full power for most of his life. The neat Rob, anyway, I am not doing something so troublesome. I've removed the fragment of that world source from the country you destroyed, so you won't be able to use that anymore. Mikasa, why? The neat Rob, I'll add a basic rundown about everything important to your system during the update, just read it after some years. Later. The neat Rob has left the chat room. Bing. The system update will commence in a few minutes. Bing. The seeds of outer gods shall be planted within the host's body to contain their authorities. Until the seeds of outer gods are planted, please refrain from training or using your authorities. After reading the notification in front of them, Tetsuya and Mikasa decided to call it a day. It's boring all of a sudden. Tetsuya thought as he laid back on the bed, looking at the ceiling before saying, hey. What's up? Mikasa asked, petting Ellie. It only took her a few minutes to take a liking to the cat. I was wondering if sealing the planets rotating with Fuinjutsu is possible or not. Tetsuya said, somewhat curious to figure that theory out. It'll probably destroy the whole world. Mikasa replied without thinking about it much. Her attention was on Ellie. But the thoughts of destroying the world on their minds, 1.5 years passed. It's the 8th month of the year 53. The Second Shinobi War, which started a little over a year ago, was in its initial stages. The village hidden by rain was sacrificed as the main battlefield, along with some neighboring countries that were unable to resist the might of those shinobi. The main conflicts were between the Hidden Leaf, led by the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hidden Sand, led by the 3rd Kazuki Ujiado, the Hidden Rain, led by Hansm of the Salamander, and the Hidden Rock, led by the 3rd Tsuchika Jinoki. At this point, for some reason, everyone seems to have forgotten about the tragedy that took place inside the country of Roran. This was quite weird for Tetsaya and Mikasa, since they expected a bigger reaction. For example, the Sand Village gaining too many resources from the county of Roran, the second Shinobi War postponing, and them gaining Asiki's attention. But there were none. There was no change in the canon plotline. They tried contacting the Neat Rob, but the guy ignored their request, saying that the game he was playing is about to reach its conclusion. All he said was that the people related to them will have their fate altered. The whole world will remain the same. Without much thought, they concluded that it was the world fixing itself from the mess they created. Feeling competitive, they decided to mess the world so much that it won't be able to recover. Of course, they can't do it right now since they're quite weak. Currently, Mikasa and Tetsaya are walking through the village hidden by rain, disguised as civilians. The current situation in this place is bad, very bad. People were starving, laying on the ground at the corner of the streets, begging for food. Most of the people here were malnourished, indicating that they haven't had a proper meal for months. Children were crying, asking their parents for food. Some people even started looting others for food. Because of the current situation, that was the only thing they could do. Mikasa and Tetsaya looked around, curious. It was their first time seeing famine with their own eyes. Although they've starved a lot in their past life, that was because of their problems. Who'd be stupid enough to feed 2 international terrorists who were on the run? There was no lack of food within Area 7. Hell, if someone lacked the money to buy food, they could just ask for food and shelter at EA. Even if it was just to cover their heinous acts, the Order of Area 7 did take good care of the genuine public. In the Hidden Rain, parents getting murdered right in front of their kids was a common occurrence here. After walking through many shady and dark alleys, they finally found what they were looking for. But after seeing the situation, their expressions darkened. The young girl with shoulder-length blue hair was crying while looking at the scene in front of her. In front of her, 3 men were forcing down a woman who looked around 19, trying to gang her along with her little sister. The woman's waist-length blue hair was covered in mud as she struggled to get up. Her lavender eyes turned towards the crying girl before she shouted, "Run, Conan. At that brat, they'll both sell for high prices even if we use them for a while." One of the men said before a bald man started making his way toward the crying girl. 2 guys were pinning the woman down. Looking at the man going towards Conan, the woman grabbed a steel pipe that was near her before throwing it in the man's direction, hitting his head and making him fall to his knees. Her sole focus was on buying time for Conan to escape. "You damn bitch." The man on top of the woman shouted before he started punching her face again and again until her face was a bloody mess. Even though she wasn't able to open her eyes properly, she still looked in the direction where Conan was. While this was going on, Tetsaya and Mikasa were looking at the scene from above. In the end, this is all humanity accounts to, huh? Tetsaya thought. Well, he wasn't in any position to criticize anyone. He has probably killed more people than all 3 of them have met in their entire lives. As Tetsaya was about to go and help Conan and her relative, Mikasa grabbed his shoulder. "She's angry. I guess it's natural for her to be angry," he thought, looking at Mikasa's expression. It was a rare sight for Mikasa to actually be angry at something. "Here, hold Ellie for a while," Mikasa said before passing Ellie over to Tetsaya. He obliged like one should when their girlfriend is angry. He knew better than stepping on a walking and breathing nuke. After that, Mikasa jumped from the rooftop. Thud. With a loud sound, Mikasa landed on the bald man's head, crushing it to bits. "Now my shoes are dirty with filth and brains. Just great." Mikasa cursed inside her head, wanting to revive the bald man and kill him all over again. At this moment, both the men and woman stopped before looking at the scene. Even Conan stopped crying as she looked at the girl in front of her. Tetsaya also landed next to her while holding Ellie in his hands, glancing toward Conan for a moment before turning away. Mikasa looked at the 2 men who were above the woman before she released a bit of killing intent, making everyone freeze up. For civilians, even this little amount of killing intent was the same as paralyzing them. She walked toward them before grabbing both of their throats with a smile on her face. "You guys were having fun, weren't you? Now it's my turn to have some fun," she said as her smile disappeared. After running her shoes, she wasn't in any mood to physically torture these 2. She activated her Mangekyou Sharingan. Gubiko. She activated her ability before letting go of the 2. Both of them started rolling on the ground while shouting and crying in agony. Due to her ability, they'll see their loved ones dying countless times until they mentally break. Each death will be more painful than the last, breaking the target apart bit by bit. His brain stopped working after seeing his family getting killed 30 times. That's quite weak. He's a civilian, so what can I expect? Mikasa thought, looking at the guy who wasn't moving anymore before she killed the other guy using a kunai. While Mikasa was fixing her mood, Tetsuya walked over to the woman laying on the ground. She tried to get up and step back, but wasn't able to because of her injuries. He just smiled at her before placing his right arm on her forehead. Mystical palm technique. Green chakra started coming out of his hand before it started healing the injuries that the woman had. In a few minutes, the injuries on her body were gone. She tried to get up but wasn't able to, even if Tetsuya healed her physical injuries, the lack of energy she had wasn't something he could cure in a few minutes. You should rest for a while. Or she might lose her sister. He said, pointing towards the still dazed Conan. Hearing him, the woman's eyes widened in surprise before she lowered her head. What happened? Tetsuya asked, he was sure that the woman was fine. By now, Mikasa was also standing next to him, looking at the woman. I am her mother. The woman said with an awkward smile. Huh? Both Tetsuya and Mikasa had the same reaction. How old are you? Mikasa asked. 22. The woman replied. She barely looks 19. Both of them screamed internally after hearing the woman's answer. Conan and her mother hugged each other for a while before looking at Mikasa and Tetsuya with grateful eyes. Thank you for saving our lives. The woman said while bowing. She also made Conan bow using her right hand. Don't worry about it. Say, do you guys want to come with us? Mikasa asked with a smile. But, we don't know you and you guys just saved us. The woman said, feeling guilty that she couldn't even repay the ones who saved her along with her daughter. Then, what's your name? Tetsuya asked. I am Kaori and she's my daughter, Conan. Kaori introduced themselves while the little Conan timidly nodded, standing behind her mother. She looked at Mikasa with admiration in her eyes, wondering if she could become a strong girl like her. I see. Well then, let's go. Mikasa said with a smile as she grabbed both Kaori and Conan before teleporting. This is kidnapping. Tetsuya sighed before he teleported as well, appearing inside Hikari's house. Inside the house, they were greeted by Ramu and Ra sitting on the couch. Oh, yeah. That also happened. Tetsuya thought while looking at Ramu and Ra before turning towards Kaori and Conan. And I am very busy right now, so writing a chapter is kinda impossible. Not to mention my exams are coming up in a month. But I'll try to upload a chapter every 2 or 3 days. Maybe even faster from now on. And I did something while I was free. It's another fanfic, maybe. Or maybe a sequel. Synopsis. Thanks to a certain neat Rob reincarnating 2 fuckers, the multiverse is now a mess. Those 2 fuckers, along with that neat Rob, destroyed countless worlds, creating timelines that should be impossible even within the infinite possibilities. If that wasn't enough, they merged different worlds, forcing them to coexist while breaking apart bit by bit. The multiverse is barely hanging by a thread. Please, help the multiverse survive. Accept reject. Someone did that. But still, how bad could it be? Accept. Thank you for your help. Please, stay safe. Kiba is Hokage. Azuma is the ultimate demon god. Io is ruling the heavens. Ano's Voltigid is the prince of all Saiyans. One Piece is the live action of Boku no Pico in 8K. Zoro is a multi-dimensional tourist guide. After Boruto's birth, Naruto went to buy milk and never returned. Rimuru is a MILF. Light Yagami is the god of death. Anti-Spiral is a high school student. Saitama started cultivation and learned martial arts, becoming a monk. Issei Haidu is a eunuch. No, wait. That's good. I approve. You've got to be kidding me. Who are those 2 fuckers? How am I supposed to help the multiverse? The multiverse isn't a mess, it's fucked. First, please fix the worlds that don't have superpowers. That'll help the multiverse by healing a part of it. After that, you can move on to the worlds that have superpowers. I see, then what should I do? Build a harem? Tetsuya Pav. It's been a few days since our visit to the village hidden by rain. After depositing Kaori and Conan at Hikari's place, we left, ignoring Hikari's stop abducting mothers and daughters before dropping them here. Shout. As for Ramu and Ra, Mikasa decided to spare them. After realizing what happened to her country, Ramu begged for her daughter's life, saying that she'll do anything. The deal was simple, Mikasa will erase their memories so that they'll see us as their saviors, who saved them from the natural disaster that happened in the country of Roran. As one would expect, Ramu chose her daughter's life rather than the country she served. It's unlike her to spare someone just like that. Maybe she's going a bit too soft. I was wondering about how much she has changed since we reincarnated in this world. But my thoughts came to halt as I felt a sharp pain in my stomach. I ate too much. I thought, regretting my decision to accept Mikasa's challenge in an eating competition. She wasn't even eating, she was breathing food at one point. Hey, look. I heard Mikasa's voice before turning around. She was standing at the edge of the bed while holding her shirt up with her left hand, showing her stomach. I am getting abs without even working out. She said in amazement, her right hand erotically caressing her stomach. That's good. Girls with abs are hot, especially Mikasa. I said, giving her a thumbs up. No. My dick is trying to take over me. You mean I wasn't hot enough in our past life or something like that? Mikasa asked with a smile, but for some reason, I could see a skeleton with a black cloak standing behind her while waving its scythe. Is that the Grim Reaper? I screamed internally, forgetting about the takeover part. No. Your body was quite soft and well maintained. So it'll be a nice change to have a toned body. I said, trying to make it sound as natural as possible. Is that so? Mikasa said as the Grim Reaper behind her disappeared. I heaved a sigh in relief before asking, maybe you'll have the original Mikasa's physical strength. Mikasa never trained in anything that'll require pure physical strength, so that was the only conclusion I could reach after seeing her abs. It's possible. Maybe you'll unlock elemental eyes along with the original's other innate spells. Mikasa said while pondering. Probably. Regrowth will certainly help a lot. That ability is way too broken even with the 24 hours restriction. Honestly, it's better than rewinding time with my authority. Not to mention decomposition along with that spell mist dispersion. I said. With my pain tolerance, there should be no problem while using regrowth. Right now, my time-related abilities can only be used by spending the time I stole from the people of Roran. Chakra isn't a strong enough source of energy to handle my authority like Mikasa's, and I don't have Ryoku like Kurumi. The original Tetsuya was basically a walking nuke factory that was essentially immortal as well, not that I am anything different right now. But the ability to break down matter into constituent particles with 100% efficiency is something. Even the nuclear bombs I create have around some 40% efficiency. I thought, wondering why he was so underrated. The original Tetsuya was way more OP than the anime showed. We'll ask the neat Rob later. Let's get going for now. Mikasa said. Now that I think about it, it's about time for the bloody mist to emerge in a few years. I said, thinking about the original plot. Yeah. I noticed quite a few white zetsu lingering here and there. Mikasa answered. Well, it's none of our business either way. Let's go. I said before we both teleported inside Hikari's house. Although we were forbidden from using our authorities, using the Flying Thunder God wasn't a problem. Looking around, we noticed that Kaori and S-Ramu were having a chat while S-Ra and Conan were playing together. They and I'll write extra chapters about this part side character interactions along with smut like the one with Hikari later. Too busy right now to focus on that part, so I'll write the story I have in mind. Tetsuya-san, Mikasa-san. S-Ramu and Kaori greeted us, gaining S-Ra and Conan's attention before they ran toward us. Now that I look at her again, she looks like a younger version of anime Conan. I thought, looking at Kaori. Apart from her waist-length blue hair, she more or less looked like how Conan would have when she was 19. Honestly, she's kinda hot. No, get a grip. I steeled my resolve before looking at Mikasa. Yeah, it's not helping at all. My dick is trying to take over. Mikasa looked at me from the corner of her eyes before she sneered. Who was the one who said that we'll wait until we are teens? Go after them right now and you're dead. I heard Mikasa's playful voice inside my head. Before I could even reply, she directly severed the telepathic link. I sighed before I looked at S-Ramu and Kaori, who were patiently waiting for us to speak. So, what do you plan on doing now? Hanzo has already given up on the Rain Village, I doubt there will be anything good happening there. Kaori opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, Mikasa cut in, how about staying here? She completely ignored Hikari's pleading gaze, begging her to take these freeloaders away. I saw her imaginary dog ears and a tail hanging down before I did the most logical thing. They're there. I internally petted the pitiful Hikari. How can we do that? After all that you did for us, not to mention that we're bothering Hikari-san as well. Kaori said in a dejected tone. S-Ramu had a similar expression. Right, she thinks we saved her. I thought, remembering what happened a long time ago. Mikasa shot Hikari a glance before the latter nodded slightly and said with a smile, you don't have to worry about that. You guys can stay here as long as you want. It took Hikari moments to change her demeanor. As expected of the perfect maid. I thought, wondering if I should reward her. But, we have no way to repay you, and Kaori wasn't able to finish her words before a timid voice came from behind her. I want to become a powerful shinobi like Mikasa-san, so that I can help her and Tetsuya-san. Conan said, even if her voice was trembling a little, her expression was fairly resolved. Me too. Before anyone could say anything, S-Ra shouted in an enthusiastic voice. She's like a younger Kushina. Maybe she's Uzumaki as well. I thought while looking at S-Ra's bright red hair. Both Ramu and Kaori had worried expressions as they tried to talk their daughters out of such a dangerous job. But alas, Conan and Ra had already made up their minds. "It's decided then. We'll train you too," Mikasa said with a big grin. "What the hell are you up to?" I asked Mikasa. "The foursome with a mother and her daughter." I could feel lust dripping from her voice even though we communicated telepathically. "Which pair?" I asked. She was far too gone for me to be concerned about her. "Both." Mikasa's voice was so loud that I doubted that the others heard her. "I wonder who's a bigger pervert. You or Hikari?" "I am a researcher. It's all for science, for the betterment of humanity," Mikasa said in a deep and reserved tone. "Says the one who destroyed humanity in our world," I said in a bland tone. "That was your decision," Mikasa said before cutting the link again. "Well, I guess," I thought. In the end, it was decided that I'll train Conan while Mikasa trains Ra. Both of them had zero experience as shinobis, so we'll be doing everything from scratch. After preparing some things that we might need for our conquest of different worlds, we did nothing but play around. And so, 4.5 years passed. Currently, it's the 4th month of the year 58. A lot happened during this time. The Second Shinobi War ended before the Third Shinobi War started. Most of the things that happened were more or less the same as in the original story. After Dan's death, Tsunade didn't leave the Leaf Village because of us, but there was one problem. She became too possessive of us. She directly refused our participation in the war after Dan's death. It took quite a lot of effort from us to calm her down. Maybe that was too much, huh? I thought, remembering what happened after Dan's death. Flashback. "It's alright, Tsunade-sensei. We'll always be there for you, no matter what," I said in a comforting tone while patting Tsunade's back, who was hugging me while sobbing. It's been 3 days since Dan died and we returned to the village with Tsunade. She was mentally prepared for Mito's death, so she was able to pull through it with our help. But Dan's death completely broke her, not to mention that he died right in front of her. After Tsunade calmed down, thanks to my hard work, Mikasa appeared in front of us. "Tsunade-sensei," Mikasa said before lightly hugging her before she continued in a slightly worried tone, "There is something I want to tell you." "What is it?" Tsunade asked, panicked. She wasn't mentally prepared for another bad news. "It's not like that. It's just," Mikasa didn't say anything before she passed 5 books over to Tsunade before continuing, "I stole 2 while working at the village's hospital and the other 3 from the Anbu headquarters. I guess this isn't a bad idea. Tsunade needs a place to vent her anger, and we'll give her one," I thought, looking at the 2 books. "What do you mean?" Tsunade muttered before picking up the books and reading them one by one. 2 of them were the records of people who died inside the village of the shinobi who died during missions, while the other 3 were the list of missions assigned during the past 2 decades. As Tsunade was reading through the books, I noticed that a lot of things were highlighted with red ink, probably done by Mikasa. Tsunade's expression was turning into something between self-mocking, grief, anger, and hatred while she was crying. She was having a mental breakdown. "Oh? It's the same expression," I thought while looking at Tsunade's beautiful face which had a very twisted expression. It was the same expression Mikasa had a long time ago. "Ha ha ha. Tsunade gave a dry laugh before, "Ha ha 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 ha. It's all their fault. They killed them, all of them. The village my grandfather established, the village he loved more than his life, has turned into this." Tsunade was shouting while giving a crazy laugh before she stopped. "I guess it's good that our house is soundproof," I thought. The books we gave her were proof that the Senju bloodline was eradicated by someone within the village. No one officially had Senju blood within the village. Not even a single person. Even the civilians with Senju blood died under questionable circumstances, but they were never questioned. And all of this was done by someone within the higher-ups of the village. At this moment, all the grief Tsunade felt over Dan's death has turned into hatred towards the higher-ups of the village. She wanted nothing more than to barge in and kill every single one of them. It's not like we're lying to her or anything, I thought before hugging Tsunade again, calming her down. Tsunade hugged me back tightly, very tightly. "Don't tell me she became a Yandir," I thought, regretting our plans instantly. After that, it was pretty simple. In a few months, we told her about how Mikasa met Hikari and what the Mist Village did to her and her younger brother before introducing them. And I had to admit, both of them standing together looked way too good. They got along pretty well, considering that they are both the same age and well, they have similar assets. During this time, Hikari also learned the strength of 100 seal, thanks to Mikasa's clone. Her chakra control was already at a level that could only be rivaled by Tsunade, maybe even better. It was just that she never bothered to learn medical ninjutsu, only relying on her Kekkei Genkai. She was slightly against learning medical ninjutsu at first, but it was nothing serious, considering that it only took 3 spanks to fix. Tsunade also took a liking to Hikari's brother, whose name I forgot. probably because of her own brother's death. Tsunade now planned on finding out who the culprits were among the least higher-ups and hunting them down. Along with the plan of making Minato the next Hokage. At this point, she didn't have the heart to become the Hokage. The village was far too unknown to her. The only reason she even bothered to do this was because of her grandfather and Dan, who always cared about the leaf. Flashback ends. Minato and Kishino also met during the Second Shinobi War when he saved her from being kidnapped by the Cloud Village. We would have interfered, but we were contacted by the Neat Rob not long after we saved Conan and her mother. Bing. The Neat Rob has joined the chat room. The Neat Rob, hey, don't fuck the canon more than you already have. Mikasa, huh? Why? The Neat Rob, the world now lacks the energy to change it back to the way it was thanks to you fuckers using the source of this world as a battery. Wasn't that supposed to be just a fragment? I thought, remembering the Rob's words. Hitsaya, what do you mean it lacks energy? The Neat Rob, exactly what it sounds like. Don't do something unnecessary, taking Conan was the last thing I am gonna overlook. Mikasa, hey, what about Mikoto and Kushina? The Neat Rob, they are a big no. The world lacks the energy to even produce another Conan for Nagato. Do you think it can produce mothers for the two protagonists? Mikasa B, but my erotic plans. The Neat Rob, shut it. You can mess with other worlds as much as you want, but this one is my domain. If it collapses, it's all over for the three of us. I won't be able to leave my universe for at least a few billion years, and you won't have anyone to protect you from other outers and the worlds. Mikasa, it's regrettable. Sigh. The Neat Rob, don't worry. There's always a second chance. I am being treated like air, huh? I thought, looking at the screen. The Neat Rob has left the chat room. Now that we're 16, I am 175 cm 5'9", with Mikasa being 170 cm 5'7". Both of us look similar to how the originals did, except for some differences. Mikasa didn't have the scar she did under her right eye, so that's a plus. Along with her long, black hair and those perfect curves and abs, she looked absolutely hot. I guess some habits never change, huh? I thought, patting Mikasa's head as she leaned back on my lap. I felt her butt cheeks rubbing against my crotch. Something was rising, and it wasn't the shield hero. My inner horny was again suppressed by the sudden notification that popped up in front of us. Ding. System update completed. Ding. The seeds of outer gods have been planted within the host's body to contain their authorities. You're free to use your authorities now. So it's finally done. Mikasa muttered while looking at the red-colored hologram in front of us. Before I could say anything, another hologram appeared in front of me. But unlike the previous one, the base color wasn't red but golden. Would you like to become the admin of the dimensional chat group? Accept decline. I am the admin. I muttered out loud, gaining Mikasa's attention. What's up? She asked. So you can't see it. Well, I became the admin of the dimensional chat group. I explained. Mikasa was slightly surprised by this before she asked, I wonder why it chose you. Maybe the Neat Rob did something without telling us. Probably. I said before thinking, accept. Ding. The Last Judgment has accepted the role of the admin. Congratulations on becoming the admin of the dimensional chat group. What's with that nickname? Is it because I played God when I destroyed humanity in our original world? I thought, looking at the weird nickname. Admin privileges are. Only the admin is allowed to travel to other worlds for free, as long as any other member of the chat group is present there, or the admin has previously visited the said world once a week. Other members can only travel through worlds if there's a mission or after paying a certain amount of system coins. The admin is the only one who's allowed to kill other members of the chat group. Early access to coupons and a 20% discount on each purchase. The admin is allowed to kick other members out of the chat group as long as the reason is legit. Memories related to the chat group will be deleted from those who have been kicked out. The admin. The list was way too long for me to read at once, so I just clicked the skip button at the bottom right side of the screen. Would you like to send invitations to the other members? The first batch of members will be selected at random, it'll consist of 8 members. Send invitations. I thought before the hologram in front of me disappeared. I noticed that Mikasa was still looking at me before turning away as she muttered, I got an invitation from the dimensional chat group. Her eyes moved as if she was reading something before she smiled and said, they're trying to bait me into accepting the offer. Is that so? My invitation was pretty bland. I said, wondering what kind of bait the chat group prepared for Mikasa. There's probably nothing they could bait you with. She said. No, that ass I am feeling on my crotch is definitely the best bait. I thought. Except. Mikasa muttered out loud before I got several notifications in front of me. Ding. The Last Judgment has joined the chat room. Ding. The Worst Spirit has joined the chat room. Ding. The Queen of Nightmares has joined the chat room. Ding. The One Who Loves Despair has joined the chat room. Bing. The immortal Lolican has joined the chat room. Bing. The strongest Esper has joined the chat room. Bing. The divine prophet has joined the chat room. Bing. The last 2 requests were rejected. Preparing new bait. My eyes almost popped out the moment I looked at the list of members. This is gonna be fun. I muttered as a smile appeared on my face. At this moment, I had already planned on subduing one of the members and how I'll do it thanks to my admin privileges. Use POV. It's dark. I don't know how long it has been since I've been sealed here, all alone, unable to live or die of my own accord. Probably a decade. A century. Maybe a millennium. I have no idea at this point. I am an atavist or someone who can directly manipulate mana without any incantation or magic circles. We were called the descendants of gods. Kind of weird for me to sealed here, isn't it? The great Alicia Galdi of Vesperitio Avatar, the queen of vampires, someone who could wipe out armies alone, is now in such a pitiful state. I guess even the strongest of people falter in front of betrayal. Was it my fault that my people betrayed me? Saying that I wasn't needed? That I was dangerous? At first, I wasn't able to believe that my uncle betrayed me. He wasn't the type of person who'd do something like that for power, not to mention seal away his niece. But time made me accept the truth and get over it. I doubt he's even alive after such a long time. I never asked them to worship me, all I did was for the sake of my race, and all I ever wanted was for them to live happily. And what did I get for my hard work? I got imprisoned in the pit of this hell for all eternity with no control over my life and death. I wasn't able to talk to anyone, use my mana or see anything. If it wasn't for my mental fortitude as the queen of vampires I had built up from the age of 17, I would have gone insane by now. At this point, I have already decided to offer up my everything to the one who saves me. It doesn't matter who that person is or what he or she wishes to do. Doesn't matter if they kill innocents, destroy cities for fun, or save people while talking crap about justice. I'll do anything to leave this place. Those were my true thoughts. But deep down, I was just scared that the one who saves me will abandon me as well. Being abandoned hurts a lot. Who am I even kidding? There's no way someone will make it to the bottom of the great Orcus labyrinth. It was as if my request was heard by the gods. After who knows how many years, I saw something that was taken away from me when I was sealed by my uncle. It was light that came from the narrow opening on the door which widened every second. I was in disbelief before the door fully opened, revealing a blurry shadow. I wasn't able to see clearly because the only thing my eyes saw for several centuries was darkness. But I was afraid. Afraid that it was all a dream and that I'll wake up again, all alone. After gathering my courage, I finally decided to say something. Is anybody there? It's been a long time since I've heard my childish voice. Because my automatic regeneration stopped my aging process. Why are you here? I heard a young man's voice as the dark silhouette started getting closer to me. Please let me out of here. I was so desperate that I wasn't even able to answer his question, directly asking no, begging him to get me out of here. That was how far gone I was at this moment. Not happening. The opposing party replied without any hesitation. Please, I'll do anything so I wasn't lying. I was prepared to do anything but my words were cut off. You ignored my question. And for someone to be sealed in the pit of this labyrinth, you must be someone who destroys cities for shits and giggles. The other party replied. There was a bit of nostalgia in his voice, which I wasn't able to notice due to my panicked state. No. You're wrong. I am not. Before I could say anything, I saw the person leaving before I finally shouted in desperation. I was betrayed. The man stopped before looking back at me and asking, explain. I told him everything that happened to me without hiding anything, be it my abilities to control mana or my automatic regeneration. I was too desperate to hide things right now. After telling him everything, he was silent. Maybe I was hoping for too much. I thought. Accepting my fate as someone who'll never have anyone to be by her side. Fine, I'll help you. But what is in it for me? I heard his voice before he raised his hand and a fireball appeared on it. He's not using magic, so how? I wasn't able to feel any mana being used by that person. Hell, he had no mana in the first place, but I could tell, he's strong. Even with my mana being sealed, I was able to sense mana from the atmosphere. I looked at his face with a pleading gaze. He had blue eyes and black hair. While not unbelievably handsome, he was good looking. Not to mention his heartwarming smile. I'll do anything, no matter what it is. I am strong, so I'll be able to help you. Please help me. I wasn't able to make any other offers. In the end, it was nothing but an honest request. Is that so? He said with a pondering expression before he smiled. Then I'll help you. I wasn't able to reply as he appeared in front of me in a moment. Again, I wasn't able to feel any mana being used to enhance his speed before he directly punched the sealstone I was trapped in. Boom. The sealstone directly shattered into millions of small pieces before I fell to the ground, my face showed nothing but happiness and disbelief. I looked at the person who saved me as my expression changed to that of horror. His right arm was gone, there was nothing left. He sacrificed his right arm to save me. I thought as tears started falling from my eyes. I was happy, worried and sad. I couldn't do anything because of my low mana reserves. Even if I had a lot of mana, regenerating an arm isn't something that magic can do. The only one who can is probably me, and that's not something that I can use on others. My cries were cut short by a voice filled with amusement. Hey. I am not dead, just in case you forgot. But your arm. He chuckled a little before saying with a smile. Watch this. As he said that, black lines started appearing on his face and left hand before something unbelievable happened. His right arm started regeneration at a very high speed. Within a minute, it was back at the way it was before. My mouth was left open as I looked at the scene with a shocked expression before realizing something. Isn't he just like me? He was looking at his now regenerated right arm with a smile as the black lines on his body disappeared. I didn't know what I was doing before I grabbed his right arm, finally feeling the warmth I'd missed for several centuries. Thank you. What are you doing? It's warm. I muttered, slightly tightening my grip around his hand. What's your name? Tetsuya. Shiba Tetsuya. And you are? I don't have a name. Tetsuya, I want you to give me a name. I don't want my old name. So please, give me a name. He pondered for a while before saying. How about you? You? I asked, not knowing what it meant. It means the moon from my world. I chose it because your golden hair shines like the moon. How is it? I thought for a second before smiling. You. Thank you. Don't worry about it. He said with a smile while looking at me intently from head to toe. What's he doing? I thought, tilting my head. I don't mind if you have weird kinks, but if you plan on running around butt naked then I will have to stop you. He said with a smile as I looked down at my own body. My face turned bright red as I tried to hide my private parts with my hands while looking at the floor. Pervert. I muttered as I noticed that Tetsuya was looking at me with a smile, as if enjoying my miserable state. Here. He said before another unbelievable thing happened. Clothes started to appear on my body out of nowhere. And again, it wasn't magic. After a few seconds, I was fully dressed. How? I muttered, looking at my clothes. I was wearing a frilly white dress shirt and a black miniskirt with frills, along with a white coat with a blue lining, as well as a short pair of boots and knee-high socks. Some parts of my thighs were visible between the knee-high socks and the miniskirt. Magic? He said with a smile. That wasn't magic. I retorted. I thought that he was making fun of me. Oh, right. This world has actual magic. He said, scratching the back of his head. I noticed something that I failed to notice previously. Tetsuya, are you from a different world? I knew that it sounded ridiculous but for some reason, that was the only logical reason I could come up with. And he just said that. Although the theory of different worlds existing was more or less possible, there were no cases of people traveling through them. Well, not any I was aware of, to say the least. Yeah. He replied without any hesitation. I'll tell you something interesting if you promise me one thing. I've already offered myself up to you. So there's nothing I won't do if it's for you. I said, completely serious. He was slightly surprised by my proclamation before he smiled and patted my head, making me blush a little. But it was a nice feeling as a smile appeared on my face. But his expression soon changed as he frowned. I wasn't able to ask anything as he suddenly grabbed me by my waist, running towards the door. It was a huge monster attacking us with its large hands. Tetsuya was continuously running away from it as if he didn't have the strength to fight back anymore. The monster was clearly targeting me, I could tell that he knew as well. But why? Shit. I don't have much chakra. He cursed before we came to a dead end. I didn't know what this chakra was but considering his words, it was likely his source of power. Tetsuya, why? I asked, my voice indicating that I was about to cry. Why what? You belong to me now. There's no way I am abandoning you. He said with a smile. And with that, something within me cracked. The little hesitation I had was gone. Yeah. He's right. I belong to him, now and forever. I thought before hugging him. Tetsuya. Trust me. I said before jumping and biting near his collarbone and drinking his blood. Right. You were a vampire. He muttered. After a few seconds, I let go of his collarbone while licking my lips. I will get addicted to this taste. I said before turning towards the monster while raising my hand and shouting, Azure Sky. A large ball made out of blue flames formed above the monster before I moved my hand downwards, making the ball fall on the monster as an explosion rang out. I felt like passing out before my body started falling. I was grabbed by Tetsaya as he commented, "You killed that thing alone, nice work." He was looking at me with a smile. Huh? I killed that. The spell I used should at best injure that thing to a certain extent, but it wasn't strong enough to kill it, so how? His blood. I finally realized what had happened. It was because of his blood. But there was another feeling. The feeling of belonging. I felt a strange yet familiar connection with Tetsaya, as if I belonged to him, literally. It was as if he had left a mark deep within my soul. It wasn't my imagination as he was looking at me with a shocked gaze as well, indicating that he had no idea about what was going on. Tetsaya Pav. I looked at the blonde vampire in front of me with a surprised look. The feeling of authority I felt over her after she drank my blood was intense. It was as if she only belonged to me, literally. But what's up with this weird feeling? I thought, wondering. My thoughts came to half as a red-colored hologram appeared in front of my eyes. Ding. Congratulations on taming a legal loli, host. Achievement unlocked. Loli tamer. For some reason, the system right now felt different from what I was used to some years ago. I turned towards you, who was looking at me with a question mark forming above her head. Wait for a minute. I need to do something. She nodded before I created 2 wooden chairs for us to sit on using wood release. Wait, wood release. I can do that. I thought, an incredible idea appeared inside my head before I noticed that the hologram in front of me changed. I pushed these thoughts to the back of my head. An apostle has been found. Would you like to turn the vampire named you into your apostle? What'll happen if she becomes my apostle? She'll gain a part of your authority over time. But considering your current control over your authority, the best she could get is an affinity for time magic. After becoming an apostle, she'll have no choice but to follow your commands, intentionally or not. You can also choose the amount of authority you wish to bestow upon her after you reach a certain level. You can also choose to revoke her position as your apostle at any given moment. It's similar to how various gods choose their apostles, just on a different level. I see. Can I make Mikasa my apostle? No. Thought so. But Yu's world has no concept of time magic, although there's spatial magic. I thought. Yu was probably the best mage in the world of Arifureta, so she wouldn't be a bad candidate for my apostle, not to mention her loyalty even before becoming my apostle. Would you like to make Yu your apostle? Accept reject. I was about to choose accept before the hologram in front of me changed again. Bing. The neat Rob has joined the chat room. The neat Rob hey Tetsaya. My friend, colleague, and partner in crime. As your fellow Rob Outer God, I would like to give you some advice. What the hell is he up to? And since when did I become an outer god? I thought, wanting to puke at the thought of this guy being so polite out of the goodness of his heart. The Last Judgment, sure, what is it? The neat Rob, I told you about the hard work and effort I put into you too. Do you remember the stuff about getting you into the dimensional chat group and hiding your authorities? No need to thank me for it. As I was saying, you must remember that, correct? I was having a bad feeling before I replied. The Last Judgment, I do. The neat Rob, ah, yes. Of course, you do. Then could you please enlighten me about something? The Last Judgment about what? The neat Rob, about why the fuck are you using your authority to time travel in different world right under the dimensional chat group's nose? You son of a bitch, do you have any idea of how big of a mess it would have caused for me if it wasn't for me hiding your authority beforehand? Not only that, you almost got yourself an apostle as well without even knowing the consequences. You know what? Fuck you. I almost fell off my chair while reading his message. I swear I could hear angry Rob noises from somewhere. After a minute, I finally replied. The Last Judgment, what should I do then? The neat Rob, maybe you should try and say those magical words. I took a deep breath before saying what sounded like the most magical words to me. The Last Judgment's a word, ooh. The neat Rob, not that, you bastard. I could seriously hear the Rob gritting his teeth at this point. The Last Judgment, fine. I'll say it. The Last Judgment, hey ah. The Last Judgment, you thought it was an apology, but it was me, Dio. The neat Rob, you fuck. Forget it, there's no point in talking to you about this. Where's my iced coffee now? The Last Judgment, so, what were you on about earlier? The neat Rob, sigh for mortals, it's forbidden to travel to the past in worlds that they don't belong in, as it'll result in various timelines that are too hard for the worlds to manage. The only reason you could travel in time through that world, which is not your native world, was because of your authority. Well, people with ridiculous amounts of power can break this rule, but you aren't one of them. And thanks to your authority, you just deleted the real timeline of the Arifureta world. The Last Judgment, who created this rule? The worlds. The neat Rob, no, it's the chat group. You're lucky because outers can't see through the worlds that are protected by the chat group. The Last Judgment, that was my bad. When I saw Yu's name among the members, I realized that she'll be useful in the future, so I decided to subdue her after using my admin privilege to travel to this world. But she was already saved by the edgelord, so I used Zafkiel to travel back in time. I blitzed through this labyrinth at a very high speed and picked the only useful thing I could find on the deepest floor before entering the room she was sealed inside. And the rest is history. I explained what happened after I got the invitation to the dimensional chat group. Neat Rob, just be careful in the future. And as for that lowly vampire of yours, make her your semi-apostle after the chat group officially starts. That way, she'll only get an aptitude for time magic rather than a portion of your authority even after you're strong enough. I can't hide your authority if it's insider because of the dimensional chat group guarding all of its members against us outers. Well, that's all. I'm on the run right now, later. Neat Rob has left the chat room. His mood swings at a speed that I can't keep up with. Not to mention that last line was suspicious as hell. I thought, sighing. This guy would just pop up and drop some information before leaving again. Is everything alright? You asked, looking worried. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I replied with a smile. Warning. Due to your authority, the original timeline of the Arifureta world has been completely deleted and the world is starting to notice these changes. The host is advised to leave within a few hours. I guess the worlds aren't completely sentient. I thought, before I could ask the Rob anything, he left. I'll ask the system about it later. I'll tell you something interesting now. I said, getting up from my chair as I placed my right head on Yu's head. We both teleported directly inside the last floor of the labyrinth. Since I had already cleared it, this floor belonged to me. This labyrinth had creation magic as its main reward, which was useless for you, who doesn't know transmutation. As for me, I have the creation of all things that can create anything out of nothing. Why would I need magic that can only manipulate inorganic materials? Not to mention that, right now, I don't have any mana at all. As for Mikasa, I doubt she'll be interested in learning this. How did we? You asked, confused. By now, she was more or less used to the shocking things that were happening around me, so she wasn't that surprised. I created a single charge using wood release behind me as I grabbed Yu by her waist and sat on the chair, placing her on my lap. I looked at her crimson-red eyes with a slight smile. She blushed a little before asking, what is it? I can do whatever I want with you, right? Since you now belong to me. Her blush deepened after hearing my words as she dropped her head and mumbled, yes. Then, I'll ask you a question, I said, raising her head with my left hand. Does it hurt, knowing that your uncle and your vassals betrayed you? Her eyes widened in surprise at my sudden question before she returned to her normal expression and answered, it doesn't. Are you lying to me, Yu? No. She answered, shaking her head. With Tetsuya here, I don't care about what happened to me all those centuries ago. I could tell that she wasn't lying. Her personality is similar to her anime counterpart. I thought. Then I'll give you a nice gift. I said with a smile. Yu closed her eyes as she raised her head towards me, expecting a kiss. Me, being the fucker I am, decided to mess with her a little. No host. Don't loot the immortal lowly. Yu, who was expecting a kiss, opened her eyes as she felt something cold was touching her lips. As she saw the metallic ball in my hand pressing against her lips, she looked at me with nothing but disappointment and a bit of anger. I almost laughed at the lowly looking at me with a resentful gaze before I removed the ball from her lips and said, this is the gift I was talking about. What is it? You asked, confused. Just channel some of your mana into it and you'll realize what it is. I said. She wasn't aware of what was going on, but still did as she was told. The metallic ball glowed silver before we heard the voice of a man, his voice was full of regret. Hello Alicia. I don't know how long has it been since we last met, but a lot of time must have passed. It's me, your uncle. You uncle? You muttered, her face showed signs of grief and sadness. I guess she wasn't totally over that accident, huh? If you're listening to this, then that means someone did save you from your confinement. I am glad that you're free now. After that, he explained how that self-styled Gada had planned on taking over Yu's body because of her automatic regeneration, along with her talent as a mage, and why her uncle and vassals decided to seal her in hopes of saving her. Not long after, Yu started crying as she clenched the ball-shaped artifact in her hands. Well, that's all I would like to say. To the one who saved her, you have my deepest gratitude. Please, take care of my niece. With those words, the ball crumbled to dust, leaving the crying Yu alone on my lap. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of your niece. I said in my mind before I patted Yu's head. It's alright. I won't let any shitty god take you away, so don't worry. I said, comforting her. I was so glad that Mikasa wasn't here to see me like this or she'll die laughing. Maybe killing someone with a god complex isn't so bad. I thought. I was sure that if I had had a physical body right now, he would have felt chills all over his body. You nodded before hugging me tightly. Appraisal. I decided to use a system skill that I haven't used in a long time. You. Race vampire. Skill automatic regeneration. Age 323 years old. Feelings towards host love, gratitude, affection, care, lust, hunger, absolute loyalty, obsession, submission, belonging. She's even worse than Tsunade. I thought as an amused smile appeared on my face. Dealing with Yandere is always fun, as long as they're tamed properly. Wait, what's up with that hunger? Don't tell me. I was about to say something when I felt you wrap her hands around my neck. Tsaya, I am hungry. So, take responsibility. She said in a very lustful voice, but she wasn't going to suck the thing I wanted her to. Hey you. Calm down. Too late. She said before biting near my collarbone. I was able to feel my blood rushing out of my body at a very high speed. After half an hour of intense eating, I noticed that you showed no signs of stopping, seemingly obsessed with my blood. I wonder what's up with her. It's due to the host's authority along with her feelings for you. I see. So I'll have various horny female vampires after me, no matter which world I visit, as long as they taste my blood. Yes. This is something Mikasa would love. I thought, looking at you. There's no way Mikasa would pass on owning a sadistic lowly vampire who's a hidden masochist towards its owner. After a while, I decided to get the lowly vampire of me. After calculating every possibility, I came to the most optimal solution that always works on yanderes and hidden masochists. I raised my right hand, which was on Yu's waist, before bringing it down at a high speed. Spank. You moaned loudly, removing her fangs that were continuously drinking my blood. The marks she left on my collarbone with her fangs healed almost instantly. Someone was enjoying herself for sure. I said before squeezing her left butt cheek. I am sorry. You said in a rather seductive voice. Okay now, that's enough. I said in a serious tone as I looked at the hologram that appeared in front of me a moment ago. Warning. Please leave this time period within half an hour. The world noticed you faster than the system has anticipated. Why does it feel like you did it on purpose to ruin my prime time? I thought, staring at the hologram, which visibly flinched at my words. You're imagining it, my dear host. I decided to convince you that I'll be leaving, which was very difficult. She cried and hugged me, saying that she won't let me go. I was too soft to kick the lowly vampire off me and leave, so I decided to explain some things to her. For some reason, she said that she'll like to have a talk with Mikasa about something. I knew what she was up to but decided to ignore it. Unlike me, Mikasa wouldn't think twice about beating a lowly vampire. I just prayed that Yu's automatic regeneration wouldn't disappoint us both. I had already told her to not create a scene in front of other members of the chat group, to which she agreed. After making sure that she understood everything about acting normal in the dimensional chat group and all, I summoned Zafkiel. My left eye turned golden as a clock appeared inside it, surprising you again. The clock hands inside Zafkiel were resting on the 12 o'clock, or at least where the number she should have been. I've been using the 12th bullet Yudbet to temporarily travel back to the past, and the time was almost up. Now that the time I used to come here was about to end, I'll be expelled back to the future. The reason I used this was simple. Unlike permanent time travel, this one was more budget-friendly since I barely have 200 years' worth of time right now. Even if that sounds like a lot, it isn't. I looked as the number sheet became visible on Zafkiel again before I disappeared from the scene, reappearing in the same spot. Let's go back to my original world. I thought before I teleported again, reappearing in front of Mikasa. That was fast, you just left a few seconds ago. Mikasa said with a slightly surprised tone. I can control time. I said, rolling my eyes. Forget about that. What about your mission? I tamed a lowly vampire and some other stuff. I said, giving her a high five. I placed her under a Jinjutsu before showing her all my memories of the time since I left this world. After watching those memories, a lustful smile appeared on Mikasa's face as she gave me a thumbs up. Luminous Pav. My name is Luminous. Luminous Valentine. Ruler of the old world, the true ancestor of all vampires. I was the one at the top of the food chain, the queen of nightmares. I opened the large door in front of me before entering the room. The room was filled with ice pillars everywhere. At the center of the room laid a coffin made out of glass, in which rested a girl with long black hair, tied in twin tails. She looked like she was sleeping peacefully. Removing my clothes, I walked toward the coffin before looking at her face closely. Ah, as beautiful as ever, aren't you? Chloe. Before lying next to the coffin, hugging it slightly. The Holy Ark, a power sacred to me, the vampire demon lord, as it is poisonous. And yet, every scald on my skin brought great joy to me just from touching the coffin. Because the girl inside the coffin was very precious to me. Luminous Ama. I heard my subordinate's voice, snapping me out of my inner monologue. DCH. I clicked my tongue in annoyance. Since I've already instructed everyone not to bother me while I am here, the news must be something important. But it was still annoying. What is it, Lewis? I said, getting up and taking a seat next to the coffin. My left leg resting above my right. Looking at Lewis, I saw him bound with his right hand on his chest, looking at the floor. My deepest apologies. There is something I wish for you to hear. It's been centuries since I last saw Lewis hesitate while reporting something to me, so it should be significant news. Tell me what it is. I said again. Unlike other demon lords, I wasn't that cold towards my main subordinates. Well, everyone was fine except for that clown of a demon lord, Clayman. The storm dragon Voldora has disappeared. Most are assuming that he died within the seal placed on him by the hero. Lewis said something that made me widen my eyes in surprise. That fucking lizard disappeared. It's just as Chloe told me would happen. I thought. Chloe, before disappearing, told me bits of the future that were bound to happen. At first, I was skeptical. Considering her personality, shouldn't she try and avoid all those calamities, saving millions of lives? But in the end, I decided to trust Chloe, along with Hinata who was inside her. I was patiently waiting for that turning point to occur for who knows how many centuries. I see. Is there any other news from the Great Jura Forest? I asked, already knowing the answer. There is, but I doubt it's anything valuable, Lumina-sama. It is I who decide whether the news is important or not, Lewis. I said, narrowing my eyes. Even if I was gentle with them, it doesn't mean that they're allowed to forget who the boss is. There is a difference between being gentle with your subordinates and being frank with them. My deepest apologies, Lumina-sama. Lewis took a deep breath before he continued. A slime called Rimuru appeared not long after Voldora's disappearance. Unlike other slimes, it is quite strong, possibly rank A. As of right now, it helped a bunch of goblins, saving them from some wolves. So that slime is finally here, huh? Although rank A was nothing special for us, a slime becoming rank A was unheard of. Hell, no slime was even sentient before this point. Very well. Keep an eye on the Great Jura Forest, but no matter what happens, don't interfere. After all, Chloe told me to not interfere with that slime of hers. If Chloe had said to, I could have taken that slime into my protection, but since she didn't. I sighed internally. Very well, Lumina-sama. Oh, by the way, what's Roy and Hinata up to? My brother is still posing as the Demon Lord Valentine while doing the work he is supposed to do. As for Hinata, she is busy with managing the Holy Knights as the commander of the Holy Knight Order. That's good. You can leave now. Yes, Lumina-sama. After saying that, Lewis left. After a while, I got up from my seat before getting dressed in my favorite black dress. As I was about to leave, something unbelievable happened. Would you, Luminous Valentine, like to join the Dimensional Chat group? Get a chance to change the miserable life of your savior, Chloe Aubert. Get a chance to meet some of the most interesting people from all over the multiverse, a place that no one from your universe ever reached, except for the creator of everything, Veldanava. Knowing the future that Chloe failed to tell you about. Be powerful enough to protect your people from threats. Get everything you could ever imagine at the Dimensional Chat group. Except reject. What the actual fuck? I almost shouted at the sudden words that appeared in front of my eyes. I tried touching it, but my hands went through, indicating that it was either a projection or something within my mind. I called Lewis again to check whether or not could he see this weird thing in front of me, to which he replied, Lumina-sama, there is nothing I can see in front of you. I see, you may leave. I was slightly embarrassed at the weird look Lewis gave me, but he knew better than to question me so he left. I was sure that the thing in front of me wasn't magic. Even Guy can't do something like this. I thought about it for a while before doing the most reasonable thing. Reject. There is no way I would trust a shady message like this over my savior Chloe. As for power, I am not some power-hungry bitch, so I'll pass on that. The only thing that was worthy of my attention was the mention of that name, Veldanava. He was the one who created my father, but I didn't think too much about it since I killed that guy the moment I was born. Veldanava was the creator of everything, but his name was not enough for me to get into something like this. And most of all, it looked like someone was trying to bait me into accepting that offer. There's no way I would fall for such obvious tricks. The screen in front of me changed before I read what was written on it. Would you like to see that fucking evil Lizard Voldora suffer? Accept. Accept. I shouted at the top of my lungs, secretly glad that there was a barrier blocking all sounds from escaping this room. This offer was something I couldn't reject no matter what I have to do for it. Although there are things that Chloe Hinata didn't tell me about that fucking lizard, that wasn't enough to calm the anger I felt when he destroyed my country. Ding. The Queen of Nightmares has joined the chat room. Congratulations. Harumi Pav. So, they found that human, huh? I muttered after receiving the report from one of my May clones. The one who could seal a spirit's powers inside his body. How very interesting. Without much thought, I disappeared into my shadow. Reappearing above a light pole near a house that looked like it belonged to a middle-class family. So that's him. I muttered, looking at the blue-haired boy who looked around the age of 16. He was surrounded by two girls. One was a young girl with bright red hair tied in twin tails. While the other one was around his age with a long black hair. I almost mewed in joy at recognizing the black-haired girl. She was the spirit that recently appeared in this town, causing a space quake. But looking at her now, I couldn't find any indication of her being a spirit. So what said was true after all. I said, a creepy smile appearing on my face. With this, there's no need for me to hunt humans down anymore to consume their time. But I still don't know if he's the one who sealed that spirit's Riryoku. I thought, wondering how I should confirm it. Shido Itsuka, was it? I looked at his clothes, which looked like a school uniform. I contacted my clones to ask about this particular uniform before I got the answer. So it's the uniform of Raisin High School. Guess I'll have to visit that place and ask them to make me a student there. I muttered with a smile before disappearing again. But even if that boy was the one who sealed the black-haired spirit's power, I wouldn't directly consume him. Since he's acting so noble and righteous by sealing a spirit's powers in the name of saving them, I'll torment him to no ends until he's at his worst before killing him. I couldn't help but smile at the thought of having this hypocrite to spare. No, bad Kurumi, girls don't talk like that. I warned myself internally. But I still don't have any information about that Nia Honjo, the spirit who owns the angel ray seal. My plan was now simple. Mess with the one who seals spirits while searching for Nia Honjo and ask her about the first spirit, Mio Takamiya. After that part was done, I'll consume Shido and use the 12th bullet Yudbet to go back in the past and kill Mio Takamiya even before she became the first spirit or something like that. In the end, all I wanted was to save the millions of people who have died after the appearance of the first spirit, Mio Takamiya. But deep down, my goal was to save my friend who died at my hands, Sawayama. And to wash away my sins of killing so many people and causing such disasters. But I knew that, for someone like me, redemption was impossible. That was the main reason I was disgusted by someone going around and saving spirits, cause I knew that, after knowing what kind of a being I am, even he wouldn't bother to save me. Maybe the one who saves spirits will come to kill me. But no matter what happens, I doubt I'll ever be able to accept myself. I thought, wondering how that black-haired spirit felt after her powers were presumably sealed by that human, Shido Itsuka. Maybe I'll be happy too if that happens. I quickly suppressed the thoughts before something I never expected happened. My plan was flawless, but what is this thing floating in front of me? I thought, looking at the golden hologram floating in front of me. Would you, Takasaki Kurumi, like to join the dimensional chat group? It'll provide you with everything, knowledge, powder, and most importantly, friends you could rely on. Doesn't matter what kind of information it is, be it about the first spirit, the human who could seal spirits or the power to go back in time and kill the first spirit, saving the lives of your best friend, along with the millions of people that have died ever since the appearance of the first spirit. Get a chance to meet people who'll accept you for who you are. Who'll see you as Takasaki Kurumi rather than a weapon meant for mass destruction. Travel through the infinite multiverse with companions, seeing things that you never thought were true even within your wildest dreams. Accept reject. This sounds like a scam. I thought. For me, the first spirit was the strongest existence out there. But to think something like this would happen. I decided to accept at the mention of my friend. Not to mention that I had nothing to lose in this. I was gonna go after that human either way, so I guess I'll see if there is anything useful in this chat group. Accept. I muttered before the hologram in front of me changed. Ding. The worst spirit has joined the chat room. Congratulations. That slanderous nickname. I am the best spirit out there. I almost stomped my foot in anger while pouting. AN, you are. Would you like to transfer the chat group over to your mobile phone? I can do that. Yes, just hold the phone in your right hand. I summoned my phone from my shadow, doing what the hologram said. The hologram in front of me disappeared before it appeared inside my phone as an application named Dimensional Chat Group. Would you like to use it in portable mode? The application asked after I opened it. I clicked yes again. Using it as a hologram is easier than typing messages using my hands. Tatsumaki Pav. How boring. I muttered, looking at the three monsters in front of me. It was a red giant, around the height of 120 meters, its red eyes were shining as it glared at me. It was a dragon-level monster. Along with it, there were two humanoid monsters, one gray and the other black, each of them was a demon-level monster. What a disappointment. The black humanoid monster said before the other two nodded. Why are weaklings all like that? I thought. The big guy moved his foot, trying to step on me before I disappeared. appearing in front of him, floating midair. Oh. So you're not completely useless. But if you want to destroy me, you must have the strength to do so. The big one said. I doubt she can even punch someone. To think that the Hero Association would send a child, what a disappointment. Hey, runt. You're bound to die, so don't resist. After that, all three of them started laughing. But my attention was on something else. Who do you think you're calling a runt? I was getting my teeth so hard that they almost broke. Are you an idiot, brat? We're calling you a runt. Hearing that, I snapped. Lifting my finger, the three monsters started floating midair. What's happening? The giant one asked in a panicked voice. It's that brat's doing. Both of the humanoid monsters shouted in unison. These lowly monsters. I am an adult, you fuckers. I shouted while bringing my finger down. All three of them smashed into the ground, creating a crater with a depth of approximately 100 meters. All three of them were now meat paste, lying at the center of the crater. HMPH. That's what you get for calling me a brat. It was about time for me to check up on my little sister's training, so I decided to leave. After all, I am the best big sister out there. But before I could, I noticed a strange hologram floating in front of me. Would you, Tatsumaki, like to join the dimensional chat group? Get a chance to get what you desire. Fight with enemies worthy of your strength while completely crushing them. Travel through different worlds. You can do anything in the dimensional chat group, you can even ask for strength and bestow it upon your little sister, Viewpoint. You can see what the infinite multiverse has to offer. Accept reject. What is this? A Walmart sale. I muttered, looking at the hologram. It was as if a salesman was trying to sell this dimensional chat group. But he was very bad at it. I don't have anyone worthy enough to fight me, don't overestimate others. As for making my sister stronger, I'll do it myself as her older sister. I don't need some shady chat group to do things for me. Even within the multiverse, I doubt there's anyone who can rival me. HMPH, idiot. Reject. I said. There's no way that someone can fight me, let alone be worthy of me fighting them seriously. The hologram in front of me disappeared before it appeared again with something different written on it. Hey, you runt. Do you think you're strong? You flat-chested excuse of an adult. Your Esper powers are only good for lifting luggage and changing TV channels at best. You're 28. You look like a kinder gardener with a superiority complex. No one can rival you even within the multiverse. People can shit on you without even batting an eye. You're nothing, you brat. If you have the guts, accept this invitation and prove that you're a runt who's strong, or go cry in the corner. Maybe you can hug your older sister Fubuki and cry about being a kid while hugging her perfectly curved womanly waist with your childish arms. Accept reject. You son of a bitch. I was so angry that I released some of my powers accidentally. The 100 meters deep crater was now 500 meters deep. Accept. I shouted. The screen in front of me changed yet again. Bing. The strongest Esper has joined the chat room. Congratulations. At least my nickname is nice. I said, looking at the hologram. Let's see what we got here. AN, she's strong. Just check her wiki. Dunko Pav. Now, what should I do? I thought, dying of boredom. Maybe I should try to kill my sister again. Since the despair of losing a sister must be intense. A smile appeared on my face while thinking about brutally murdering my sister as she felt despair, losing all hope. The best part is that it doesn't end there. Just imagine the despair of killing your sister, whom you love very much. Be it my sister, my friends, or those close to me. They are my favorites when it comes to killing someone. It's because I really love them. Just the thought of killing them makes me despair. It's the best way to feel large amounts of despair. Just thinking about it is exciting. I muttered. After all, for me, despair is the only enjoyable emotion, whether it is inflicting despair on others or suffering from it myself. I'll do both wholeheartedly. I wonder how I'll feel after my goal is achieved. My goal was to make the whole world feel absolute despair when all hope's lost, a place where people can do nothing but despair about ever being born. That's my utopia. My thoughts were cut short as a hologram appeared in front of me. Would you, Junko Enoshima, like to join the dimensional chat group? A chance for you to travel through the infinite multiverse while spreading absolute despair. Making people who hold unimaginable powers despair as they lose all hope. Why just the world, make the whole multiverse feel absolute despair, create your utopia. It only took me a moment to analyze the situation as a crazy smile appeared on my face. My cheeks flushed red along with my eyes a little watery. Except. Bing. The one who loves despair has joined the chat room. Congratulations. That makes me sound like a masochist. I grumbled a bit. Third person Pav. Bing. The Last Judgment has joined the chat room. Bing. The Worst Spirit has joined the chat room. Bing. The Queen of Nightmares has joined the chat room. Bing. The one who loves despair has joined the chat room. Bing. The immortal Loli has joined the chat room. Ding. The strongest Esper has joined the chat room. Ding. The divine prophet has joined the chat room. Awkward silence. Maybe we should say something, it's already been half an hour since the chat room started. Mikasa said while looking at the hologram in front of her. She was sitting on Tetsuya's lap with her chin resting on his shoulder, her legs wrapped around his waist. Maybe. Tetsuya muttered, looking at the hologram in front of him. But before they could text anything, someone else texted first. The one who loves despair. Hello, does anyone know how I can change my nickname? It's kinda weird and there's no option to change it. The worst spirit. I would like to do that as well. The queen of nightmares. Wait. A spirit. Do you work for that annoying fairy? The immortal Loli. In case you forgot, we're from different worlds. The divine prophet. So why are we here exactly? The last JUDGEMENT admin. I'd like to know that as well. The one who loves despair. Wait, there's an admin here. The queen of nightmares. What's an administration in? The worst spirit. Admin is like the boss of a chat group. The queen of nightmares. I see. Were you the one who invited us? Tetsuya was about to answer, but something he had never expected happened. Someone silent throughout the conversation decided to speak up. The strongest Esper. So you're the one who invited us? You fucking son of a bitch. I challenge you to fight me. How dare you call me a runt and say that Yubuki is my older sister? I have a perfect figure as well. Who were you calling flat-chested, you fucker? Apologize right now. There was a strange silence for a few minutes before everyone got a notification. Ding. The strongest Esper has been banned by the last JUDGEMENT admin. The last judgment anyway. As I was saying, I have no idea what's going on or why am I even the admin. So let's talk like civilized people and introduce ourselves. All of the members agreed with his approach, except for one. Tatsumaki was sitting in her sister's room as everything around her was floating. Crack. The table fan floating behind her broke as her little sister, Fubuki, yelped in surprise. That bastard. Not only did that bitch of an admin ignore me, but also banned me. Tatsumaki was so angry that she almost destroyed Fubuki's house along with the neighborhood. Maybe she has finally gone mad. Fubuki thought, looking at the excuse of an older sister in front of her. She's scary. The one who loves despair. Then I'll go first. Hello, my name is Junko Enoshima, 16 years old. I don't have any superpowers like you guys, and my world is also normal without any kind of superpowers. Well, my invitation told me that other members will have superpowers even if it's kind of unbelievable. The only reason I believed it was because of the floating screen in front of me. I accepted it since I was curious, so I don't know what else should I do. Sorry about that, I know I talk too much. I like making friends, so I hope we get along. Junko's introduction left a good impression on most of the members. Her impression was that of a friendly, nice and clumsy teenager that one wouldn't be on guard against. So she's going with the friendly high school girl approach, huh? Tetsuya muttered, looking at the chat room. Well, it'll be interesting with her tagging along. Mikasa said with a smile. They knew about Junko's real personality, so there's no way they'll ever believe her. But she's good. With just a single introduction, she said the basic things she'll require to analyze everyone within the chat room. Their world, age, and most importantly their powers. Tetsuya said, his compliment was genuine. With Junko's introduction done, the others would have to at least say what she talked about, otherwise, it'll seem like they're being secretive. But it wasn't that big of a deal even if they didn't. This was also noted by the others as well, but they didn't mind it. Of course, there was one who failed to notice it as she was too busy breaking stuff in her sister's house. Guess I'll help her a bit. Mikasa said before she thought about her next message. The divine prophet. It's nice to meet you all. My name is Mikasa Uchiha, 16 years old. I am a ninja and as my name suggests, I am a prophet as well. I can look into one's future and past as long as they wish for me to do so. I can also find certain information if one is willing to pay the price, but the price varies depending on what the information is. Gurumi's eyes widened at Mikasa's introduction. Maybe she'll be able to tell me about the first spirit. The one who loves despair. Ninja as in guys who wear black clothes and hide their identities to assassinate people in silence with cool weapons and techniques, right? That sounds so cool. Both Mikasa and Tetsuya were thinking that after reincarnating, they have forgotten that an actual ninja isn't supposed to go around and destroy things while shouting the names of his techniques. The last JUDGEMENT admin. I wouldn't be so sure about the identity and silence part if I were you. Junko was surprised by the admin suddenly cutting in their conversation. And from the looks of it, the admin seems to know this Mikasa Uchiha even before the chat room. But what interested her was the admin's nickname. The Last Judgment. It's the name for the day when God judges humanity about whether it was worthy of survival or not. The nicknames, although they sounded random, were quite accurate. The only one she wasn't sure about was the immortal loli. Junko had a feeling that she'll get along with the admin no matter who it is. The one who loves despair. Do you guys know each other? I mean, like before the chat group even started. The last JUDGEMENT admin, yeah, we've been together since childhood. Anyway, let's continue with the introductions. Yu, who was missing Tetsuya very much, was barely able to control herself from cursing when she heard that Mikasa has been with Tetsuya since childhood. But she remembered what he ordered her to do, so no matter how she felt, she'll do it. The immortal loli. My name is Alicia Galdi of Vesperisho Avatar, the former and the last queen of vampires, you can call me Yu. It's a pleasure. And that was the best she could muster without mentioning her missing Tetsuya. She wasn't repulsive about using her old name once in a while after realizing her uncle's motivation in sealing her. But she still likes the name Yu more since it signifies her belonging to Tetsuya. I guess she doesn't know about private messages or she would have started abusing me already. Mikasa giggled, looking at the screen. But Yu's title, the Queen of Vampires, grabbed someone's attention. The Queen of Nightmares Yu, was it? What do you mean the last Queen of Vampires? The immortal loli. And you are? The Queen of Nightmares. Just answer the question first. The immortal loli. Exactly as it sounds like. I am the only survivor of the vampire race in my world. The Queen of Nightmares. I see. My condolences. This wasn't a formality on Luminous's part, she lost a large number of her people, not to mention Yu's position was more or less the same as her. So she was able to relate to what Yu must have felt. The immortal loli. Yes, very sad. Anyway, who are you again? Luminous almost choked on her tea at the carefree attitude Yu had about her people dying. But it was none of her business, so she didn't think much about it. The Queen of Nightmares. I am Luminous Valentine, a former demon lord and the true ancestor of all vampires of my world. The worst spirit demon lord. Those are real. Kurumi almost shouted while walking on the streets. Her Chinibu side was trying to take over. She remembered the time when she used to cosplay as one. The Queen of Nightmares. Indeed, they are. Even dragons and demons exist in my world. The one who loves despair must be fun. Maybe a dragon would despair after losing its wings. Junko muttered, feeling excited to test that theory out. The worst spirit. My name is Takasaki Kurumi and I am a spirit, the spirit of time to be precise. As for my world, it's a fairly normal world with modern technology if you ignore the spirits running around. It's nice to meet you all, I'll be in your care from now on. Her introduction was polite. As expected of a spirit. The last JUDGEMENT admin. I guess I am the only guy in the group. My name is Tetsuya Shiba, a shinobi as well. I can also tell someone's future, but I prefer not to. Let's get along. The worst spirit. RARA. Aren't you lucky, Tetsuya-san? I was able to hear her RRR for some reason. Mikasa muttered. Same. Tetsuya replied. The one who loves despair. Tetsuya-san, you must have gotten some privileges as the admin, right? I am JEALOUS. I was wondering who will be the one to ask this, but to think that. Tetsuya said, playing with Mikasa's hair. The last judgment. I did. The worst spirit. I'm curious, what are they? The last judgment. I am forbidden to tell anyone about my privileges. Here. But you guys can more or less figure them out in the long run. Are you for real? Mikasa asked, somewhat curious. She was too bothered to ask about the admin privileges so she didn't. The only one she knew was the world-traveling one because Tetsuya used it in front of her. Yeah. I wrote a real privilege there. The admin can kick other members out of the group is what I wrote. We can talk about it because we are in the Rob's domain. Is that so? Bing. The last judgment is warned to not share information that the other members aren't classified to know. The last judgment. See? The Queen of Nightmares. Moving on, what are we even supposed to do now? The one who loves despair. Share our pictures. The Divine Prophet. That's a good start. There's an option called camera at the bottom left in case someone doesn't know. The Divine Prophet. Mikasa and Tetsuya's photo.jpg. The one next to me is Tetsuya. The Queen of Nightmares. Luminous's photo.jpg. The worst spirit. Kurumi's photo.jpg. Kurumi was having a lot of fun while talking to people she didn't even know. It was kinda relaxing after chazzing after something for so long. Maybe joining this chat group wasn't a bad idea after all. The one who loves despair. Junko's photo.jpg. Yu was biting her lips so hard that they almost started to bleed after looking at Mikasa's hot figure. It only got worse after seeing the other girls, especially Junko. Where does she even keep those jugs at? It wouldn't be a bad idea if she cuts them off, right? The one who loves despair. I am having a bad feeling for some reason. The immortal loli. Yu's photo.jpg. Tetsuya looked at Yu's photo before he remembered something. Hey, where's Ellie? It's been a few days since he last saw the cat he gifted Mikasa. She's with Pakura and Hikari. Mikasa replied. Man, all of them are hot. She muttered. The one who loves despair, those abs are hot. At the divine prophet at the last judgment. Wink. Tetsuya looked at the photo Mikasa used and he was surprised. It was his photo with Mikasa, that wasn't the surprising part. She was wearing a sports bra with shorts while he was shirtless, only wearing shorts. Where did you even get that? He asked. Well, we were training a week back. I was able to share the system's photo in the chat group, so that's a plus. The one who loves despair, by the way, Tetsuya-san, aren't we all forgetting something? The immortal Oli, what? The worst spirit, are we? The queen of nightmares, I don't seem to recall anything noteworthy. The divine prophet, same. The last judgment, what? Tetsuya wasn't sure if he was forgetting something that Junko needs to remind him of. After noticing that no one even remembered her, Tatsumaki, who was now calm, went on another rampage. The strongest esper MPHHHHH.star MPPPPPHHHH. Tatsumaki was cursing so hard that even the chat group wasn't able to stop her. The last judgment, right, she's still here. I lift the ban, so talk normally. Ding. The ban on the strongest esper has been removed. The strongest esper, you bastard, I'll kill MPHHHHH. Ding. The strongest esper has been banned by the last JUDGEMENT admin. PFFT. Everyone within the chat group laughed at the situation. After doing it more than 10 times, Tatsumaki finally calmed down. The strongest esper, my name is Tatsumaki. As my name suggests, I am an esper and an S-class hero, the strongest one at that. So even if we have work to do, just let me do it, you guys will be nothing but a hindrance. Here's my photo. Tatsumaki's photo.jpg. Where is her perfect figure? Isn't she just a child? Everyone other than Mikasa and Tetsuya were having those kinds of thought before the scene in front of them changed. Welcome to the Dimensional chat group. 2 other members have rejected the offer thoroughly, so we'll be starting the program with what we have. They'll be replaced in due time. The one who loves despair, it's time for the big reveal. You all have been gathered here by the multiverse to help challenge those beings that are messing with it. Of course, you are not to fight them directly, as you'll die just by seeing them. What we ask you is to deal with their apostle servants. People who have gained a bit of their power are wreaking havoc in their own worlds. You'll be rewarded according to the contribution you put into your missions. For starters, every member will get 3 world traveling cards. Normally, you'll have to pay in system coins if you wish to travel through the worlds. You can share things from your world or you can sell them as well. There is also. The list went on and on for everyone to read, so they all just scrolled through it. The first mission will be issued after a few months. Please use the 3 world traveling cards and get to know each other better. Thank you. The one who loves despair, so, whose world should we meet in? The worst spirit may be the admins. The last judgment, our house is already full. The immortal Loli, I live in a labyrinth. How about it? You all can have a whole floor to yourself as long as you clear the monsters. The one who loves despair, please no, I am a human. And who even lives in a labyrinth? The queen of nightmares, I'll be the host. I have more than enough space for you guys to stay in. So, when are you coming? The worst spirit, I have to keep an eye on something so I can't right now. The chat group told me that my clones would also disappear if I leave. The one who loves despair, I also need to prepare some things, so I can't. The strongest esper HMPH. I don't need friends or anything like that. So forget about me coming. The strongest esper is offline. It's a shame that Kurumi isn't coming. Mikasa muttered before she smiled. But we can always go to her place. And so, the worst spirit was about to have her worst weekend while handling 2 curious bastards pretty soon who were basically interested in everything about the era she was living in. The one who loves despair is offline. The worst spirit is offline. The last judgment will drop by tomorrow since someone needs punishment. What about you? You was able to understand Tetsuya's "don't come to my world without my permission" hidden within his words. The immortal Loli, I'll be there tomorrow. The immortal Loli is offline. The divine prophet, who are you going to punish? The last judgment, you're doing a moonwalk on your own grave. The divine prophet, what do YAHNNNN hey? Sto AAAAAAAHH. The divine prophet is offline. PFFT. This time, Luminous choked on her tea. What was that just now? Her mouth twitched as she looked at the chat room. She knew what they were up to and what kind of punishment Tetsuya was talking about. The last judgment, we'll see you tomorrow. The last judgment is offline. Luminous didn't think too much about it before calling Lewis and telling him to prepare for some guests. The latter, who had no idea of who the guests were, naturally thought that it was someone of important status as his master called them guests. Maybe it's another ancient demon lord. Lewis thought. He decided to give it his all to prepare the best lodging he possibly could within a day. When he meets the so-called guests with high status, his face would be a sight to behold. Tsayapov. I got up from the bed as I looked at the peacefully sleeping Mikasa. The thought of waking her up crossed my mind for a moment before remembering the barrage of fireballs that attacked me the last time I woke her up. Exiting the room, I noticed something weird. Why is the floor wet? I thought, looking at the water splashed near the end of the door. Shrugging, I went downstairs. Entering the kitchen, I noticed that Tsunade was sitting at the dining table while eating her breakfast. She was wearing her signature sleeveless kimono-style blouse with an obi keeping it together, emphasizing her breasts while showing a deep valley that anyone would want to explore. She was also wearing a necklace that was stuck inside the said valley. Getting a grip, I moved my eyes above, looking at Tsunade's face. She noticed me looking at her bust, but she wasn't uncomfortable with it. Did she look proud? Good morning. She greeted me with a smile on her face, pointing a finger toward the chair next to her. Have a seat, I'll serve you. Lady, your inner horny is too much, it's almost leaking out. Wait, leaking out. That's it. I almost choked on air when I realized why the floor outside our room was wet. You could have joined us. Mikasa would have loved it. I thought. I used my natural energy perception to check whether my theory was true or not, and guess what? There's a damn hole near the door, exactly 4 feet above the pool of water. I took a seat next to Tsunade, who was looking at me before she got up and started serving me food. After that, she sat back on the chair. It's good. I said. Tsunade rarely cooked ever since she moved in, so I never knew that she was this good at cooking. Although not at Hikari's level, it was quite good. I've been learning about cooking from Hikari. Tsunade said with a smile. I see. I replied. Maybe they get along because their sizes are almost the same. That was my honest opinion. In the whole Naruto world, only Hikari rivaled Tsunade when it comes to curves and sizes. Maybe Samui would in the future. Oh right. Tsunade-sensei, we'll be leaving for a while. I decided to drop the bomb as Tsunade's fork stopped mid-air. She looked at me with a frown. At least act like you're 32. Where are you going? Another world. She hit the table with her left hand, spilling some broccoli from her plate. Don't joke around. I'm being serious. I was being serious. I wanted to roll my eyes, but didn't in fear of her clinging to me. We're going to meet a friend. A 3,000-year-old demon lord who's also the true ancestor of all vampires. Did I mention that she can also revive the dead? Yes, an old friend everyone would love to meet. Who is it? Tsunade asked, narrowing her eyes. You don't know her. I purposefully mentioned the word her to mess with Tsunade, but her reaction was kinda unexpected. She smiled at me before leaning forward and asking, so it's a girl. I wonder if Luminous would be a girl or lady. I thought while nodding. Tsunade didn't ask further, just saying, be careful. But there was a smile on her face that reminded me of someone. And honestly, it was scary. Her smile was the same as Gasai from Future Dairy. Maybe she'll kidnap me? I thought, wondering. Tsunade left with the same smile, leaving me alone. Bored, I decided to contact Pakura. Hey, what are you up to? I asked. Hunting some bandits. These guys are like cockroaches, they just won't die. I could hear the annoyance in her tone when she said that. Yeah, the cute girl I once saved has turned into a bandit hunter. I internally sulked. Anyway, why are hunting bandits? It's a war. Maybe that's why. These guys have been stealing loot from the dead ninjas for a few months, so I decided to come here and relieve some stress. What kind of stress are you releasing while killing bandits? Mikasa was nothing but a bad influence on Pakura. Forget about that. We're leaving for a few months. Is that so? I'll be keeping Ellie in the meantime. At this point, Pakura was immune to us disappearing out of nowhere. That was close. His blood almost ruined my clothes. TCH. I can hear you just in case you forgot. Take care of Hikari while you're at it. If she doesn't listen to you, just spank her once. I gave Pakura the ultimate solution to make Hikari obey. Okay. Don't do anything dangerous while you guys are away and look after Mikasa. Yay, Mom. I said before cutting the telepathic link. We had already created teleportation seals that connected our house, Pakura's house and Hikari's house, so that it'll be easier for the others to come and go without us. The only thing they require is the pass that'll allow them to teleport through them. Pakura tried learning the Flying Thunder God, but her aptitude was terrible at best. Well, I planned on drilling it into her body once I had some free time. Literally. My thoughts came to half as I noticed a golden hologram appear in front of me. The Divine Prophet is online. The Queen of Nightmares is online. The Last Judgment is online. So she's up. I muttered. The Queen of Nightmares, when are you guys coming? The Divine Prophet will be there in a few minutes, I am getting dressed. The Last Judgment admin, you want some breakfast? The Divine Prophet, no. I am full thanks to you feeding me last night. even my butt is sore now. The last JUDGEMENT admin, can't you heal it with medical ninjutsu? The divine prophet don't wanna. The queen of nightmares. The last JUDGEMENT admin. Third person POV. Luminous was sitting on her throne that was placed high above the ground, looking at the chat group in front of her. Down below, a tall man with blonde hair was standing while looking at the floor, his expression was respectful. He looked similar to Lewis, but was his twin brother, Roy Valentine, the one posing as the Demon Lord Valentine. He was wearing white clergy robes, similar to his brother, so that no one inside the Empire would realize that he was actually a Demon Lord. Unlike his brother, his personality wasn't as calm and collected. On the other hand, he was quite aggressive and acted without actually realizing the situation. Roy, who was looking at the floor, suddenly heard a voice full of curiosity and eagerness. "So this is your home?" As expected of a Demon Lord. The voice belonged to a girl in her teens. Roy looked up in a hurry, only to find his master was being poked in her cheeks by the fingers of two humans. One male and another female. Their eyes were full of curiosity as they looked at Luminous, who had veins popping out of her forehead. Intruders. That was his only thought before he moved to attack them. The one he first planned on attacking was the girl. Although he couldn't sense any malice from the two of them, touching his master's cheek in such a disrespectful way is a slap to the whole vampire race. If he knew about how they actually planned on touching her, Roy would have fainted from humiliation and shame. Luminous noticed this but didn't interfere, she was quite curious about how strong Mikasa and Tetsuya actually were. She wasn't able to sense any magicules from them, indicating that they don't have any skills or magic. Roy, who was already in a position where he was ready to punch Mikasa, noticed that her eyes started to change as she activated her mangyeko sharingan. She activated her best defensive ability as her body disappeared. Roy's punch hit nothing but air, creating a strong gust of wind, surprising both Roy and Luminous. But the latter was surprised for a different reason. Mikasa knew that there was no way she'd be able to beat Roy without exposing most of her cards, and even then, her victory wasn't guaranteed. Not to mention that Roy and his brother, Lewis, were actually one being. If they combined again, Mikasa and Tetsuya wouldn't have that much of a chance against them. Mikasa was now wondering how powerful Luminous was, being able to split someone like that into two. Thinking about it now, this universe was indeed unreasonably overpowered. Well, considering that the other party was a true Demon Lord seed, it's more or less understandable. That's enough, Roy. These are the guests I was talking about yesterday. Lumina said while raising her hand a bit. She placed her hand near the spot where Mikasa was standing before flicking her finger. Along with a thud sound, a girl's cry of pain could be heard as well. That hurts. Mikasa grumbled before realizing something. How the hell are you able to touch me? Even if invisible, the shock in her voice couldn't be hidden. Tetsuya also had a shocked expression while looking at the beautiful girl sitting on the throne with a charming smile on her face. You're in the realm between this world and the world of spirits, right? Anyone strong enough would be able to hit you like this, much less see you. Mikasa, who had little idea about what Luminous was talking about, deactivated her ability. Tetsuya, on the other hand, was already looking at this world's power card. It was a chat room privilege that'll upgrade the user's body so that it'll be able to handle powers from multiple worlds. Tensei Slime Power Card 5 million system points. Admin's privilege 30% discount athlete. Tensei Slime Power Card 3,500,000. Unreasonable. That was the only thought on his mind as he looked at the price. A red hologram appeared in front of him, covering the golden one that was already there. It was a message from the system that the Nitrob gave them. The price isn't unreasonable at all, host. This just represents how powerful the verse actually is, along with the potential it offers. I guess. But why couldn't we get skills and magicules like people do when they're summoned from Rimuru's original world? The reason is simple. The original world of the slime named Rimuru was also created by Veldanava and is under the system that he created. So that's how it is. I apologize for the disrespectful greeting. Roy said, bowing his head. He wasn't an idiot. He understood the situation and decided to do what was appropriate. Don't worry about it. Mikasa said as she disappeared. Genuinely surprising Luminous and Roy. She appeared next to Roy before placing her hand on his back. You may leave. Lumina said before Roy nodded and turned around. Luminous and Roy failed to notice the paper tag that Mikasa left on his back. The former was simply focused on Tetsuya and Mikasa, while the latter was thinking of ways to survive if his master was angered by him. After a few minutes, the hall vibrated a little. Did you guys feel something? Luminous asked, confused. No. It's your imagination. Tetsuya and Mikasa both denied it without any delay. Knowing that Roy was probably slammed into some random wall from the explosion. They doubted that the tag was strong enough to damage him, but this was fun as well. So, tell us about your world. Tetsaya asked. Luminous started explaining about her world. From the 10 great demon lords to Roy being one of them. She carefully avoided anything that might give them hints that she knew the future, or at least part of it. She was considering whether to ask Mikasa about her future or not. So Rimuru has yet to become a demon lord. I wonder if the plot has started already. Tetsaya thought. Since Roy was still alive, that was a clear indication that the octogram has yet to be named by the ultimate naming slime. Tetsaya and Mikasa noted that she was clearly emphasizing the word evil lizard throughout her explanation whenever she talked about Eldora. They were planning on making their way toward the Great Jura Forest after playing around in Luminous's empire for a few days. Maybe we should become demon lords as well. Mikasa muttered with a smile. Mikasa Pav. Maybe we should become demon lords as well. I muttered, wondering what our titles could be. I am not gonna agree with something like newbie or rising star. Luminous looked at me, confused. You two are humans, why would you wish to become demon lords? You'll be feared and hated by all of mankind. Luminous, do you even know what the Last Judgment symbolizes? Tetsaya asked. No. She answered, shaking her head. In a way, it means the destruction of humanity. Tetsaya said. He wasn't worried about revealing what it meant because we knew that Junko would mention it at some point, considering her personality. Hearing his answer, Luminous was visibly surprised. You better not try anything funny in this world. Or Guy might visit you. I crimson. I asked before realizing that Luminous never said anything about Guy's full name. I fucked up. Cursing internally, I looked at Luminous. How do you know his full name? Her eyes narrowed as she looked at me. And for some reason, I had a feeling that if my answer didn't satisfy her, she'll probably snap me out of existence, which she certainly can't since Tetsaya told me that the chat group forbids members from killing each other. I am a prophet. I said, rolling my eyes. Right. Luminous muttered. She waved her hand before we all teleported to an open balcony which was around 100 floors high. There were buildings as far as one could see. This is my castle with the Empire. Have a seat. Lumina said, pointing towards the round table and chairs that were neatly placed at the center. We did as she said. Luminous leaned back on her chair before continuing. But still, don't do something that'll gain Guy's attention. Especially something like massacring either monsters or humans without any reason. Why? Tetsaya asked, just so that Luminous wouldn't doubt us any further than she already was. Luminous had an expression which said, so you were planning for a rampage. I is a mediator. A mediator is a system that exists separately from heroes and demon lords. It is said that a mediator's goal is to prevent the destruction of the world and to be the spokesperson of its creator. If any side gets too powerful, he'll intervene. So he'll stop us from becoming demon lords? I asked. Luminous shook her head. You guys can't become demon lords even if you try. What's up with that? What's the problem? Tetsaya asked. You two are humans. Even if you gain magicules through the chat group, your evolution path would be HUMANSAGE Enlightened Saint. A direct counter to us. Monster Demon Lord see True Demon Lord. Right. I forgot that only monsters or demi-humans can become demon lords while humans evolve into saints. Not to mention that Harvest Festival requires human souls. Wait a minute. We aren't talking about evolution. We're talking about the title of a demon lord, like becoming a member of the Demon Lord Council. Tetsaya explained. That's fine, as long as you get the approvals and Guy. But I doubt there's any need for new members within the council right now. Luminous replied. Oh, don't worry. There will be in some years. But still, reaching that level within 2 years is practically impossible unless you're the embodiment of Op. Hey, chat group, can we gain Demon Lord seeds, even if we're humans? I asked. A golden hologram appeared in front of me. That is not a problem. The Tensei Slime Power card offers you any evolution path you wish to choose. Be it a human evolving into a demon lord or a saint. Then what about the evolution process? Humans tend to evolve slowly, since the material and spiritual bodies take a lot of time while they merge. It'll happen according to what you choose. Becoming a saint would take time, while the Harvest Festival would be enough to become a demon lord. Demon lords it is. Who's gonna wait for decades to evolve? As for 10,000 human souls, we'll find some excuse for a massacre. I was planning my perfect plan for unlimited power. Another hologram appeared in front of me. Tensei Slime Power card 5 million system points. Ridiculous. And with that, my plan failed. Can we see your country? Tetsaya asked. Luminous pondered for a moment before answering, sure, but I won't be coming with you. Just come back here when you're done. As for your guide, I guess she'll do. Luminous turned towards the door. I sensed someone approaching us from that direction a few minutes ago. The door opened as a girl who looked around the age of 20 entered the balcony. She had short black hair and violet eyes with bangs over her right eye, while the left side was tucked behind her ear. Her eyes were cold and calculating, her expression will only leave a bad impression on people. But there was one other thing. She was beautiful as hell. So that's her? Hinata Sakaguchi. According to the plot, she should be a sage right now. She'll be a good target to confirm our last bit of suspicion about this world. I thought, internally smiling. Looking at her, she was wearing her usual holy knights with a rapier on her waist. I wonder what her 3 sizes are. Hinata looked at us, visibly surprised. Well, I guess that's understandable. 2 humans, who didn't even have a shred of magicules, were sitting next to Luminous. The former demon lord who also happened to be the god of luminism and the true owner of the Holy Empire Riberios. Just how many humans could have a seat next to her? Hinata Pav. My unique skill mathematician has a function called thought acceleration that's able to enhance my mind so that it almost feels like I am frozen in time, although it's only in my mind. And thanks to that ability, I was able to contain my surprise to a certain degree. They are otherworlders like me, but why are they with Luminous? Not to mention that they don't have any magicules. Was their summoning a failure? Looking at the 2 kids in front of me, a lot of thoughts ran through my head. Their looks were Japanese, similar to mine. The girl was very beautiful while the boy was also good looking. Even after using analysis, I wasn't able to make sense of the current situation. Looking at Luminous, I asked. Is there anything you wish for me to do, Luminous? I was quite frank with her since she didn't mind me calling her that way for some reason. Yes, Hinata. She pointed towards the otherworlders. I want you to show them around the Empire. Just take them anywhere they wish to go. If someone asks, just blame everything on Lewis. And you too, don't cause any trouble. Hearing her orders, I was surprised. What are they? Her grandchildren. Who are they again? I asked. He's Tetsuya and she's Mikasa. Lumina said while the 2 of them were smiling at me. She turned toward them before continuing. Her name is Hinata Sakaguchi. The leader of 10 great saints I told you about. Oh. The group that you used to give humans false hope that these guys can fight against the demon lords if something happens. Mikasa said. What did she just say? Although it was true, I hated it when someone mocks my hard work like that. My right hand went down to the hilt of my moonlight rapier, grabbing it. Before I could move, I felt a hand gripping my wrist. My eyes widened in surprise as I turned around, only to find Tetsuya looking at me with a smile. How did he? Did he teleport without any magic circle? No, he didn't use any magicules. I eliminated the possibility of them not having any magicules, assuming that they were just good at hiding it. I hate violence, so if you could, let's talk like civilized people. He said. I pulled my hand away, taking a few steps back. Although I never truly intended to attack Mikasa, this was way out of my calculations. That's enough, Hinata. Come here and take a seat. Lumina said, pointing at the empty chair between her and Tetsuya. When did he even return to his place? At this point, I doubt anything else could even surprise me. This was the first time I encountered such a ridiculous situation ever since my summoning. Taking a seat, I looked at the 3 of them. Hey Luminous. She is stronger than that Roy. Is she an evolved human as well? Tetsuya asked, looking at Luminous. Yeah. She's a sage. Someone equivalent to a demon lord seed. Luminous replied in her normal and indifferent tone. I realized something before asking. Wait, aren't you a sage as well? No, we are normal humans. We don't even have magicules to begin with. Mikasa replied with a smile. But for some reason, I could hear "and you still can't beat us" at the end of her sentence. God, I hate her already. Asking for answers, I turned towards the said god. They aren't lying. They're normal humans. Suddenly, I felt like the training I went through all those years was nothing but a waste of my time. Luminous turned towards Tetsuya before continuing. I never asked you to, what are your powers? I guess it isn't a bad idea to tell you what they are since we'll be working together. Mikasa said before realizing something. Where's you? Wasn't she supposed to come here as well? Both Tetsuya and Luminous had an expression of "oh, right" on their faces. But they just shrugged it off the next moment. I can't keep up with their pace. Not to mention that I am being treated like air. And who even is you? I felt like an outsider. Then we'll discuss it when everyone is together. Lumina said, turning towards me. Hinata, you can guide them through the Empire. I have some work. When you guys are done, just leave them at my place. A magic circle appeared below her chair before she disappeared. Why does it feel like she dumped them because they were too much for her to handle? I looked at Mikasa and Tatsuya. Let's go. I said, getting up. They followed after me without a word, which was surprising. I wasn't interested in showing them the Holy Knight's headquarters, so I decided to show them the Empire and the church. So you guys believe in Luminous as your god? Tetsuya asked while walking behind me. Refrain from mentioning her name in such a manner when we're in public. And yes, people believe in her as a literal god. I replied without even turning back. Even if Mikasa rubbed me off the wrong way, I had a good impression of Tetsuya. Is that so? He replied. I showed them around for a few hours. Visiting different shops, telling them about the culture in this world, and even explaining to them about the Adventurers Guild and ranking system. Since they already knew everything about Luminous and Roy's scheme, there was no point in talking about it. They also asked me several questions about myself and my past, the latter was promptly ignored by me since I don't like talking about me killing my father at the age of 15. Not to mention that I planned on killing my mother next because she was having a mental breakdown because of my father's death before I was summoned to this world. I was getting along with them pretty well even if Mikasa annoyed me a little. That was the reason I didn't want to tell them about my past, since they might start keeping their distance from me or even think of me as a hypocrite who talks about justice while being a criminal. And believe me, you'll get along with them even better after telling them about your past. Especially with Mikasa. P.S. That's Hinata's real past, I've read the whole LN and WN. Hey, you're short-sighted right? Mikasa suddenly asked, making me stop in my tracks. We were currently inside the library within the church. No one was around since everyone left the moment I got here. How did you realize that? I asked, dumbfounded. I indeed use magic perception to enhance my senses so that I can make up for my bad eyesight. But it still bothers me on a mental level. Well, we're doctors. Mikasa said, shrugging his shoulders. He'll heal you so close your eyes. It's of no use. I have an anti-magicule physique. Magicules will just get purified the moment they touch me. Although my expression didn't change, I appreciated the thought. Just close your eyes already. Mikasa said again, annoyed. I thought that it'll be better for them to experience it for themselves. Closing my eyes, I felt Tetsuya's hand rest on them horizontally. I felt a cool but refreshing feeling within my eyes. It was really pleasant. After that, I opened my eyes and looked around. I was able to see things that were far away from me without even activating my magical perception. How? I muttered. They both just smiled at me. We'll tell you later. Tetsuya said. Thank you. I said with a genuine smile, which was quite rare. Even Luminous barely ever saw me smiling, not to mention anyone else. They both looked at me for a moment before Mikasa said in astonishment. So you can smile like a normal human. Ignoring her comment, I started the tour again. This time, I was much more detailed as I explained everything about the people who live in this empire. Maybe because I was a little comfortable with them. But something was strange. It's been more than an hour since they cured my eyesight and I haven't heard anything from them. What are you guys up to? I turned around, only to find that no one was walking behind me. I looked around, realizing that my magical perception wasn't activated. I was so worried that I failed to notice every citizen around me was holding a book in their hands. The reason I deactivated it was because of my eyesight. Was that the reason they healed me? What the hell are they? Before I could finish my words, I heard something that I never thought I could after being summoned to this world. Jotaro. Dio. The world. Rai. I looked around, trying my best to not turn into a stone statue. Everyone was holding a manga in their hands. Manga in a fantasy world. And all those books were shouting lines rather than the people. Not to mention the fact that their voices matched with the original characters. Bankai. Izoku Nairi Waneru. Adabeo. Or no Nawa Irin Jaeger. Baka. Raiki Tenkai. I didn't even have time to think before the voices changed into something that I wished to never hear. Rara. Ani-chan, I have it. No, I can't. I started running around the streets, noticing that the situation was the same everywhere. I wanted nothing more than to beat those two. Things couldn't get worse. And I was wrong. At this moment, the whole Holy Empire Riberios heard a single man's voice. As his voice fell, everyone was silent. Not even daring to breathe loudly. My name is Yoshikage Kira. I'm 33 years old. My house is in the northeast section of Morio, where all the villas are, and I am not married. I work as an employee for the KMU department stores, and I get home every day by 8 p.m. at the latest. I don't smoke. That is how I deal with society, and I know that is what brings me happiness. Although, if I were to fight I wouldn't lose to anyone. It's finally over. That was the longest 5 minutes I've ever lived. I sighed. And guess what? Those two weren't done. The same voice fell again, but in a different language. Batashi no na wa Kiryoshikage. Nener-san Ju-san, and it started again. Not to mention that it was in Japanese this time. Hinata, you better have a good explanation for this. I heard Luminous's telepathic message. She was annoyed. Fuck me. I muttered out loud, irritated to the max. Not knowing that one should be careful when asking for something because some wishes do come true. And that marks the end of this story. If you guys made it this far and want more contents like this, comment down below to let me know. Thanks for sticking out till the end. The story seems to be abandoned and thus no further chapters will be added, so this is the end of this story. And also, there were some bonus chapters which you guys may love, so be sure to check it out in the fanfic itself. I couldn't include it here because of the words used. Anyways, I would gladly appreciate every likes, comments and subscribes I could get on the series. It only takes a minute and best of all, you can show your support for absolutely no cost. See you in the next one.